Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
This is not a difficult start. Ivanchuk first beat Magnus. I think it was a French defense. Then beat Kramnik in the last round when Kramnik tried to Pirk, trying to win. Magnus also lost, so Kramnik didn't have to win, and that was history, and Magnus qualified for the match.
Okay, bonus points for that complete answer. Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
I mean, is it me? Since 2013, Levon is also the obvious candidate, but wait, Levon played 2013, 14, 16, 18, so then I'm ahead of him, so I guess it's me?
You've played 5, yeah. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
Well, the obvious answer is Giri.
What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
I mean, the name that comes to mind is Jan in 2022. I guess it was 9.5 points. So that sounds right. Okay.
Exactly right. Okay. This is the one historical question. Bobby Fischer's incredible 20 wins in a row began in the old interzonal format, but continued into the 3 candidates matches back when we used that system. Who were his 3 opponents that he played as part of that streak?
In the candidates?
Yes.
Okay, so it was Larson, beat 6-0, Taimonov 6-0, and Petrosian 4.5, 1.5, I think was the final score.
Exactly right. Okay. Who finished in 2nd place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
Well, it was a tie. So, wait, how many players tied? So Mamedyarov, Karyakin, Ding was half a point behind. Mamedyarov beat Karyakin. I would say Mamedyarov?
Mamedyarov is right. Exactly right. In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
2013 was in London.
They're getting easier. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row, but later winning 5 games in a row?
Who lost? Wait, are we counting the women's candidates? Okay. Vaishali?
That's right. Very good. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the ratings favorites going into the tournament?
2014 was kind of close in terms of, I mean, like Vichy got +3, but then after that Karyakin got +1. He was 2nd place, clear 2nd place. So I would say like maybe Levon, because I think he scored -1 losing to Karyakin in the last round and maybe got last place with that.
It's actually Topalov, who was only -2.
Ah, okay.
All right, and the final one, you have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament. Go.
Karyakin, Maxim, me, Aleksyenko, Wang Hao, Grishuk. God, I'm forgetting someone. Napamishi, he won the tournament.
Yes, but Karyakin didn't play.
I didn't say Karyakin. Did I say Karyakin?
I thought you did to start out. We'll check the tape.
Did I say Karyakin?
I thought you did. We'll check the tape.
Karyakin. How many players did I say?
I think you said all, plus maybe you said Karyakin. 9 of them.
Okay.
All right, Hikaru, first question. Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
The 2013 Candidates Tournament, that player would of course be Vaishali Rameshbabu.
Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Since 2013, the player who's played the most Candidates Tournament? I mean, I assume that has to be Fabi, unless there's someone else who's played more. It's got to be Fabi.
It is Fabi with 5. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
Most draws in a Candidates Tournament, I think there's not even another contender. I don't think anyone even comes close. It's obviously Anish in the 2016 Candidates with 14 draws out of 14 games.
Tough to beat that. Okay, your perfect score so far. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
Since 2013, I'm gonna assume that's Nepo. Did he get 8.5? I'm gonna guess that he got 8.5, but I could be wrong.
It is Nepo. He got 9.5 in 2022.
Oh, 9.5. Oh, it's 9.5. Okay.
Okay, next question. Bobby Fischer's incredible 20 wins in a row began in the old interzonal, but continued into 3 candidates matches back when we used that system. Who were his 3 opponents in those candidates matches?
Okay, so there's Taimonov, Larson, and who's the third one? can't think of the third one right now.
He only won the first game and then lost and then ended up winning the match.
Was it Tal?
Petrosian.
Petrosian.
You were right, though, former world champion.
Okay, okay.
All right, next question. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
2018 Candidates, that is the tournament that Fabi won. 2018. It's funny, I did not follow that one closely because I was not playing in it. Was it, it's not Levon, he was never close. I actually don't, I'm drawing a blank.
It's tough, it was a two-way tie, but it was Mamediyarov.
Oh, Shaq, okay, okay.
In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
The 2013 Candidates was held in London.
Very good. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row at one point, but later coming back to win 5 in a row?
Okay, I know it was on the other side. It was,
Okay, you got that part right. We tried to trick you.
Okay, who could it have been? Was it, I'm gonna guess it was Vaishali?
Very good guess, that's exactly right. 2 more questions. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last, despite being one of the rating favorites going into the tournament?
I'm gonna assume that was Levon Aronian.
A lot of people have guessed that.
It's not, okay.
It's Topalov.
Ah,
but he was
okay,
only
okay.
-2.
I think the thing is Levon has more bad results in the Candidates than anyone else, and we all remember when he was number 2 in the world, so that's probably why.
Okay, and the last one I'm going to make hard based on speed because we were afraid people would get all 9 questions right. So I'm going to give you 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020-2021 Candidates Tournament. Your mark, get set, and go.
Okay, there's Nepo, Giri, MVL, Fabiano. I just drew a blank. I'm just gonna stop because I just drew a complete blank. I just drew a complete blank. I actually don't remember the other players for some reason.
It's hard because you weren't playing that year. We had Ding, Grishuk, Alexienko, and Wang Hao.
I should have gotten Wang Hao because I played the Grand Swiss. I should have gotten Wang Hao, but yeah, the other 3 I would not have gotten.
Interestingly, you got the top half of the field that finished. You didn't get the bottom half.
Yeah.
All right, thanks very much.
Sure, no problem.
The Candidates Tournament has been one of the most important chess events for decades. But why does it even exist? Let's look at the history. Unofficially, the concept goes all the way back to the 19th century. An 1889 tournament in New York was meant to decide a challenger for then world champion Wilhelm Steinitz. It didn't exactly work. The third place finisher, Isidor Günzburg, ended up being Steinitz's challenger. For the next half-century, champions handpicked their next opponents. Having money was more important than having a big tournament result.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Three out of 8 decisive games chat on day 1. What a start to the candidates we had. And Tino games in the open section. We are all set and hyped. Sahaj bhai, Sahil bhai for day 2. Bahut maza aane wala hai chat. Super crucial round. And I think Nation wants to know ki Tiku test kab hone wala hai. But I want to know, guys, Pragg, how did he do it yesterday? Sahaj, that was crazy.
Absolutely, bhai. I think Pragg winning the first match against Anish, I mean, it's something you cannot write. And I think he is right up there on every single prediction that I have seen. And I think he should be one of the front runners in this candidates. But of course, early days. But yeah, that's my thinking. What do you think,
Early
Sahil?
days, happy days, Sahaj भाई. Early days, happy days. That is the main thing. भाई आज पता है स्ट्रीम पे आती ऐसी स्माइल थी चेहरे पे, सब खुश थे बिकॉज प्रग ने हमें एक रीजन फॉर हैप्पीनेस दिया. ये साल थोड़ा सा टिप्सी टवी रहा है अब तक, बट कैंडिडेट सही टाइम पे स्ट्राइक करना बहुत जरूरी है. तानिया, ऐसे मतलब ऑनलाइन आप किसी भी जीएम को हरा दो, it doesn't give you a title, yeah. So that's my dream, yeah. कल को जीएम कल कभी साहस भाई की तरह लेंगे अगले जन्म में, definitely possible. But ऑनलाइन कुछ भी कर दो, बट सही मोमेंट पे ओवर द पोडियम पे स्ट्राइक करना बहुत जरूरी है. एंड आई थिंक वही प्रग ने कल किया, एंड वी आर होपिंग कि आज वुमेन्स सेक्शन में भी ऐसा होगा. एंड आज के जो मैचअप्स है बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है.
Speaking of striking at the right moment, it wasn't just Prague, right? Fabi finally beating the Hikaru curse. जैसे उसने Hikaru को vanquish किया, क्या ही खेला है Fabiano Caruana. Just super impressive with that, getting that win in. And of course, to set the day, this is day 2 of the candidates. Mike Klein की आवाज में.
Thanks, guys. We are here inside the fan zone before round 2. Before we get to today's action, we have Sophia, a volunteer from FIDE, manning the merch booth. Sophia, what's been the #1 seller on day 1?
That is that blocknot with moves that matter, and that is it.
And a lot of moves mattered yesterday. Unfortunately, none of the 3 winners in the open section are going to play each other today. However, Nakamura starts out with his double black. He's going to play against another person who lost in round 1. That would be Esipenko. Both players are looking to score their first points of the tournament. By the way, even though both Fabiano Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov won their games, neither were too happy. Javokhir didn't get a great middle game position, and Fabiano allowed a draw in the endgame that Hikaru did not take advantage of. So each of them are looking to improve on their play, even though they did get the win. Over in the ladies section, we didn't have any winners in round 1, but we have an all India matchup when we've got Divya taking on Vaishali, and the first move will be made by the legendary 5-time world champion Vaishali Anand. So India will be very well represented on that board, and that's the action from the Van Zone. Let's get going with round 2.
I love it. So it's going to be Divya versus Vaishali, a hugely important all-India clash. By the way, that means on day 1, what a day we had for our Indians. 2 out of 3 was the score. Sahaj, again, kya hi prediction thi tumhari? You said it at the start of the day. And guys, Vaishali Anand will be making the first move, the ceremonial move on that board.
Oh, that is so cool. Playing against Divya and Vaishali. I'm sure he doesn't have, a preference there, but it will be an exciting match to see.
Do you have a preference there, Saj Grover?
No. I mean, genuinely, I think it's
very hard to make,
very hard to,
very
hard to predict, very hard to, it's just जो भी 1 point आएगा. That's the final.
आज Sahaj भाई vessel बन चुके हैं already by not creating any opinions. So he's playing it safe. I think, of course, by the way, when Gukesh became world champion, तो विशी सर ने वहाँ भी ceremonial move करी थी. So let's see if that becomes true again. And Tanya and Sahaj, I mean, of course, women's section, open section as well. I mean, Prague, after that win, playing black against Wei Yi, like, आज थोड़ा solid खेलना है, क्या करना है? Does he go all in? Like, there's so many possibilities.
Big question.
Whenever you're playing against Wei Yi, sorry, Tanya, I think whenever you're playing against Wei Yi, I think you have to keep solid. Yeah, मतलब वो push करेगा तो it's great. नहीं तो I think going for a draw is not really, like to be solid, I think is not really a bad idea today.
भाई जो कल Pragg ने opening surprise किया with the Grand Prix attack against the Sicilian, and Anish said it himself that the Grand Prix came out of nowhere, and we are talking about a player who is so watertight in openings. His preparation is second to none in the world. So for Prague to do that, by the way, he gave huge credits to Vaibhav Suri, who's on ground in Cyprus with him, for that great opening, which gave him a playable pressure middle game. Jo usne jaake endgame mein kya hi convert kiya. I think so much Sahil will come down to the opening and the kind of position jaise aap bol rahe ho. Will it be strategic? Will it be tactical? What will be the approach? Will Wei Yi try to push with the white pieces? Bhai ye candidates hai, par candidates kya hai, kaise hai, kyun hai? Ye dekhiye.
The World Chess Champion is challenged for their title once every 2 years. In order to become that challenger, you have to win a tournament called the Candidates. The Candidates has only 8 spots. 5 of them come from winning 2 of the world's most elite chess tournaments. 2 spots from the Grand Swiss, Anish Giri and Matthias Bluebaum, and 3 spots from the World Cup, Javokhir Sindarov, Wei Yi, and Andrey Esipenko. 2 more spots come from best overall performance. In 2025, it was Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu, and in 2024, it was Fabiano Caruana. The last spot comes from the person with the highest rating, Hikaru Nakamura. In the candidates, everyone's going to play each other twice. So, who do you think will win and challenge the current world chess champion, Gukesh Domoraju?
This is not a sprint, it is a marathon. The candidates with two different time controls in the women's and the men. Women's may 90 minutes pehle 40 moves ke liye, but Sahaj, the differentiator is that the women's event starts with the 30-second bonus time, the increment from move 1. And I think that is a key differentiator from the time control in the open section.
Absolutely. I think women's ke section mein, when you have the 30-second increment, of course, you have half an hour less in comparison to the open section. However, I think playing without increment, despite having matlab, extra time, is just, very, very chaotic. I mean, हमने कितनी बार देखा है ये कि players, 15-20 साल के बाद, they have like some 5-10 minutes remaining with no increment, and then it just pure chaos on the board. So it's a lot of fun. But yes, for the women's section, I think it's slightly different. And there we see the pairings in front of us. Wei Yi, Pragg. Guys, एक prediction हो जाए overall.
भाई prediction king के सामने थोड़ा कांप रहा हूं मैं यार. मतलब there's no point of predicting.
I completely agree with you, Sahil.
So I think maybe we should ask Sahaj to predict other stuff, everything in our lives, and then just kind of double down on what he's saying. Is my guess, the path to becoming very, very rich goes through Sahaj Gover's mind. Is that correct, Sahaj bhai?
भाई I wish I wish काश ऐसा होता.
भाई honestly बोलूं तो I was amazed that in the open हमें 3 wins मिले और women में चारों के चारों draw हुए हैं first round में. I think that is such a different narrative from what we've seen. We've spoken about कि whoever is the eventual winner of the candidates usually ends up, not usually, has almost every time had a win in the first 2 rounds. We've already had 3 players in the open with those wins. That's Fabiano Caruana, you've got Sindarov and Praggnanandhaa. In the women, everybody is on equal points. There we have our early leaderboard as well. Sahaj, chat bhi predict kariye. Tumhara kya prediction hai? Isme kya switch up hone wala hai? Who's going to tumble over who here?
चलो मैं एक रिजल्ट मैं सबसे जो आज हम फोकस करने वाले हैं वो मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ. I think Pragg Wei Yi draw होगा. That's my prediction.
Oh, Pragg Wei Yi draw. Chat, remember this. You heard it here first. Sahil, do you agree?
I kind of agree, but it's also the most boring prediction because Wei Yi is very solid. Pragg is coming off a win. So you want to also go a bit wild here. So I'm going to predict a Pragg win. Let's go with something crazy.
Sahil, that's why हम दोनों की prediction इतनी खराब होती है और हर बार गलत होती है because we are just playing for the galleries. We are like कुछ तो
हम emotion में बहक जाते हैं. बताए Sahaj भाई बिल्कुल hardcore facts में deal करते हैं ना.
But of course, for me, it's neither my heart nor my mind. I am just going to go with what my dear chat says. So, bhai, taking the role of the vessel, we've got our poll up there, chat. आप बताओ क्या होएगा? Wei Yi जीतेगा, Pragg जीतेगा, clear draw होने वाला है. Pragg plays his first black of the candidates.
And before Awadh bhai stress ho jaye, basically there's a YouTube glitch. So chat, right now we have around 350 people live, but it's showing around 30. So let's just keep that in mind. Chat, एक बार सबको एक बार India OP, Pragg OP, Divya OP, Vaishali OP लिख दो, दिखा दो भाई कि सिर्फ 30 लोग नहीं है chat में. Let's go.
I think that's a great call and a great shout out, chat. And also, जब आप like करोगे, then I think more people join in as well. It's so great. Everything that, the community that Sahil and Sahaj and Rakesh, Chesscom India has built, उनका power दिखा दो आज. As Pragg आ गया है, भाई, he's on the board. Let's go, Team India. It's India versus China. It's Pragg versus Wei Yi. मजा आने वाला है.
भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की याद आ गई यार. Literally last round में भी मतलब it was Gukesh had black pieces.
Same flags.
Same flags.
But the thing is, दोनों players के दिमाग में tension है. And Tanya, you mentioned this, right? कि हमारे पास results जल्दी आ गए round 1 के अंदर ही. That just kind of tilts a few players, right? For example, जो आज हार गया, जो कल हारा है उनमें से, basically they are almost out of contention. तो जो जीता है, he's already feeling the momentum. He's gonna push even more कि भाई मैं form में हूँ, मैं और अच्छा खेलूँ. So I think यहाँ पे we might see more and more results coming up. But I'm gonna ask you guys, आज के दिन में, at least open section में, कल 3 result, आज कितने होंगे? साज भाई.
More predictions.
यूजुअली आई थिंक पहला राउंड हमेशा एकदम क्रेजी होता है एंड सेकेंड राउंड में एकदम क्वाइट होता है. तो आज आई थिंक इफ वी फॉलो द स्क्रिप्ट एंड इट कुड बी अ बिट बोरिंग. मुझे लगता है आज सारे गेम ड्रॉ होंगे. Like I would predict 0 wins like in the open. क्योंकि पिछले टाइम if you remember कैंडिडेट्स में फर्स्ट राउंड ड्रॉ हुआ था एंड सेकंड राउंड में एकदम तबाही मची थी. So I feel like the script is changing here a bit. First round chaotic, second round of course we'll get exciting games, but मुझे लगता है कि overall result will be on the safe side. What are your thoughts?
मुझे लग रहा है कि आज होने वाला है 8 भाई 2 तबाही. आई थिंक एक रिजल्ट एक बोर्ड पे तो आने वाला है आज. आई डोंट नो व्हिच वन, बट आई एम प्रेडिक्टिंग वन डिसाइसिव गेम इन द कैंडिडेट्स ओपन. एंड इन द वुमेन वी हैड 4 ड्रॉज येस्टरडे. आई थिंक वहां पे फुल क्रेजी सीन्स होने वाले हैं. वी विल गेट 3 डिसाइसिव गेम्स इन द वुमेन टुडे.
Wow, 3 is a huge number, but it's definitely possible because कल भी ऐसे glimpses थे कि कुछ भी हो सकता है, रिजल्ट्स आ सकते हैं, बट अंत रिजल्ट सिर्फ ड्रॉ रहा. वी सॉ that peace sacrifice F4, right? I think what a game that was, and to draw at the end. And there we see Divya Deshmukh at the board getting a double wide. Tanya, do you think that's an edge? You get a chance at the start कि भाई 2 बार push करने का?
I absolutely agree, Sahil, because the first few days are the shakiest days as well. We saw that play out in the opens. The opening matters so much. Players are finding their rhythm. So I think playing with the white, controlling the narrative of the game, controlling which direction you want to take into, I do think it's something that the players are happy to receive. Divya had a great opening in the Scotch yesterday. In the end game, had to bail out, found the perfect way to do it. I'll say one thing, Sahil said, this clash, Divya versus Vaishali, for me, no favorites, love them both equally. And I, somewhere in the heart, want कि भाई ये game decisive now. कल से हराओ अपने opponents को जो करना है. I just want both of them to be in the race.
But इनमें से अगर एक player जीता, like let's suppose whether it's Divya or Vaishali.
Guys, are players on the board.
Let's go!
But एक जीता तो I think that player becomes like a clear like front runner for the event. Yeah, so that would be huge as well for the event.
But Sahaj bhai, the hardcore, the AI guy, the tech guy, क्या लग रहा है? क्या prediction होगी इस game की आपकी? Who's gonna win this?
I think Divya कुछ crazy निकालेगी opening में, and I think Vaishali थोड़ा pressure में आ सकती है, but I think draw होगा. That's just my feeling. But I mean, we should ask this question to Tanya bhai. Tanya has played like alongside both of these players. So Tanya, what's your insight? थोड़ा vessel से बाहर.
I've played alongside, I've played against both of them several times. I will tell you one thing कि हम chess में clash of styles की बात करते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Both of them actually have and look at that scene, guys. We've got 5 times world champion Vishy Anand making the first move, and I believe it's the English opening जो उन्होंने choose किया है, 1 C4, and you can see the smile on both Divya and Vaishali, as they greet him there. That move has been taken back. But Sahaj, coming back to your question, it's handshakes. I'll come back to it in a bit as the clocks are on. And the two players who've been part of the Indian team for so long now are facing each other at the biggest stage. And Divya goes for Vishy's choice of 1 C4. Do you think Vishy knew?
She came in with like E4 का plan पूरा है. Vishy sir ने C4 खेल दिया. She's like, okay, everything is wrong. C4 is the best. ये खेलना है.
या फिर विशी सर ने हेल्प करा है, मतलब that's also possible. What been the coincidence by C4 दोनों? C4 is strange from Divya. Generally speaking, she doesn't use this weapon a lot, and she goes for E6.
I have a feeling that the d-pawn will move forward. Now, 1 step or 2 step will decide if we go into normal Queen's Gambit decline territories, or will we have a more Catalan position without Divya committing that d-pawn. But agar d4 khela gaya, then we are back into which she goes for it. And this is something that Divya employs very often. But Sahaj, coming back to their style, मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगी कि दोनों प्लेयर्स बहुत अटैकिंग है, बहुत कन्फ्रंटेशनल है इन देयर प्ले. दे लाइक अग्रेसिव पोजीशंस. दे डोंट शाई अवे फ्रॉम द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू क्रिएट अ chaos. They rely on their calculations. Divya's one advantage that I will say that Vaishali has to be careful about is the clock situation. Vaishali is somebody who takes a lot of time, जो time pressure पे आती है, and Divya always tries to pounce on that opportunity. So I think for Vaishali, time control will be a key factor.
Yep, love this scene by the way. H6 खेला है वैशाली ने, so already trying to spice it up a bit. I think Nihal Sareen ऐसी moves बहुत खेलते हैं. And let's not forget about the Prague game. French defense again. Sahaj भाई मतलब आज तो आपका ही दिल लग रहा है भाई, मतलब क्या what is this? Are you a second for Prague?
I mean, technically, Ding also played the French, you know? Like I mean, he's one of the pioneers of the French in that sense. I mean, and uske against French खेलना is I think a great choice. And I feel now it's my duty to root for a black win here.
You don't have an option anymore. So difficult, such a difficult spot for you. I mean, not only is it Prague, but now it's also the French.
Exactly.
मजा आने वाला है.
See,
But
you
quite
get
a-
it.
I get your love for the French, but yeah, this is quite an opening statement by Prague, again showing ki I am prepared with a surprise for every game. It almost seems like, I know it's early days, but this is so important to have ideas. You know, Gukesh did it last time in 2024 in Toronto Candidates, where every opening was intense to watch. So Prague sort of coming up with the same. Guys, should we bring up our bird's eye view and let's just take a look at the whole playing arena. Ki bhai ho kya raha hai? And there we have it. We have the 4 boards from the Open, 4 women boards. What catches your attention, Sahil?
So एक Petrov दिख रहा है, उसको अब हम ignore कर सकते हैं for the rest of the day. That's going to be a draw. Sahaj bhai, I think I'm also turning out to be...
अच्छा,
भाई सिंडारोव है वो, सिंडारोव है. I mean, कुछ crazy prepare कर क्या है वो.
Also, by the way, Bluebaum ने कुछ बोला था कल कि I think 13.5 पॉइंट भी मुझे चलेंगे. So he's still lying for that sweep, so to speak. So maybe आज थोड़ा difficult रहेगा. But yeah, Tanya, I mean, I think for now at least सबसे exciting मुझे Prague की गेम लग रही है. Because French defense already F4, C5 on the board. I think tension in the center building up. मजा आएगा वो गेम देख के.
I think overall, I think Prague, I think that's, I believe this is called the French Steinitz, and a lot of theory is played here, and it can get very, very dynamic, or it can be very positional as well. But ये choice black के पास है. That's the good thing. So Prague, अगर वो bishop निकालता है e7 and he goes short castle, then okay, थोड़ा simple positional रहता है position. But if he goes queen b6 early on, that can become very, very dynamic. So we still have to see कि Prague ने prepare क्या किया है घर पे, because I don't think he has revealed it yet.
I am just quite amazed at the board colors that we have. It's a very colorful scene, this one. So I'm just taking it all in ki ho kya raha hai. Now the top 3 boards jo hamare top pe hai chat is from the open section. Hikaru Esipenko. Now, I think Sahil, you made this point earlier that both these players have lost their game 1. Losing a second game in the row is pretty much 85 to, I would say 80 to 85% chance, or maybe even more than that, you are not winning this candidates.
Yeah.
And I think out of these two, for Hikaru, that would be a big blow, and he's playing with the black pieces. We see a Catalan kind of a position, a bishop that's out on G2, that's the bottom left board. Deep on commit nahi hua hua hai. Reti pe jayega ya Catalan mein jayega, but this looks like Esipenko wants a long game, Sahaj.
Right. I think Esipenko is employing something very interesting here, because अगर हम पिछला गेम याद करें between Fabi and Hikaru, it was almost an identical position जहाँ पे Hikaru ने D4 खेला था. तो I think he's asking Hikaru to push D4 again, because अगर आप इंजन से पूछते हो यहाँ पे, of course this is still opening territory, बहुत सारी lines हैं यहाँ पे black के पास, but इंजन हमेशा D4 recommend करता है black से. And because Hikaru ने कल Fabi के against, not in this exact position, एक move पहले D4 खेला था, I'm guessing he's inviting him to do the same thing again. So this is some preparation by Esipenko. Very, very interesting.
Early days in that one. I also want to bring our attention to Divya Vaishali. That's the second last board in that bottom row chat. This 8-6 move that Vaishali even has played was actually made quite popular by Magnus. He was employing this in the Queen's Gambit decline very often. It's a small move that sort of passes the ball to white. It's quite useful later on in the game, but it keeps black's sort of development options very flexible. It takes away that G5 square from the bishop, so you can bring out your knight without getting pinned. So very interesting approach. But we've got a French expert here with us. Sahaj Grover ki jo French hai, bhai, jo game Sahaj ne kheli hai French mein, I have been inspired. I started playing the French also, Sahaj. I think we studied it a lot together as well. Should we break down, deep dive into the Wei Yi Prague match first?
I think that's a great idea. So bishop e7 was already played by Pragg, so that's already a committal decision. Bishop e7 ke alawa, there are many lines here. There's queen b6, pawn takes pawn, rook b8 for some reason is also a variation. There is a6. So all of these variations are possible. But he goes for bishop e7 and I think uska idea simple hai ki usko short castle karna hai. And he's asking Wei Yi कि आप अपना king कौन सी side पे castle करते हो. Now, I think this is a question I would like to ask the chat. So let's say if white goes queen d2 here, black goes short castle. अब इस position में, now this is not really a tactical thing, chat. This is more of a strategic understanding, moment. Why should white not castle on the long side? ये सबसे ज़्यादा normal चाल लग रही है इस position में, because आप इसीलिए आपने queen d2 खेला है. तो why not short? Why castling long is almost losing for white? Question to chat.
By the way, black has a 62% win rate after queenside castle. So it is a huge mistake.
Oh, still waiting for the answers. Tiku bhai, what do you think?
भाई लग रहा है कुछ c4 b5 कुछ फेंक दोगे थोड़ा सा like मतलब थोड़ा अटैक लग सकता है भाई and suddenly the center is closed.
Precisely that reason. आप long castle के बाद c4 and then b5 b4 आप pawn sacrifice भी कर दोगे and then just the attack is too quick. इसी reason की वजह से Wei Yi को पहले pawn takes pawn मारना पड़ेगा before he castles. And now that's one of the main lines in this position and there's thousands and thousands of games already, but still it's not clear कि Pragg ने अपनी prep reveal करी है. I feel like something else is coming.
By the way, वेई ने ऐसे आराम से क्वीन d2 खेला अभी छोटा सा मूव काफी टाइम लगा उसको एक स्टेप आगे बढ़ने में पर खेला गया है and now for Pragg the question is does he commit his king because अगर आप short castle जाते हो then you're also kind of giving white the opportunity to start launching a big kingside attack as well. So is this the moment or do you just wait? Do you play the waiting game so you don't get stuck in the mating game?
Ooh,
oh wow,
I think your instinct was correct. तान्या इसका तो शॉट बनना चाहिए भाई. Should be a waiting game and in that exact moment he plays a6. You can't write this stuff. Let's go. GG, Tanya.
And you know
okay,
what? This is so much. Sorry, Sahil. You want to please continue?
No, I was just saying कि after a6 though, how long do we wait? Yeah, मतलब कभी ना कभी तो मारना पड़ेगा c5 पे नहीं?
I want to just add before our French expert answers this question that a6 is very aligned with what you were discussing. That if now white commits to the queen side, c4 b5 just comes so much quicker क्योंकि आपने वो a6 move चल दिया है.
Exactly. b5 b4 and it's GG basically. आपको pawn takes pawn तो मारने पड़ेगा. Another I think side idea is to go bishop e2 and go for the short castle and okay we have a nice strategic position. ठीक है. Maybe slight edge to white but okay nothing crazy.
Yeah. By the way, time-wise, दोनों जल्दी खेल रहे हैं. So no, both players in prep so far. I think nothing super crazy. But who do you think kind of gets the other out of prep first? Do you think a6 ऐसा कुछ है जो शायद ना देखा हो वेई ने, सहज?
I think having played French, like if French was the first opening I ever learned, and a6 is something I have not analyzed as black yet. So it's like if you think about it from a chess perspective, castle is like almost natural here. I think this is some candidates prep, कुछ नया लाया वो. Now I think Wei probably knows the idea क्योंकि आप a6 कभी ना कभी तो खेलते ही हो उसमें. तो he's probably thinking के कहाँ पे ये transpose हो रहा है और why did he play it at this exact moment? Is there any nuance that I'm missing? Something along those lines. If I look at the stats, I mean, I'm sure short castle is the main move by a very, very big margin and a6 would be like not one of the main lines here. So he would be thinking.
If I had to predict anything by white, I don't think Wei will go long castle right now. It is so scary to be staring at this pawn storm कि भाई C pawn आ रहा है, B pawn आ रहा है, रुक ही नहीं रहा है, सारे pawns को आगे कर दो. That I would want to keep it flexible with either developing the bishop on E2, which I kind of like a little bit more than D3 because bishop D3 to me looks like just allows C4 at some moment with a tempo. So I would say कि भाई if you play the waiting game, I'm also ready to play it. Bishop e2, you commit first and then I'll decide.
By the way, chat has a couple of questions. Ki Sindarov ko white kaise mil gaya? Chat, I think a couple of players get like double white, double black. So Hikaru, I think, got double black right yesterday and today. And Sindarov might have gotten double white. So pairing ka system hai, but at the end, it will be even for all the players. And क्योंकि I'm watching इतनी कम क्यों है, actual watching I think is close to 800 now. So YouTube glitch है भाई. So लाइक करते चलो ताकि एक्चुअल वॉचिंग ही उस फेक वॉचिंग की तरह पहुंच जाए. लेट्स गो चैट.
Guys, I have a crazy stat for you. Can you guess the player who has played A6 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in my date? On the first screen, I'm seeing this. और भी games होंगे. 6 बार मुझे अपनी screen पे दिख रहा है. Can you guess who has played this move 6 times before? That player is playing in this tournament. One guess.
Pragg?
No. So not Prague. Any other guesses?
The fact that he said कि in this tournament makes me feel कि क्या women section का player तो नहीं है.
नहीं. Women section.
अच्छा open में है क्या?
Oh, chat is also guessing. Chat. भाई ये क्या है भाई? Chat में मैं scroll कर रहा हूँ. I'm not even seeing the name even once.
Bluebaum.
Yes, sir.
भाई
Bluebaum has played this
wow
6 times at least.
That is crazy.
in his life.
That is
Bhai,
crazy. So Bluebaum has played this 6 times, Sahil, but sirf 6 times because we are giving a 26% off on premium membership during the 2026 candidates. So chat, while that is happening, while we are talking about French being played X number of times, make the most of this and go premium. That's how you can support the broadcast. That's how you can support everything we do and also level up your own game. And see
And
all
Tanya,
those
of course,
Bluebaum ke
like-
jo 6 games hue hain.
And of course, like a lucky winner gets a board signed by you as well, right? So that is amazing. And of course, some amazing Chess.com merch. So it's a golden opportunity, chat. Let's go. Chess be improve karo bhai and get a nice chessboard and also like great merch. By the way, crazy merch aane wali hai bahut jaldi. Huh.
Totally unrelated, but I need to work on my sign because just yesterday I got a call from some bank work was there and my signature wasn't matching. So I just feel like that needs to be worked on before I sign on the chessboard, but I'll do that, chat. But first, you guys go upgrade. So, Sahaj, you are saying that A6 has been played. Of course, this is part of Prague's prep. And for the first time, Wei Yi has gone into a think in this position. I'm
That is
predicting
correct.
Bishop E2.
That is correct. And also one more trivia for the chat. And okay, this is a difficult one. And I mean, you guys can also participate, but I'll give you 2 guesses. There is one Indian player, a player, थोड़ा मैं easy कर देता हूँ. This player has at one point or currently hit 2700 in his life. At one point or currently.
Because currently, अगर बोल रहा है तो 1
एक
point
वो
ही
player कौन है? Chat आपके लिए भी ये सवाल.
And he's played A6.
He's played A6, yes. And he has won. And he beat Karyakin with it. With black.
Chat.
और बताओ.
Grischuk?
Be the vessel
भाई
that you
Indian
are.
player. Indian player.
Indian player.
Indian player 2700.
Adiban?
एक बार या कभी? Yes. Let's
Oh,
go.
well done,
Nice,
Sahil.
bhai. How can we forget Eddie, bhai?
Let's go.
Well done, well done. Okay, so A6 has been played quite a few times, but it looks like it's still a surprise, but not the main move. So the first sort of, is it fair to say that actually more than the French, A6 was the first little surprise by Praggnanandhaa?
Yes. And also, I think very interesting, the top 2 moves, as Sahaji mentioned, DC5 and Bishop E2 hai. But somehow my engine is screaming Bishop D3 still. This just is very interesting to me. Why is that the case? Because lag raha hai na ki C4 aa raha hai, but it's the first preference of the engine. So Wei yahan pe maybe the position is quite interesting. Yeah, matlab Bishop D3 is definitely an option still, but it's not something which has been played too much. So White ka best record is with these 2 moves.
You know, I feel jab engines engines are becoming stronger and stronger at a very rapid speed these days. And I think it's also rewriting a lot of opening ideas that we think used to be bad, but now they are good. I think Bishop D3 is an example like that. Like पहले आप Bishop D3 कभी नहीं खेलोगे इस position में because D4 का pawn weak हो रहा है. तो Black Queen B6 खेल सकता है to put pressure and then you can provoke White to take on C5. So it's like because of I think stronger engines we are able to understand. I don't think Wei Yi Bishop D3 खेलेगा यहाँ पे. It doesn't feel that natural. अगर आप ऐसे surprise face कर रहे हो, then you don't go for the most aggressive move. Yeah, you go for the like stable position जहाँ पे you can put pressure long term. That would be the approach for Wei Yi. And if I had to predict, I'd say Bishop E2 is the most logical.
Speaking of logical.
What?
Whoa, he's gone for it. Bishop D3 on the board.
भाई इसका एक वो एक एक वो मोटिवेशनल एडिट बनना चाहिए with some fancy background music, you know. नहीं खेलेगा
भाई अब से मैं भी वैसल,
That moment.
अब से मैं भी वैसल हो गया मेरा।
भाई वैसल एक ही हो सकता है एंड उस पे
नहीं
डिब्स
नहीं
ले लिया गया है।
भाई
But
वैसल
okay,
वैसल 2.0 मैं कॉपी वैसल।
I will say though कि French में one of the things that White really wants to provoke and why this is a strategic move and I understand जैसे आपने साल कहा it's a top engine move is कि actually आप चाहते हो कि Black C4 खेले, especially if you haven't gone long castle, so that you block the center and then White has a complete free hand on the right flank. That pawn on e5, if we just highlight that pawn on e5, it's basically divided the board into two halves, right? And it's clear with the pawn point theory that White will always aim for a kingside attack. Now he's gone short castle as well. I think White can go castle and do that attack slowly. Maybe we'll see the G and the H pawn advancing. But actually, Wei Yi was hoping कि भाई तू C4 खेल दे, मैं bishop वापस आ जाऊंगा, and then no pressure on the center.
Tanya, I think castle maybe was a slight error actually. If you look at the games that have been played on chess.com, जो खेली गई हैं अब तक, और जो हमारा इंजन भी कह रहा है, I don't know Pragg if he messed up the mood or या फिर मेरा इंजन कमजोर है. But I think as of now
कमजोरी होगा
apparently
भाई,
B5
ऐसे
खेलना
मत
चाहिए था
बोलो।
उनको. But castles के बाद I just want to point out DC5 castles खेला गया white से. Both cases white has like a 60% win rate and 20% draw rate. So black ka record is terrible. Also, white ka advantage according to my engine is plus 0.85. I don't know what it says for you, Saj and Tanya, but
0.4
0.4
मेरा
बताया कि
मशीन
मेरा
अब मेरा मशीन अच्छा हो गया पहले से। इट्स वेरी स्ट्रांग।
मेरा मशीन हमारा जूम कॉल है भाई, जहाँ पे मेरे को बाहर दिख रहा है बस।
नहीं मतलब आई एम ऑल्सो लुकिंग ऑन माई मशीन एज वेल, बट पहले हमारा ये बैंटर रहता था कि बिकॉज टिकू भाई की मशीन वॉज स्ट्रॉगर देन माइन, सो ही वुड टेल मी द इवैल्स, बट नाउ आई गॉट एन अपग्रेड, या सो वी आर दैट्स व्हाई वी आर आस्किंग। बट आई थिंक फर्स्टली दिस इज स्टिल प्रेप फॉर Prague, बट आई फील अगर आप ये प्रिपरेशन घर पे कर रहे हो ना, तो व्हेन यू प्ले A6 यू हैव दिस थॉट इन योर माइंड कि आपका अपोनेंट बिशप D3 नहीं खेलेगा, ठीक है, वो बिशप E2 जाएगा क्योंकि वो सेफ खेलेगा, एंड देन मे बी यू हैव सम प्रिपरेशन देयर। राइट आफ्टर Wei Yi played bishop D3, Pragg ने थोड़ा सोचा, like for like 50 seconds he just kind of got himself together, and I feel he was a bit disappointed or a bit unhappy with the fact कि उसने bishop D3 खेला, but still it's more or less prep for Prague.
I feel that as well. I'm very inclined to believe one is the clock, right? Sahil, he barely took any time to make a move like castle, which of course comes with caveats, right? Because the attack can be so powerful on the king side कि अगर आप castle करोगे over the board inspiration, तो Prague would have thought for longer. Also, he just paid the move and gets up and leaves. So my feeling here is that, I mean, Prague probably has worked with all the super duper ultra pro max engines that are there in the world, and maybe this is part of the plan, and he's gone much deeper than what meets the eye here. So let's at least hope that's the scenario, because Wei Yi is not somebody who will shy away from an opportunity. If he feels he can go for the attack, he will go for it. I would also be I'm wondering, does Wei Yi need to go short castle here, or can he start launching up for the H pawn or the G pawn immediately? What do you think he'll do? Knowing Wei Yi, will we see a pawn move or a castle by him next? शायद की आवाज नहीं आ रही
Sahaj
मुझे।
bhai matlab is stunned by this
sorry.
move bhai. Like,
I'm
आवाज
saying-
ही
Useless
बंद
हो
हो
गया
गई.
वो।
आई थिंक ही विल गो फॉर pawn takes pawn भाई। आई थिंक क्योंकि वही थोड़ा सेफ खेलेगा यहाँ पे, pawn takes pawn शॉर्ट castle। मतलब आई थिंक अगर आप वाइट से व्हेन यू हैव दिस काइंड ऑफ अ स्ट्रक्चर यू आर ऑलवेज मोर और लेस हैप्पी, बिकॉज ओके आपका pawn E5 पे है तो आपके पास स्पेस एडवांटेज है, आपके पीसेज नाइसली एकदम C3 D3 E3 F3 ऐसे मतलब सेंटर को देख रहे हैं, इट लुक्स नाइस, एंड यू आर ऑल्सो कास्टलिंग, यू आर कनेक्टिंग योर रुक्स, यू जस्ट फील लाइक यू हैव अ बेटर पोजिशन।
थोड़ा डर लग रहा है सहज भाई. आई एम गोना आस्क यू समथिंग, ठीक है? एक बार अपने कंप्यूटर महाशय की टॉप 2 या टॉप 3 इंजन लाइंस अगर आप देखें, आपको कुछ दिख रहा है, कुछ कटता हुआ कहीं पे इंटरेस्टिंग? आपकी शक्ल देखनी है मुझे एज यू रियलाइज कि क्या आ सकता है यहाँ पे.
Oh, wait, what?
भाई यहाँ पे थोड़ा
बट ये तो पता होगा ना उसको, ये तो पता होगा उसको भाई।
I'm hoping because Tanya which is the favorite
तान्या को
country to
बताते हैं ना
travel
भाई,
to?
तान्या
हाँ,
इवाल नहीं
कौन
यूज
सी
करती,
favorite
तान्या
country
इज
आपकी
लाइक द
travel
वन हु
करने
इज
के लिए?
नॉट यूजिंग एनीथिंग, सो लाइक वी शुड।
हाँ.
बाय द वे तान्या, knight takes C5 is a नॉट अ ब्लंडर बट ओके, अ बिग मिस्टेक हियर।
So I'll tell you.
हाँ
हाँ बताओ बताओ
My
because-
first
हाँ.
feeling was that there should be something around the Greek gift, but the thing is the queen is on d2 and not on d1. So knight c5 or
भाई
bishop c5.
intuition तानिया की मतलब 10 on 10 यार, like come on, like let's go,
Chat.
But
let's go भाई.
Let's say
एक
bishop
सेकंड में
c5.
सोचने की भी जरूरत नहीं है, अपने आप ही मतलब थॉट्स आ जाते हैं. Crazy.
no,
Bishop
but I don't
c5.
think it works, right? You have to build it. So either you jump with the knight first, is what the feeling is. Knight g5, because bishop takes pawn, king takes bishop, then you give a check. Unfortunately, queen h5 पे नहीं आ रही है.
And
Right.
that's the thought process. But somehow, I don't know, somehow क्यों ये computer मतलब रात को सोया नहीं, नींद नहीं की रही इसने अच्छे से, क्या चक्कर है? Because it doesn't make sense. I agree.
Don't tell me. It's bishop takes pawn.
It's
Yes.
bishop takes pawn.
No.
Yes. King h7, bishop
Bye.
c5, knight c5, and आराम से queen to f2, attacking the knight and some knight g5 ideas. And this is plus 1.2 for white.
Wow. That
Chat,
is
the moral of the
massive.
story is always trust your intuition. ठीक है? हमेशा. It's usually right.
Dude, but this is so instructive. I mean, I'm amazed at this because we're talking about queen को h5 पे कैसे लाना है, and again using that undefended knight on c5 for the attack, and knight g5, queen h4. For me, it was going to be chat. Moral of the story is कि भाई castle सोच समझ के किया करो.
सही में एंड पता है द पॉइंट इज कि ये दूसरी वेरिएशन में भी आ रहा है. सो आई थिंक फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे इफ यू टेक विद द नाइट फॉर एग्जांपल, आप नाइट से मारते
Same
हो
thing.
तब भी आ रहा है. इट्स नॉट एज स्ट्रांग नाउ फॉर सम रीजन बट इट्स स्टिल द बेस्ट मूव. तो अब डिपेंड करता है कि वेई की प्रिपरेशन तो नहीं है, बिकॉज अगर प्रिपरेशन नहीं है then this is tough to find, right? Because over the board निकालना कि this is working will not be easy.
But I'm just wondering, how does this work? Because if you go queen f2, firstly the knight can go back and you don't have knight g5.
हाँ. So
And if
यहाँ
you take
मारना है.
bishop takes knight, bishop takes
Yeah.
bishop, अब आपके पास
Queen
queen
d3
f2
ना.
नहीं है.
Queen d3 है ना
knight
मेरे
g-
पास अब.
हाँ.
Okay, but you mean कि तुम्हारे पास इतना टाइम है that even without a tempo, g6 खेलना आएगा and then you have queen h3.
नहीं. Rook e8 only move.
Yeah, because g6
Bhai,
queen
this
h3 is GG's.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is tough. Allowing this. And
भाई
you have to
बात
just
बताओ, थोड़ा क्रेजी आइडिया है. जस्ट गोइंग बैक वन मूव. रूक e8 नहीं खेलना मुझे. एंड प्लीज ह्यूमर मी फॉर अ सेकंड. नहीं वो सी पोजीशन में रूक e8 नहीं खेलना.
हाँ.
कैन आई गो क्वीन टेक्स g5? Is it that bad?
Pawn
Okay,
takes
plus
queen तो
2.
मार दो.
ठीक है. Queen down plus 2. I'll take it, bhai.
No, this is not the queen sacrifice that you want.
Why
अभी पहले
double
queen हटा
bishops?
लेते हैं.
My pieces are active. b5, b4, bishop b7. I mean, no weaknesses.
H pawn है
H4
ना.
be that bad?
h5 आ रहा है. Queen e2 आ जाओ पहले, knight को हटा दो, and then just start pushing the pawns. But Sahaj, I don't think Prague's preparation is this.
I hope not. Yeah.
I don't
भैया
think he
पैसे वाला
sat
बात-
there and gone like कि भाई मैं आज round 2 of candidates में 10 move में queen sacrifice करने वाला हूँ.
भाई
भाई
कोई chat में
imagine.
लिख रहा है कि
Imagine.
ऐसे सोचो
अगर
मत.
वो सोचेगा तो.
भाई ऐसे सोचो मत. भाई सोचना पड़ेगा बिकॉज वही तो सोच रहा है ना. बिकॉज पता है तानिया, यू मेंशन इट राइट, योर इंट्यूशन वाज राइट कि जब भी ये e5 पॉन होता है, बिशप यहाँ होता है, नाइट यहाँ नहीं होता, लाइक दिस इज जस्ट द फर्स्ट मूव यू कंसीडर कि भाई दिमाग में आता है ग्रीक गिफ्ट काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है.
It's the first question, and generally I think this is something that has helped me so much, that you see where your most advanced pawn is, especially if there's a pawn chain like यहाँ पे d4 e5 है. That e5 is the most advanced pawn. That will actually tell us which side of the board we should focus on, which side we want to be more aggressive on. And it's usually the right path. So I think it's a big indicator, and French is the perfect example of that. In so many lines in French, black has to go f6 at the right time to break that pawn pointer.
Right, exactly. बिना f6 के it's kind of like chat. I mean, we say this a lot before as well कि Sicilian positions में जैसे d5 break होता है. अगर d5 break successfully आ गया Sicilian position में, then we know it's equal. French में that break is f6. अगर वो e5 का pawn आपने हटा दिया, then and it's successful, then at least you're equal, if not slightly more comfortable in the position. So yeah, but I think अगर आप pawn takes pawn मारते हो, I mean considering the fact कि Pragg की preparation है, I mean he still has not spent even 5 minutes. I mean for sure it's his prep. He will know that the best move here is queen a5, not to capture the pawn. करेक्ट. इससे फर्क ये पड़ रहा है कि अब आपका वो ग्रीक गिफ्ट काम नहीं कर रहा, क्योंकि कभी भी आप नाइट जी5 लाते हो तो आई कैन जस्ट कैप्चर बैक विद माय बिशप. सो व्हाट्स द फॉलो अप हियर साहिल भाई?
I think it's your move. आपने c5 पहले मार दिया, so c4 आपने रोक दिया, so now that pawn is gone, and apparently you can just castle. But I also kind of love Tanya's suggestion जो h4 का था ना, कि बस pawn फेंकते चलो and again like keep this in the air. But maybe you are right. I think कहीं ना कहीं this is a line Pragg has seen, and उन्होंने देखा है कि यहाँ पे white को कुछ crazy only moves निकालने, and if it doesn't work, maybe in the end game he has a better chance or something. So maybe he's taken a calculated risk. बट फिलहाल के लिए वो रिस्क बड़ा खतरनाक तो लग रहा है देखने में, डर लग रहा है थोड़ा बहुत.
Honestly, look at Pragg on the screen. I mean, you just need to look at him to know that he is not scared of any Greek gift sacrifices. He knows exactly what his response to pawn takes pawn will be. It is a move that he's looked at. He has 1 hour 55 minutes on the clock. They start with 2 hours. He's used barely any time. Wei Yi sochte ja rahe hain. And by the way, Pragg was sitting like this against Anish the whole game yesterday. Leaned back, hands folded, looking as chill as possible. So I don't, although you know his eyes are very direct.
Exactly. वो उसकी आंखें से ऐसे घूम रही है वहां पे ऐसे होता है.
भाई एक और क्रेजी आइडिया आया दिमाग में. ठीक है, तो तान्या की सजेशन h4, ठीक है अभी. f6 यही बेस्ट मूव है, एंड नाउ नाइट g5. इट्स नॉट लूजिंग फॉर व्हाइट.
I'll take this by at least बार हमारे साइड पे, उसमें तो बार भी साइड में नहीं था.
थोड़ा आगे जाते हैं. pawn takes h takes g5. अभी h7 का pawn अटैक्ड है आपका.
So
g6 ओनली चाल, अब g4. आइडिया मेरा bishop takes pawn g6 and then queen h2 and f5 of course, वो तो है ही secondary.
Wow, and you know what?
डर तो है इसमें.
Interesting. Blitz में काम कर सकता है because this is the best move. Sorry तान्या, मैं reveal कर दिया, but bishop g5, I was just shocked by this being the best move. But,
I was going to ask you, can black go rook f7 here, and how is that losing now that you've said the only move? What is the problem with this?
Bishop takes
not the
pawn.
only move. Yeah, bishop takes pawn.
Pawn takes bishop.
Queen h2.
Rook g7.
And now f5 apparently. Why is scary है?
I would take black and find something here. I don't know what is it, but I have a feeling this is defendable. But I agree with you that this looks scary. But you know, that's the thing, Sahaj. Agar Pragg ne ye sab prepare kiya hai, he just wins a piece, and I see the bar says the position's fine for black.
Yeah. Correct.
I have a question. French खेलना, ऐसी लाइन में घुसना, if it is indeed prep, ये कहीं ना कहीं win attempt नहीं है एक तरीके से, because you're kind of going for something very sharp and you're hoping your opponent kind of attacks you and at the end you get a chance. It's kind of a win attempt, right? You want to go for the win with black also.
Yeah. I mean,
so.
It feels
I think you're right.
It feels like a landmine, right? Basically, Pragg is provoking Wei Yi to come for all of this. Meanwhile, Wei Yi takes a decision. He's gone for short castle. No pawn takes pawn on the board.
बच गए भाई, बच गए. अच्छा देखने को नहीं मिला भाई, भगवान का भला हो. चैट बाल बच गए. ठीक है, वो चांसेस मिलते, बट वो बिशप h7 नहीं देख रहा था मैं.
Pragg knew what he was going to do for pawn takes pawn. बाल नहीं बचे. बहुत आराम से बचे हैं.
I didn't know भाई, मुझे स्ट्रेस बहुत था. क्वेश्चन मार्क देख के अच्छा लग रहा है बोर्ड पे व्हाइट के किंग के ऊपर. वेरी गुड.
I think the prep was a huge success, for Pragg.
Yeah, true.
Because you basically burnt your opponent's clock. You know, Wei Yi's been forced to spend time. There's no attack, and Pragg now takes a sip of his water. So it means that character thoda badal gaya. From pawn takes pawn, he had probably prepared all these attacking crazy variations. Now it's going to be a more sane fight. But I will still say that Pragg needs to get f6, or white will continue eyeing the king side.
And very interesting, Any other event apart from the candidates, Wei Yi definitely खेलते हो. बहुत chances थे वो खेलते हो variation, but candidates का pressure जो है ना, it forces you to do stuff which you don't want to do otherwise. तो I think कहीं ना कहीं वो pressure थोड़ा बोला होगा वहाँ पे, and he must have thought कि okay, I'm not clear about this. जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा है वो खेलता हूँ, and he just castles and puts his king on a safe square. But इसका मतलब black का king भी थोड़ा safe हो गया.
Very interesting. And I'm going to ask chat a question, and whoever is the first to answer gets what, Sahil? What are you going to give him? Whoever's the first to answer, but it has to be really quick, because here's the caveat in all of this, right? That if you don't answer in time, or you take your time, basically you won't have time to Google. Whoever's the first to get it right So you have to be really fast. It's not that
So
obvious. Yeah, what do you
you
want
ask
to
me
give him?
chat one trivia question, right?
One trivia question.
Huh,
Do we
so
have
if
a name for this segment?
we can name it Tanya's trivia, right? It
Okay,
rhymes.
fine.
It's
Another,
pretty
I
nice.
thought TT is for Tiku test, no? So we
अरे तो
can't do
TT बहुत
Tanya's
है.
trivia.
Title Tuesday, Tanya's trivia, चलता रहेगा.
Chalo, done.
So chat, Tanya will ask you a question, ठीक है? And the first person to answer along with your username space के बाद, वो बहुत जरूरी है, will get a 1 month diamond membership. We can do that, Tanya. Does that sound fair?
Username on Chesscom.
नहीं, यहाँ पर chat में लिख देंगे, we can add the membership on the Chesscom username. So
Okay,
for
fine.
example,
Chat, you have, yeah, ठीक है. So chat, you have to be, no, but I want them to just respond now without the username because if anyone Googles it, उन्हें immediately पता चल जाएगा. So
हाँ,
that's the only.
But दूसरे बंदे को username लिख रहा है, time extra लग रहा है. So at the end, it's still the same pace. Like everybody
Okay.
has to write their username, right? So तभी applicable है, and it'll be easy
Fine.
to kind of give them the membership, right?
Oh,
By the
look
way,
at
F6
what he's
play,
done. Yeah, this
best
had
move.
to happen. Sahaj, I think you're also proud of this move. Any player who has ever played French in their lives knows कि भाई F6 तो खेलना है. E6 का best friend F6.
अरे absolutely भाई F6 आने के बाद I mean I'm sure Pragg is right now showing कि भाई I'm focused and everything, but I think in like deep inside he's super happy right now. Like I think he's jumping right now. This is the best like outcome you could have imagined from the first 10 moves.
Insert ये दोस्ती हम नहीं तोड़ेंगे music भाई. That's a nice one. E6 F6. Chat, are you ready for the trivia? Ready लिख दो सबको जल्दी से. Are you ready for the trivia? Let's go. One question, one chance to win a diamond membership for 1 month. जल्दी से लिख दो. And जो लोग नहीं जीतेंगे, वो 26% off पे ले सकते हैं भाई. Golden opportunity while the candidate's life.
Okay. So chat, the question is, and the first to answer, the first to type wins, so you have no time to Google anything. Question of the trivia of the day is that how many players in Candidates 2026 Open have played a Candidates before? In the open section. I'm waiting for the first answer. Like, तुम ही पकड़ो. Good luck finding the
What's
answer.
the correct answer first? I think तभी हम
The
पकड़ पाएंगे.
correct answer is only 3 players in the Open have played a Candidates before. It is Hikaru Nakamura, it is Fabiano Caruana, and it is Praggnanandhaa. For everyone else, oh wait, has
Anish also,
played a
no?
Candidates before? 4 is the
Anish
correct
ने खेला ना?
answer.
Those 7 draws, yeah, I think. Oh, sorry, those
4.
14 draws, if I remember correctly.
3 have played last year, but 4 in total, bhai. 4
Yes.
is the correct answer.
Yeah, we have the username. I'm sharing it with Rakesh bhai, जो add कर देंगे membership. We have the name.
Are
I
you
think the
sure
winner.
कि आपने सही किया है?
हाँ, because backend पे दिखता है. It's easier.
Okay.
It's Nilanjan. Oh, Nilanjan bhai के भाई तो नहीं है. Nilanjan 1021 is the winner. Nice.
Nilanjan, actually, Nilanjan, you get it. We'll do one more trivia question later. But actually, what I forgot to add in the question was has played the 2024 candidates because उसमें मेरे दिमाग में 3 names थे because Anish didn't play. So actually, in the 24 Toronto candidates, only Fabi, Hikaru, and Pragg played from this one.
Yeah. Amazing.
So Nilanjan ji, congratulations on your premium membership.
तान्या स्टेवा का पहला इनॉग्रेशन हो चुका है तान्या एंड F6 मूव ऑन द बोर्ड. सहाज, तान्या, क्या लग रहा है? अब इवैल्यूएशन क्या है? Who's happier from the opening battle?
I don't think Wei Yi is happy at all. If I was facing this, looking at the time situation, White ने कुछ गलत नहीं किया है अभी तक. Position खराब नहीं है, but it's just that you know कि you have messed up somewhere. Black F6 ऐसे फालतू में नहीं खेलेगा. Like unless something tactical is happening, but probably Wei Yi को पता है कि tactical नहीं होगा because Pragg ने बहुत जल्दी खेला है, and I think Pragg is just he's definitely equalized, but on the better side.
I'll add to what Sahaj has just said. In the Sicilian, we often talk about if Black gets, in most Sicilians, a successful D5 break at the right time, you solve almost all your opening problems. You solve your opening problems. It's the same for French. A well-timed, a well-executed F6 break basically neutralizes most of White's pressure.
Yeah.
Exactly, because d4 and e5 पे बहुत बड़ा pressure है, and you might, like generally speaking as white आपको यहाँ पे c3 खेलना बहुत ज़रूरी है from c2 so you have to move your knight, so you cannot move the knight to e2 क्योंकि black c4 खेल के bishop को trap कर देगा, तो knight को d1 पे you have to reroute, but there's not enough time क्योंकि प्रग ने already center को strike कर दिया है. So he just doesn't have enough time. He has to take the pawn, whether it's f6 or c5. I think Wei Yi will decide. But yeah, I think happy days for Prague.
Happy days for Prague, matlab happy days for us, guys. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick run through before we deep dive into the women's section with Divya versus Vaishali. And this is the action. Ab hamare producer ji ne change kar diya hai. Top row hamara open hai, bottom row hamara women's section hai. Well done on that. And here we have it. Let's just go, I think, evaluation wise now. Sahil, fair to say that Prague with f6 last move, top left board, it looks like it's an equal opening right now. He has the time advantage. So opening advantage given to Prague in this just simply because f6 aa chuka hai.
Agreed. I think you got your idea in action, and also like it's also a concession, right? Ki I as white didn't go for the most ambitious line. खुद को भी admit करना है आपको, and your opponent also knows this now. So you're already a bit passive somehow, I feel. So Prague would be very happy coming out of this. And second game में दोनों knight a3 और a6 पे क्या कर रहे हैं यार? That's a bit unique. साज भाई ये क्या है? मेरे को लगता है c3 और c6 पे डेवलप करते हैं. ये कहाँ चले ये knight?
ये पेट्रोव की ना थ्योरी अलग होती है, मतलब
सही में भाई.
that's why majority of the players like just avoid it. but it's just a very stable end game. I think Sindarov के पास वो slight edge रहेगा. Bluebaum of course has to hold this position, but I think Bluebaum will hold this. Doesn't look very like nothing crazy is happening here.
Yeah, it looks quite even to me as well. And I see कि बार कह रहा है Sindarov को थोड़ा advantage है. I think it's because a little bit more space in this end game. So maybe the pieces will come out faster. The bishop is better. That f8 bishop थोड़ा blocked है. And I think one differentiator in this ending, वो f8 bishop खोलने के लिए अगर Bluebaum d pawn को push करता है, then you can imagine white's knight landing on e5 via d3 e5. But notice कि white का pawn जो f pawn है वो central squares control करता है. So some tiny problems to be solved. Meanwhile, the big one, by the way, chat is going crazy about this game कि ये अनीश की कोई absolutely insane prep हुई है Fabi के साथ. So maybe we'll look at that in a bit, chat. But Fabi versus Anish, Giri with an advantage, an opening advantage right now. Equal material hai. It's 6-6 in the pawns, but it's the bishop pair in an open position.
Absolutely, and also कहीं ना कहीं याद रखना है, if somehow Anish can defeat Fabi in this crucial game coming from a loss, and वहां से of course Bluebaum अपना Bluebaum things करेंगे sweep की तरह, तो Prague could be in sole lead also. I think 3 ही leaders है right now, so it's a battle, right? It's a race. So दूसरा अगर हार जाता है तो आपका benefit है. That's what happened to many players last time. So देखते हैं क्या होगा. And Anish right now, of course, is my pick apart from Prague. So I am cheering for him really. Who's chosen Fabiano as his second pick?
One and only.
साज भाई. So हमारी battle है भाई अभी. क्या लग रहा है? डर लग रहा है क्या साज भाई?
भाई थोड़ा सा तो हाँ. And I think अनीश के लिए भी it's very important to score a win today, क्योंकि आप ही ने कल बोला था and आज भी कि if you lose 2 games in a row, or if you're half out of 2, like it really doesn't start the event in the nice way. You don't have the same drive, and if you beat Fabi now, then Anish is back. Despite losing the previous game, he would be back, and he would be back in contention. So yeah, यहाँ पर जीतना बहुत ज़रूरी है Anish के लिए, and I think he has a great position. It really suits him well. These types of slow structures जहाँ पे कुछ dynamic नहीं हो रहा, white के पास static सा advantage है जो आप long term pressure कर सकते हो. But of course सामने Fabi बैठा है, so still a long game.
I just want to add to that actually जो भी कल हारा है, whether it's Anish or Hikaru, by the way, winning means you're at 50%. You're back at 50%. So you're definitely in contention again. But very important to pull that off. For Fabi in this position, third board on that top row, I think it's all about the c5 break. At some point, he has to get that going. We're talking it's a day of pawn breaks. f6 Pragg ne khela hai. I think it's very important for him to go dynamic, open up that file for the rook on b8. c5 aane wala hai, ye mat pucho kab aayega. The board next to that. Talking about Giri's situation, I think Hikaru also a must win, but this is very symmetrical. Actually, not a must win, must not lose. That is the key with the black pieces for Hikaru right now. And I think it's going to be super symmetrical. Pawns are on the equal sides here. This looks like maybe should be in equal territory. Meanwhile, in the women's section, Lagno, Zhu Jiner in the balance as well, but a crazy position. Muzychuk, Tan Zhongyi, also white with a slight pull. Rooks are on the open file. Bishop bahar laya gaya hai. Divya Vaishali, we'll deep dive into. Bibisara Goryachkina, equally crazy. King in the center, both kings in the center. But I think, Sahaj, we should go into a deep dive of Divya and Vaishali before jumping into anything else.
Absolutely. Let's do it because it looks like a normal Carlsbad position, which I think has a history कि white usually ज़्यादा comfortable feel करता है, but I personally have always felt more comfortable here with the black pieces because I understand the structure, much better in comparison to white, and I feel even though bar is saying some 0.3, I think she has just pushed h3 in the last move. So even though the bar says a slight edge, I think Vaishali is more or less fine. Like bishop e6 is the plan. You go rook c8. Maybe you try to push c5 at the right moment. And yes, white ka idea generally रहता है to play on the queen side with a3, b4 and b5. White wants to create, it's called a minority attack. That's what white is trying to achieve. And of course, black is trying to keep an eye on the queen side. If white plays a3, push a5. Don't allow this queen side attack, basically.
But instructions usually draw के chances are very high, no? Like it's usually white will get one weakness to attack c6 पे, black को थोड़ा counter play मिलेगा, will try to exchange this bishop. Like to win this, usually it's very tough against a well-prepared opponent, no? What's your take on this, Tanya?
Black, I would say I would agree with everything you said if black can achieve one thing in this position, which is the trade of the light squared bishop. If you can exchange these two bishops and just keep a pure knight's position, you really get closer to it, even if white gets the minority attack. And usually how black would do it is to try to get the bishop to f5. So either bishop e6, queen d7, bishop f5, or maybe g6, bishop f5 is the other way that I can see that you can try to achieve this. But until that happens, and so many minor pieces are there, and the plans that Sahaj said, especially that b pawn ramming forward and destroying the queen side, very often the pawns get hoovered, they get completely vanquished out of the board. And in that way, you can really try to push for an advantage, keeping all the minor pieces on the board. So I would say it's not completely equal right now, and it has more poison than what meets the eye. White, slightly better for me in this position, Sahaj.
I think agreed. But I think we can all agree to an extent that, I'm a bit bamboozled with the fact that Divya played this opening with the white pieces. Like generally Divya is more aggressive, matlab, e4. I mean, something that launches a kingside attack, but it feels like it doesn't feel like ये Divya की position है.
तो किसकी है फिर साज भाई?
I mean, I don't know. Like
I've ever heard Sahaj say bamboozled on a stream before. I just don't think I've ever.
I guess I've lost.
I don't think I've ever heard him use the word bamboozled in his life, let alone a stream.
So chat stream se pehle, I had texted both Saj and Tanya, so they have to slip in one word casually into their commentary. ऐसे बस slip कर देना है, and the other person shouldn't notice. And the word for Sahaj has been revealed, but Sahaj bhai, I don't know if you know Tanya's word. I mean,
I haven't used it so far, so he doesn't.
She hasn't used it. Yeah.
You have actually. Oh, naturally use कर दिया, पता भी नहीं लगा क्या? I think you have. You know you have.
220 chat.
Arre.
Let's see if
Tanya's
chat
playing
gets
a
the
different
word.
game, bhai. That is crazy.
Let's see if chat gets the word, or maybe you'll keep an eye. Sorry, let's not reveal it. Let's say if Sahaj gets the word first, or chat gets it. But Sahaj, that was not cash at all. The way you, like, it was not I wasn't bamboozled at all with the use of it.
Bhai, I am. Like, I'm bamboozled by how easy it was for you to read me.
Bhai, Vaishali उठ के चली गई वो सुन के literally.
This position is so. Like, it's the least bamboozling position on the planet. There's nothing bamboozling about it.
The fact that Divya has played it with white, you see. Bhai, agar Tanya ka word kuch normal word ho na, like least or something, then tikku bhai.
Hey,
like,
I mean,
that's
not. It's not something you use casually.
It's equally, yeah, it's not something which I go around saying every day in like normal conversation.
Yeah, yaar. देखो भाई एक और वर्ड टेक्स्ट करो ना मेरे को
करो क्या? I'll do it.
No, 1 second. Day 1 battle, I have won. Let's not do it. Day 1.
Okay.
Winner, chat, winner.
Okay, the vessel has spoken.
यही वर्ड दे दूंगा भाई मैं वैसल किसी को कल.
हाँ सही है.
Great.
By the way,
Okay.
Tanya,
Yeah.
G6 on the board. So you were mentioning it कि exchange करना है, and Vaishali listened and played G6. So Bishop F5 incoming next.
This is the most thematic idea for black to again neutralize white's advantage here, because you want to trade as many pieces as possible. Agar aap sirf majors ke sath rahoge, you'll be happy in this. That bishop on c8 looks open, but it actually doesn't have very happy squares on the board. d7 pawn block, e6 pawn block, g4 controlled. So somehow you have to get it on that f5 square, and Vaishali of course understands the nuances of this position. Rooks need to be connected, and now I feel, I think draw is a very likely outcome in this one, and my heart wants it. I genuinely don't want a result in this game, yaar.
Yeah. Agreed.
But I feel जब ये position equal हो जाती है ना, तब black win के लिए खेलना शुरू कर देता है. Like, like generally in all of my games I can tell you, whether it was with white or black, जब भी equalize होती है position, usually एक minor piece बचता है, black का knight और white का bishop और white का knight, whatever. And in that situation, it's usually black who starts suddenly pressing in this game. So I don't think यहाँ पे फटाफट draw होने वाला है. First of all, I think या तो Divya will find something right now, like maybe something like knight e5, f4 and create a kingside attack like that. या फिर, Vaishali just completely neutralizes the position and then she pushes in the end game.
I would say draw.
मैं तो
शायद आपका
bamboozled
word
हो
reveal
जाऊंगी
कर दिया
अगर
भाई.
यहाँ पे decisive हुआ ना कुछ, तो भाई full bamboozling हो जाएगी मेरी तो.
भाई लग रहा है चैट ने आपका वर्ड रिवील कर दिया, बट वो वर्ड मैंने सुना नहीं था भाई, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. या तो मेरा इंटरनेट ग्लिच हुआ
I don't know
होगा.
कौन सा word बोला. And by the way,
Vanquish.
before he says it, if it's the wrong one, Sahaj, you'll be
हाँ,
on
so
-2.
by the way, rules ये हैं कि if you guess the wrong word, then basically +3 score हो सकता है, like मतलब opponent का, like
ये
that
कहाँ
thing.
से
हाँ, तो
नए
क्या
रूल्स
बोला
ला रहे हो
फिर
You
आप?
can't take infinite guesses. फिर तो,
क्या बोला?
for example,
भाई
let's
मैंने
say
थोड़ी ना
कि
पूछा, तो चैट बोल रही हो तो.
No, you said, you want to go with chat? You can go with chat if you want.
But I genuinely didn't hear the word. Like that's the thing. I genuinely didn't hear you
But
say the word
वो ये ना, it would have
vanquish.
been smooth if you didn't hear it. That's the main
Yeah,
point. That's the main point.
because-
तुमने notice ही नहीं किया.
But I'm happy. Do you want to go with
या
that
मेरा
word?
इंटरनेट
I
गया.
didn't even hear you. I didn't. मेरा internet गया.
नहीं मेरा कभी कभी जाता है ना, like for 5-10 seconds. Maybe it was around. Okay,
I'll tell you
but-
one more thing, Sahaj. I've used the word of the day that was given to me more than once today. So the fact that you didn't hear it.
Oh wow, really? More than
Yes,
once?
I did.
I heard
Yes.
it once.
I've used it at least twice today.
No, once
भाई
I thought.
thematic तो नहीं हो सकता.
Twice.
thematic तो अगर
Twice
टिक्कू ने
it's
दिया तो
been
फिर
used.
मतलब एक
Thematic is
I
also
was
unique, but could be.
I was
Who
so
knows?
good at it कि even आपने नहीं notice किया. But चलो
that's
कोई ना.
nice.
So moving on, I think
Yeah.
this one is going to be a slow battle. Is going to be a positional grind. Let's bring up this game now. What do we make of this? Can we take it from the top, guys?
Yeah. Oh, 97.
So
Very
firstly,
interesting move order here by Caruana. G3.
अच्छा ये वहाँ से ट्रांसपोज हुआ है d4. Oh yes. It transposed from knight f3 d5 g3 knight d7. उसमें same move order आता है. d5 g3. This is reti knight d7. Now you have to play d4 and then e6 c4 में same position है. So I think that's the idea that Fabio has gone for.
Rook b8.
Basically
d4,
just to
20,
delay
d5.
knight f6 ताकि वो move extra move आप use कर सको to defend the pawn on c4 or create something on the queen side. इसलिए उसने queen knight f6 नहीं खेला अभी तक.
97 castles b4 takes. I mean काफी smooth game है. No one point which dictates कि भाई यहाँ पे गलती करी Caruana ने, but somehow white is slightly better and Caruana finds the only move, by the way. c5 निकाल खेला उन्होंने.
Yes. I was expecting this. I didn't know that whether it was immediately the best, but actually it's defended. Why not? It makes a lot of sense. Next, you bring your queen out, you bring your rook out on d8 or c8. Firstly, big questions here. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the pawn? Are you going to leave it behind? So I really like this approach by Fabi. Bhai, जब तुम्हारे opponent के पास double bishop होता है ना, you can't just sit on the position. You will slowly get outplayed.
Yeah, true. And also, I mean, that game of Giri versus Hans जो Grand Swiss का last round था, basically the game that got him the candidate spot, वहाँ पर भी अनीश के पास double bishop advantage था for the rest of the game. So perfect position for someone like Anish to grind and just try to bamboozle his opponent.
Sahaj bhai, पुलिस के सामने चोरी नहीं करते भाई, इट्स ऑलरेडी डन, इट्स ओवर। जेल में बैठ के कह रहे हो मैं चोरी करूंगा, ये मोनालिसा चुराऊंगा, भाई ऐसा थोड़ी होता है, पकड़े गए आप, इट्स डन।
कुछ चोरी करने को रहा नहीं आज के लिए सहज के पास. But I just putting it out there, he still hasn't guessed mine. You're most welcome to go with what chat has said. I have no problems with that. Or you can wait for your opportunity, Sahaj Grover.
ये अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, तान्या बहुत 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 बहुत
भाई
ट्रिकी हो रही है। अब तान्या मेरे को बैम्बूजल कर रही है एक्चुअली।
तुमने वैसे word कौन सा बोला था? I couldn't even hear you.
It was vanquish apparently you used.
Okay. So
You used
you
the
are
word vanquish and I didn't hear it but apparently chat heard it.
Okay.
Okay. You wanna take
So
that
are
as a
you-
word, like as a guess?
मुझे लग
are
रहा
we
है कि
going-
रिवर्स साइकोलॉजी, बट आई कांट रीड हर राइट नाउ, अभी थोड़ा मुश्किल है, थोड़ा वेट करो थोड़ा।
Okay, let's read the position then. Until then, you
Yes,
can
yes, yes.
decide on that, or you could wait and watch what happens aage. Now C5 खेला गया है. My first question here is instinctive, and it's for chat and you guys as well on the panel here. That do you want to trade the pawns, or would you think about retreating the bishop? Like if you have to make a move and a decision in a bullet game in this, where is your intuition here?
Pawn takes pawn. I think pawn takes pawn, bishop c3 is what I immediately see. But okay, you have knight takes pawn, which I guess is more annoying. But blitz में तो मैं सोचूंगा मेरे पास कभी भी a5 है, at the right moment. So I'll be happy with that, and I'll just go with it. But classical में maybe I will think and I will say okay, maybe commit नहीं करना चाहिए pawn takes pawn. I should go bishop c3, let black take on d4, and then capture back with my queen. जिससे mate in 1 threaten हो रही है, and of course I retain double bishops and some pressure in the position as well.
Is it like a
And of course,
stylistic thing?
Fabi miss कर देगा mate in one, pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn.
हाँ,
क्या
exactly,
पता?
because after this you're basically going for the attack, right? Knight f5, queen f4 आप maintain कर रहे हो, and in this you're kind of offering a queen trade as well, right? Because काफी chances है कि queen trade हो जाएगा. So it's maybe a stylistic thing, yeah? कि
I
whether
think
you
it's
want to go for the end game.
stylistic. For me, the question with bishop c3 would be, how do I feel about black getting c4 and knight d5 in? I think if I'm happy with that as white, then I would want the trade on my terms. And I see that c4 is not a very strong option here. But this is what, from my human perspective, I would be thinking about. Can I just kill that bishop? But I think c4, maybe you come back with the bishop to b4. And you stop knight d5 and you say, I'm going to win the c4 pawn eventually.
या फिर सीधा e4 also, ना bishop b4 की जगह, just
Correct.
and
So
just
you
bishop
just stop
b4
the
ने.
plan.
हाँ, I mean this looks very very nice.
Bishop pair. So I like it. I like bishop c3. By the way, what do you think, like for Anish losing that game one, to Prague, knowing what's at stake here? And it's really, what's your reward after losing game one? What's your consolation prize there? Is that you have to play Fabi in the next round. How do you think he's approaching? Is he like, I want to just stop the bleeding, draw is not a bad result at all? Or do you think he will try to push in this position for more?
I
think
think
he's
you
happy,
it
no?
depends on
happy,
the
kind of.
position.
This position that we have, with what we have in front of us.
I think he will push here for sure, Anish. Like I think because this is I think ye exact position. If either there are three players that come to mind. Of course, Magnus is one of them. Then there is Vidit, and then there is Anish. Like three guys who would be a nightmare to play this as black. These three guys, I think, because they have an extremely good feel for the game, and this is यहाँ पे ज़्यादा tactics नहीं हो रही है in general, so you can just keep your long-term advantage and put pressure on your opponent. If you don't press here, then आप कहाँ पर आप press करोगे,
Also, I think Hikaru का एक interview था जहाँ पे he shared कि when he lost that early game against Vidit, तो he was like, उनको ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स अपने हाथ से स्लिप होता हुआ फील हो रहा था. Like he could feel the desperation कि भाई जीतना है हर गेम. So maybe somewhat the same feeling for Anish, and the easiest way to come back is just beat the guy who's likely to win. And सामने कारुआना बैठा है, उनको अगर हरा दिया तो I mean your odds improve drastically, I think.
I love how Sahil saying the easiest way is to win. I mean, that's literally the hardest thing to do, Sahil.
I know, but like
easy clap.
As somebody who's trailing, I think you're thinking, okay, I have a slight edge. If I can beat Fabi did show signs of weakness yesterday. Kal thoda bahut mistakes हुई थी, couldn't convert perfectly, and he's not in like A plus game right now. In the A game maybe. So chances तो हैं. And maybe अगर preparation अच्छी बन जाए जैसे बनी board के ऊपर, maybe some chances to beat him right now. And as you mentioned, Saj bhai, he's going to push for a while.
Yeah, for sure. So bishop c3, I think, is pretty much. I mean, the more I think about it, the more natural it looks. I think that will happen very, very soon, and I think Fabi is gonna suffer for a bit. But yeah,
Fair.
prediction.
Fair.
At least मेरे को लग रहा है at least 2 result position तो होगी है. But yeah,
By the way,
he took on f6. Yeah.
updates in
Yes, he
the
did.
Prague game. Yeah, he took on f6, knight f6, and now king to h1. What is this a sign of, king h1, Tanya?
It's a sign that after knight g4, I don't want to give up my bishop. I want a g1 square for the bishop to retreat to. So, yeah, that is the most, like the first explanation that comes to mind, that you need that square. You're also stepping out of any diagonal, opening up the a7, g1 diagonal. It's a useful move to make in all these. जब आपका f pawn आगे चला जाता है ना, king h1 is always useful to have. I don't think Sahaj, he wants to go rook g1, g4, g5. I don't think that's the plan.
No. Knight g4, bishop g1 makes sense. I mean, I think black ka, the weakness is on the e6 pawn and the e5 square. So I think white should play rook e1 and move the bishop away and e5 ke square ko thoda target karo. But in fact, the best move here for black is very strange actually. It doesn't feel normal for a French position. Black should actually go for c4 now. हम ये कुछ टाइम पहले डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि c4 actually is not a good move because it releases tension and that's usually the case. But अब bishop e2 के बाद you have this nice move bishop to b4 that attacks knight e4.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, this is very nice, no? Actually.
But Pragg has made his decision. He keeps the pawn structure still flexible in the center. And I saw him, I said, Aram se B pawn push kiya hai. So eyeing that b7 square for the bishop, eventually defending, reinforcing c5. To me, this move makes the statement that I want to keep the tension in the center. I've just reinforced my center. So once again, passing the ball to Wei Yi, I'm expecting him to continue development. Rook e1 seems like a very logical move here to play.
Rook a e1?
To me, it's the
And
first
then-
move that comes to mind.
I think also because bishop b7, okay, maybe that's not his plan really. Usko c5 bachana tha most likely. He doesn't want to play bishop b7. But yeah, it does put pressure on the e6 pawn. So maybe rook e1, queen c7, and yeah, the game is on. Now who do you prefer here? As if you had a choice, would you take white or black?
You know, I really like the plan that you mentioned earlier of pushing that c pawn, pinning that knight on c3, and then eyeing that e4 square. Meanwhile, for white, f5 aane raha hai. Knight g5 khel sakte hai, but e6 defended hai, h7 defended hai. I'm not seeing something immediate happen. So I feel like for Pragg, he has a clear threat on the board that has to be on Wei Yi's radar, right? c4, bishop b4, knight e4. I am inclined to say I'm liking Pragg's position a little bit here.
Yeah,
There's a
actually,
long-term weakness on
agreed.
e6.
Yep. I think black looks fine. And also I think time-wise be 40 minutes. I know Wei Yi बहुत कम time लेके खेलते हैं and he's very good at that, time pressure phase in general. But 40 minutes बहुत होता है. सिर्फ 12 moves हुई हैं and he's used up like 50 minutes. So I think वो भी opening में, I think this could also be a time trouble phase entering at some point. So Pragg should be the obvious pick.
Pragg is like the photo of determination right now. Like he is so, it's almost like I don't know if it's happening to you guys, but it's like he's staring through, looking into the soul of Wei Yi right now. I mean, just, now he's not. But
नहीं,
just
Pragg
so
उसको पूछ रहा
different
है.
from Wei Yi.
Pragg उसको पूछ रहा है अभी, तू bamboozle हुआ ना?
भाई Pragg की बॉडी लैंग्वेज इज लाइक द चिलेस्ट गाय. मतलब वो मूवी 8वीं बार देखने गया है, उसको पता है हर सीन में क्या होने वाला है. नो सरप्राइजेस व्हाटसोएवर, काम एंड कंपोज्ड. एंड बैम्बूजल तो आसपास भी नहीं है भाई उसकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज से. कहीं नहीं दिख रहा बैम्बूजल भाई, बैम भी नहीं दिख रहा है.
But Wei is, of course, ice cold. I mean, we know that. Nerves of
Yeah.
steel. So he's not going to show.
Absolutely.
But definitely he's not happy with the opening. For sure.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think this has been an opening success for Pragg, whether how far it goes or not, but this is his second opening success in 2 rounds of the candidates. And it's not just the board, right? It's the clock situation. It happened yesterday as well. He's like 40 minutes ahead on the clock right now. And the thing is, this slowly builds up. Let's remind everyone that it's 2 hours, 40 moves with no increment. So it can really have a big effect. Look at that. Not a single minor piece has been exchanged. No open fires where you can imagine the rooks and the queens getting off the board. There's essay not even an iota of hope of an endgame coming up anytime soon. So it's really looking like whatever opening success Black can hope for has happened in this game. Guys, chat, well done by Pragg, man. And shout out to Weber Suri making some great decisions for his openings.
Bhai, can you imagine if Pragg wins, like what that means even for his seconds, right? I mean, that's like an insane stamp of approval on their skill set. Like that's insane. And we met Weber at Tata Steel India. He was very anxious about yeah, candidates and so on. Us time pe I think just qualify kiya tha Pragg. So very very dedicated guy. And also chat कई लोग सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई watching कम क्यों है? Chat एक बार like कर दो भाई. 30 watching ही है. 30 लोग तो हम production में लगे हुए हैं. Please भाई like कर दो ताकि और लोग आके देखे भाई जल्दी से.
मैं यार ये गेम थोड़ा गलत कर दिया आपने. मैं बार बार सोच रहा हूँ कि वो कौन सा वर्ड था तानिया का.
ले लो गेस, एक गेस ले लो ना भाई. What's the
नहीं तानिया, चलो एक प्रॉमिस करोगे मेरे को तानिया?
I will use it again. That's what you wanted to ask
just
me.
use
I will
it
use
once.
it again. Done.
हाँ ठीक है.
हाँ.
I'll use it again before the broadcast ends.
कोई लिख रहा है चैट में, सुपर चैट एक्चुअली, सहज भाई आज पोहा खा के बैम्बूजल हो गए.
What is this poha situation though? It's come up twice. The thing is, I don't know what these inside jokes are here.
I have no idea भाई.
Okay.
इतना इनसाइड जोक है किसी को नहीं पता एक्चुअली तो.
Chat, आप ही बता दो कि what is the poha secret? Chat is
आयोटा कह रहे
interesting.
हैं. नहीं, आयोटा नहीं है. आयोटा is not the word. I can guarantee.
Sahil, why does it feel like you've gone on Team Sahaj?
नहीं,
हाँ,
ऐसा कुछ
आपको
नहीं,
ऐसे
ऐसा कुछ
बताना
नहीं.
नहीं चाहिए था.
Yeah, why are
मैं
you telling
सोचता
him?
नहीं.
Why are you
but-
telling him?
He's already lost. No, he's already lost. थोड़ा सा
I
help
want
like
3 points. I want those 3 points.
But
हो सकता है
I mean,
word.
I haven't lost because I think there are only 2 results possible in this stream. I can either lose or it can be a draw. So I mean, by the end of the stream, if I correct her word, then it will be a draw, right?
No, it
No,
will not
but
be a
no.
draw.
The number of times she says the word is her score. The number of times before getting caught,
Okay.
the number of times you say
Before
it is your
getting
score. So your score is 0, and her score at least
Minus
1. I know.
भाई मैं
No,
चेक
too, and
करूंगा
I will
वापस.
tell
तान्या ने
you
2 बार
when I
कब बोला
used
था.
it as well. I will also tell you when I used it at the end of the stream.
But
ठीक
when
है,
Bring
you
up
know,
our bird's eye view. Let's bring up our
transcript,
bird's eye
chat
view.
GPT,
भाई
find
word
the
bird's eye view तो नहीं है ना.
Sahaj, we're not answering anything. You guess the word and you say it, okay? Everyone's asking in chat ki ye word kya ho raha hai? It's just a game that Sahil, do you want to introduce this?
So basically chat, I sent Sahaj and Tanya one word before the stream कि भाई stream में जितनी बार ये word आप casually ऐसे slip in कर सकते हो ना in the commentary, बस कर दो दूसरे को बिना पता करे. And जितनी बार you do it, उतना is your score. And Sahaj भाई पहली बार में ही पकड़े गए. So and Tanya at least once she said it. So she's already won the challenge. But कितना स्कोर वो कर सकती है. It's like विराट कोहली है. मतलब you can win the game but century भी करनी है. So अंपायर भी वाइड नहीं देता है.
But भाई एक बात बताओ, अगर आप ओलंपियाड में अगर आप 4-0 से जीतो या 2.5 1.5 से जीतो, ठीक है, मैच पॉइंट तो एक ही मिलता है आपको, ठीक है.
पर
भाई,
अगर
फर्क है ना,
3 पॉइंट्स क्यों है
tie break
फिर?
हो गया तो फिर गेम पॉइंट्स मैटर करते हैं ना भाई.
हाँ तो टाई ब्रेक थोड़ी है ना. If I catch you, okay, you have caught me first, right? So you have already won, so that's 1 point for you, not 3 in that sense. क्योंकि मैच पॉइंट तो फिर भी एक ही हुआ ना.
No, right
Then
now
day
I'm
2
on
is gonna
game
be a new
points
word.
2. No, I'm on game point 2. If at the end of the candidates we have an equal match point score, let's say one day you win, one day I win, and like that it's equal, then game points पे आ जाएगा. So right
ठीक है,
now I'm
ठीक है,
on
ठीक है.
2 and yours.
भाई
Also,
ऐसे ही है भाई.
domination is
पूरा
something,
ओलंपियाड ही
yeah.
होगा यहाँ पे आज.
भाई पर domination भी एक चीज होती है भाई.
Tanya's 5th Olympiad by the way.
Hello, 5th क्या बोल रहे हो? Already 7th हो चुका है मेरा. Budapest 7th था, ठीक है?
my bad. 8th.
Okay, guys, let's
Fine.
bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick roundup of what is happening before we take our first break chat. And this is where we are. Top half men, bottom half is women. And we see the bars all across our screen. अगर किसी को favor कर रहे हैं तो वो white है. And let's remember, yesterday all our 3 decisive games, Sahaj, came from the white pieces. Do you think black will and where from can score a win today?
So far on the open section, I think only player I see having any chance to win with black is Prague I think has the most. Maybe Hikaru has some chances. But like in Fabi and Bluebaum, I don't think they have much chances to win here, sadly.
But I mean,
Sahil, what do
Sindarov,
you
yeah?
think are the what do you think are the ramifications of what we are seeing in front of us with the bar the way it is? Is it again going to be a whitewash?
No, I'm kind of really curious about that Sindarov game. Agar Sindarov, who's kind of created some sort of advantage now, agar jeet gaye, he will have a 2-0 advantage. That's insane, no? Like imagine candidates two wins directly.
एक सेकंड कुछ बोला गया था अभी आज
क्या बोला गया था साहब?
अभी
क्या
अभी
हुआ?
कुछ शब्द बोला गया था अभी
क्या?
ramification is that the word?
You want to take a
Is that
guess?
your answer?
No, I'm not. I'm just testing the water right now. That's
Chat,
not
then
my
stay
final
with
answer.
us because we are going to go into the first break while Sahaj makes up his mind if that is going to be his guess of the day. So we leave him to that. And of course, we'll also leave Sindarov and Matthias Bluebaum in this end game. We'll be back with all the middle game action in just a few. And we are back, chat, and what a moment to be back, because look at that evaluation bar. Bhai, we went on our first break and maybe हमें 3-4 breaks और ले लेनी चाहिए साहिल, because Vehi ने कर दी है mistake and it's advantage Prague right now. Can we back up Sahaj and take a look at what happened and why is Prague better here?
I think 95 was attacking the c6 knight, but at the same time वो d4 का जो pawn है वो थोड़ा loose हो गया. So if Pragg can play something like queen c7 in this position to defend the knight on c6, also develops your queen. Then वो d4 के pawn को आप कैसे बचा रहे हो? If you play knight e2, then तो c4 and your bishop is gone.
Bye-bye.
So maybe you have to capture the knight on c6, which just strategically makes no sense. Because you're wasting like 2 moves to exchange a piece. So I feel this is the reason why he's better.
I want to add to that. I think there are a lot of strategic concepts that are there in this position. You know, Prague, I think you're somebody who speaks about pushing the F pawn and what are the ramifications of that can happen, which would make things very complicated for white. So in this position specifically, there are some weakened light squares that exist. Because of that pawn, attack ho nahi raha hai on the king side. On the other hand, black's forces can completely vanquish white here on the queen side. C4, B5, B4, sab aa raha hai. And the question here will be, who will be faster? And it feels like Prague has the power-packed performance here on the queen side. I don't see the makings of the king side attack.
Tanya, bamboozled lag raha hai.
Tanya, I think you are an insane commentator. Like I have to give it to you. What is this, bhai? Insane. भाई अब तो लग रहा है कि चैट से पूछना पड़ेगा, एक पोल डालना पड़ेगा कि वर्ड वैंक्विश है कि या फिर ramifications है. I am not sure. But if I had to take my gut, I am ready to say the word. Just let me know. Because ताकि वो number और ना
You
बढ़े.
can do it at any point. I'm very happy if you do it. Please do it now.
Why are you so confident? That's
it's your
making
call.
me nervous.
But meanwhile,
Okay, fine. Your word is ramification.
Yay!
And that's +3 because that's not the word, Sahaj bhai. So that means at least 4 points for Tanya now.
What's the word then? The word to reveal.
I mean, that doesn't mean कि मुझे बताना है.
अरे ऐसे थोड़े भाई ये तो चलता रहेगा.
बताओ.
तो वही ना. That's the point. You can keep guessing. That's the point.
Said, but
चलो एक ऐसा करो, मुझे कोई एक वर्ड दे दो जिसमें मुझे आधा पॉइंट दे देना, चलेगा मुझे. सेकेंडरी वर्ड.
देखो कितना अंदर से कितना बुरा लग रहा है अभी. He just can't take it. He's like,
yes.
कुछ तो करना है अभी. Sahil, I leave you to take that decision, but I just want to talk. I want to finish the point about this position because it's actually quite interesting that why black has this certain edges, because the flexibility on the queen side is actually much stronger than white's movements and weaknesses and the lack of it on the king side up that the e5 pawn is gone. And I think long term, keeping the pressure or going c4, b5, b4 will give Prague an edge. So something to fight here for. And don't forget the clock, 40 minutes up on the clock as well.
Great points there, and I'm still wondering where is that d4 pawn gonna go. dc5 doesn't make sense, and I'm considering a move like bishop e2 instead. मतलब I know I don't want to play this move, but I feel like मेरे पास और कोई option नहीं है.
But this looks like a bishop गया ना भाई, and that's very scary somehow. Like bishop c5 पे आराम से आ सकता है. The second bishop comes to b7, d4. भाई मतलब this is where Prague starts counting up the points to 2, yeah? It feels like this is done.
भाई Prague counting points till 2 सबसे पहले तो साहिल करता है. स्ट्रीम शुरू नहीं होती है, आते ही भाई Prague आज जीत रहा है. और साहिल के दिमाग में Prague has already won the candidates और भाई गुकेश Prague का मैच चालू है.
Bye. Imagine. Just imagine. That would be insane.
That would be.
I think
insane.
visualization, वो था ना एक exercise, manifestation, so to
Manifestation.
speak. Yeah.
Okay, so we are quite happy with the way things have turned out for Prague. He's quite happy. It's right now Wei Yi versus Prague's chair. And I think he's, with so much time on the clock, he's got enough reasons to walk around. Probably he's checking out Vaishali's game, and maybe we should check out Vaishali's game.
But just before we do that, I have one question for you. Okay, Tanya and that. I mean, this is a chess question. Like
Okay.
in this position, what do you think is the best move that I see on my screen right now? I will give you 5 guesses. Tiku, I think if you've seen it, then mat bolna. But if you haven't seen it, then you can.
For white, the top 5 moves. The top move by the engine, we have 5 guesses.
Yes, 5 guesses.
I mean, there's a direct threat right now. D4 is hanging. I would be. I think Bishop E2 makes some sense. I think that makes some sense. But you've already said it. Chat, you also.
5 guesses है ना, तो आप तो you can waste a few.
Very tough, actually. Rook D1. Rook AD1 is one of my guesses. Don't ask me why.
No.
Knight F3 is
Rook
one of my
AD1
guesses.
is no. That's 2. Knight F3 is 2. 2. 3 more.
I don't even
जो
want
भी
to
आपका
guess
feel
one.
है फटाफट जो भी.
Chat is saying G4. भाई chat तो मतलब.
F5?
3. 2 more.
Okay.
चलो एक हिंट देता हूँ आपको. आप गलत साइड पे देख रहे हो.
What? कुछ A3 वगैरह है क्या? A3
Okay, that's
A4.
4 no, but closer.
Okay, I give
That's
up.
close.
What is
Tiku,
it?
please reveal it.
It's knight to B1. I mean,
like,
I think the idea is to just play C3, yeah?
Okay,
but I
but
mean, it's
We
a
need to
free
makes no
point.
understand
sense.
this. Takes. And
And now
the
queen
next
E2. Just knight D2, knight F3. Okay, it makes sense, but yeah, knight B1 a ridiculous move, yeah?
Okay, there is zero chance, yeah? I mean,
It's
Wei
a
Yi को
very
engine में तो तब भी नहीं
Karpovian
करेगा वो.
move, though. I will say one thing, this idea of rerouting the knight, it's very Karpovian. He's done it in his games. Magnus has done it in the games after studying the classical maneuvering of exactly this idea. And yes, it's very not human. It's very not human to play knight b1. And the follow-up as well, right? A simple queen slide to reroute the knight to the f3 square. I mean, if Wei Yi plays this, honestly, like, I'll have to tip my hat, which I'm not wearing right now, but we'll imagine me tipping it. If he
It
plays
would be
knight
crazy,
b1.
actually.
It would be crazy. I'm looking if I have a hat that I can tip.
But that's the only way that the position remains okay for him. Like the next move is bishop g1, which is equally unlikely. ये तो नहीं है.
Bishop
Bishop
g1
g1
I
का भी.
mentioned, by the way. It was one of my candidate moves.
कुछ queen f2 भी है.
Right.
कुछ queen f2 भी है. I think it's apparently also okay. And if
So
cd4,
queen f2
you can first take here. That's the difference.
But queen f2 I'll reject because I just didn't like knight takes, pawn takes, and knight g4.
No,
like
knight takes
bishop
knight.
Knight takes knight.
Sorry.
This I don't like for white. I mean, at least I know कि white की better नहीं है.
Yeah, this. By the way, I thought exactly the same, which is why I didn't say queen f2 because of this knight g4 problem.
But that also seems to be like a way to kind of cop out a bit, ki not be significantly worse. But knight b1, queen f2, if both look difficult, then Prague, good news, yeah? It's not going to be easy to come up with the best move. And Wei
But
already...
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This whole knight b1 concept of realizing that... Can you just play it one more time? Let's break it down a little slowly. For Wei, key to find this idea, you sacrifice a pawn in the center to double up Prague's pawn. So let's say you take the pawn with the knight. Because if you take it with the pawn, then I think at least you have knight takes knight, bishop takes pawn. You have a strong hold over the d4 square, and you're kind of happy in this position.
Yeah.
So
and of course, pawn takes bishop. Just to add on to that, if pawn takes pawn, knight takes knight, pawn takes bishop, there's an intermezzo with the check, takes, and now queen takes pawn, and now it's only white who's playing for an advantage here because of those weak pawns on e6, d5, e5, d4 squares. Very, very easy game for white ahead.
Yeah, completely agree with that. So the only thing that black can do is take on d4. Let's say if you want to win a pawn, bishop takes knight, Pawn takes bishop. And now just simply, I think this is really the tough one. Queen e2. But if you play knight b1, it has to be with this idea that your knight belongs on f3. You control e5, and you're basically saying you might not win this pawn because bishop c5 might defend it, but actually you don't care about that. You know, let's say rook c8 aa gaya yahan pe. Let's just make some moves. Knight f3, bishop c5. You still don't win the pawn.
And look at this, yeah. White suddenly is even better. So knight g5, and यहाँ पे
because
बहुत
E6
साथ है.
टूट गया.
So there's real potential in this position for white. But कितना likely है कि knight b1 खेलेंगे? वेस्ली की शक्ल देख के तो नहीं लग रहा है. He looks very
No, he's
like
played.
right now.
He's
What?
played. He went rook a1.
Oh, thank God. I
That's an
was shocked. Knight b1 खेल दिया बंदे ने. Thank God.
He went rook a e1, yeah, knight b1 he didn't. I mean, that would have, but it's so instructive. I love that you pointed that idea out. It's actually a beautiful idea. You know, chess me, I've always found it more beautiful when we have these positional strategic concepts because tactics are stunning and, you know, they have a shock value to it. But like yesterday, Prague, how he maneuvered his rook so that the bishop could come on e1 and so he can get h4 and get the knight out. Like this is, I feel like where you have the elite level really show their class.
Yep,
Knight
technique.
b1 was a bit too inhuman though.
तानिया बहुत सारे वर्ड्स बोल रही है ऐसे जो मतलब थोड़े यूजुअली बोलती नहीं है. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है. I don't know why. If it's like a throw off, yeah, it's like direct
अब
direction.
क्या बोला मैंने?
हो सकता
हाँ,
है.
थोड़ा सा है ना?
हो सकता है, हाँ. थोड़ा कंफ्यूज कर रही है तानिया. एक काम करते हैं टिकू भाई, हम लोग ना धुरंधर की बातें शुरू करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद then it will be 50-50, you know.
धुरंधर 2, no, not 1 though.
धुरंधर 2,
Like
sorry. Yeah.
one तो निकल
Yeah,
गई.
sorry.
Sorry.
By the way, bishop d6 played by Pragg. Apparently bishop b7 best move थी, but okay, I think it might even transpose at some point, activating the bishop, putting pressure on e5. But अभी भी what's white's next move? क्या फिर से कुछ knight d1 खेलना है क्या? Like how do you make progress here, Saj?
By knight d1 में तो I think you have c4 and knight e4, and I don't like that.
Yeah.
भाई queen
looks
c1 पे
scary.
रखना पड़ेगा आपको. वो क्या कर रही है queen उधर?
Hmm.
तो knight d1 तो नहीं कुछ. I mean, I was looking at some ideas like b3, which just doesn't make much sense. Oh, अच्छा नहीं, अभी तो pawn takes pawn मर रहा है. Sorry. There's no
Yeah.
knight c6 ना?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no knight c6. So I still want to take the knight on c6 and just simplify the position, or just bring the knight back to f3. I don't know.
But
It
कितना
looks
difficult
so
है
uncomfortable.
भाई. वापस आना knight f3, very hard. Admitting कि आपने दो चालें पूरी waste कर दी. That's very difficult. And chat करिए Fabi mistake. You want to have a look at it quickly?
Should we bring up our bird's
Yeah,
eye
let's
view
do it.
and do a quick
Yeah,
roundup
yeah.
and then just deep dive into the Fabi game? Because that would be huge for Anish if he can get a big advantage. By the way, as we look at across our colorful screen right now, it's actually only the top left board for Prague where we see a slight advantage for black that's being given by the evaluation bar. All across, again, it feels like it's at least started off as a good day for white, with Sindarov having an advantage over Bluebaum, Anish Giri building on his opening edge as well in this one, Esipenko as well slightly better against Hikaru. On the women board, Divya Vaishali in the balance, Bibisara Goryachkina also an endgame that's in the balance with the kings in the center, and the other two boards, I think Lagno, Zhu Jiner, anything can happen on that one. I like white here. Zhu Jiner's king still stuck there. White seems to have so much development. Anna Muzychuk, Tan Zhongyi. Muzychuk with a better center has a slight push. But we are going to go straight into the Anish Caruana board as that really heats up. I think Caruana's last move, jumping the knight to f5, is that the problem that's been created here? And why is Giri better here? Let's bring up our board. Sahaj, to me, I think the big question here would be, again, what do you do with the pawn? He came back with the bishop here. Knight f5, putting pressure on d4. Do you keep the tension? You know, do you just say that I'll develop my rook, maybe put my knight on b5? I like the idea of knight on b5, blocking the bishop. It's also a nice square. Or will you consider the move d5 here, which to me is the first move that comes to mind for white?
I think d5 100% is what I'm considering first, but I don't necessarily understand कि ये गलती क्यों है. Like I don't know if this is a 0.2, 0.4 difference, but it doesn't feel like a mistake. It looks like a very logical move actually from black side. Either या तो आप pawn takes pawn के बाद आप knight f5 खेलते या फिर आप knight f5 सीधा खेलते. So it just feels like he just switched the move order, and unless something very concrete is happening, I don't see how Anish can get an advantage here. But of course, yes, to answer your question, I think d5 is the move. But what I don't like is e5, because we know that knights belong on on these squares on d6. But like, how do you stop that? How do you stop the knight jumping onto the square on d6?
It's very
It
interesting,
will be
Saj.
super active there.
जैसे e5 बोला ना, like the Indian was very scared earlier e5 के बाद, because it felt like the bishop pair was opening up. But as soon as he played e5, it suddenly calmed down a bit. Evaluation नीचे आ गई and suddenly black has some chances. So knight square, yeah, d6 controlling everything, controlling b5, stopping the pass pawn. And कहीं ना कहीं पे that's the only resource, and that's probably Fabi's plan as well, कि भाई e5 खेलूंगा and I'll play with my knights.
हाँ, exactly. And I think इस move के बाद, Tanya, I'm not sure if you agree with this, but let's look at the position knight f5 से पहले, yeah, just optically. यहाँ पर I don't think black is necessarily thinking about winning. Yes, he's thinking more about equalizing. But correct me if I'm wrong. But after knight f5, d5, e5, it feels like black has hope. Your thoughts?
It's very interesting what you say, and I see where it's coming from, because what Sahaj wants is go put that knight on d6, start pushing the f pawn, maybe get f5 in at the right moment, get your pieces to the center of the board. Queen comes out to e7, rook comes out to e8. That knight on d6 is your gem and glory of the position. I see the arguments, but I still feel that the queen side is something that white can play for, but I understand. I actually thought pawn takes pawn. I didn't consider e5, giving up the d pawn as a passer, a long-term passer, ideas of rook b1 coming in, then putting the knight on b5. I see your point. After e5, if I cannot go d6, which I don't think I can because I end up losing that pawn. Can I?
Yeah.
Queen
Yeah,
f6.
queen
आप कुछ
f6.
sack कर सकते हो, I guess, for some compensation. I see the bar has not shifted much, so maybe it's possible. Queen f6 maybe
Because
now?
if I can go d6 and I don't know how to justify it, then I'm happy not allowing this blockade. Bishop h3? Or
By the way,
bishop
chat is letting us know that Anish right now is meditating from what it looks like.
What do you think is actually going on? Do you think he's actually calming himself down, or is he calculating in his brain? Is he visualizing the position, or do you think he's actually gone into, okay, I need to just calm myself down, do some breath
I think
work?
both, yeah. I think both, because I think majority of players से पूछा गया था, I think, कि पहले, what do you think is the most defining quality that's going to win you the candidates or is important for the candidates? Everybody said nerves. Majority
Yeah.
of them said nerves. So I think that's something that everybody must be putting effort into, by just calming themselves down for a critical decision. I don't want to make an emotional decision. I want to be very, very calm, composed, calculative, just like Sahaj, by calculating who's going to win the event. And then maybe I have a good chance of winning the candidates.
By the way, I want to point out that Anish has been one of the players who's had quite a fantastic 2025. He's picked up a bunch of rating, I think around 20 points from where he started with, or maybe even slightly more than that. He's had some great runs in tournaments. It's almost been like a resurgence of Anish in 2025. And I do feel, I've actually felt it since Magnus walked away from the World Championship match, that this generation of players, whether it's Fabi, Hikaru, or Anish, there's been this renewed sense of giving it their all and fighting for the title. Like they feel like, okay, finally it is achievable. No matter who is the world champion, that person will not be an absolute favorite. When Magnus was a world champion, no matter who was the challenger, Magnus was the absolute favorite.
Yeah. Agreed. And also, speaking of Anish in this sense, I think even in Tata Steel, like he didn't have the best start. Like I think he lost his match very quickly in like an hour against Vincent Keimer. But then remember when he defeated Gukesh and there was one other player, I think it was Nodirbek that he beat back to back. I mean, it just shows like even though, Anish has lost his first match here, that he still has that in him to kind of, score points when it's needed the most. And yeah, I think the position is very, very good for him so far.
By the way, chat informing us, there is a slight error that Wei Yi has made. And I think he went with your choice, Sahaj. And he basically thought, you know what? यहाँ पे थोड़ा ड्रामा होने लगा है, पोजीशन में थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे. Let me just simplify a bit. And he took on c6 and now played bishop e2, so keeping it calm and composed. But again, the bar confirms कि भाई black is better. Why is that the case?
I think basically the placement of white's pieces. If you could change two things in this position, like put my knight from c3 to f3 and put my pawn from c2 to c3, I think white is better by a very big margin. So what
You know what?
that knight is super displaced right now.
I'm gonna
So
check this exact thing and tell you the evaluation change. मैं करता हूँ साथ में, continue please.
अरे 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 भाई पूरा एकदम पूरा टेस्ट हो रहा है आज मेरा भाई.
नहीं 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 अरे it's true and कितना change I think वो समझ में
Yeah,
आ
I
रहा है
think it
actually.
must be a big change because that knight on c3 just looks horrible. But इसका एक benefit भी दिख रहा है मुझे वेई के लिए. And Tanya, I'm not sure if you agree with me, but you generally, I mean, attacking के, scenes, I mean, you see that very, very clean. If I go for g4 here, does that make sense? Or do you not like it? g4, g5.
It just feels more desperate than aggressive. Like if you have to go for g4, g5 in this position, it means like you think that something is really wrong with your position because it's such a committal decision, Sahaj. With a potential king on h1, the center being flexible, not a fixed center either. I wonder if bishop e2, he's hinting at it. I would be shocked to see it. I would love to see it happen, but it would shock me. It wouldn't be a plan that, unless forced to, I would want to make. I want to point out what you were earlier mentioning, the knight placement, the pawn moving forward. The thing is that maybe white can achieve that, but it will take so many moves to get there. It will take so many moves to get there that just gives a free hand to black. And I genuinely think that black's advantage lies on the other flank. He has to start rolling up the pawns up the board. He needs to go c4, b5, b4, even kick that knight out to put his own knight on e4 eventually. And if you look at the position, I think for all of us, we understand that Pragg has to play on the queen side here.
Agreed. And Sahaj, the evaluation would change to almost plus 0.5 just by shifting the knight here, like plus 0.4 it is right now for me. So one piece here can decide the game sometimes. We've all seen these games by Karpov and so on. Ek knight b7 pe pada hota hai and he somehow wins the game thanks to that. So typical scenario. And of course, right now, Tanya, you mentioned c4. Best move position mein, actually. Again, with the idea of b5, b4, maybe even bishop b4 in some cases. Wo e4 square agar mil gaya, that's going to be deadly.
Question. So if white could pick and drop, puts the knight on f3, white is better plus 5?
Yeah. No, plus 0.5, sorry, not plus 5.
I mean, sorry, plus 0.5. Wow,
yes.
That is amazing to me because I still see that knight on f3 and I know you have e5 under control, but I'm still thinking, okay, my knight can jump to e4. My pawns are still rolling forward. Why is that such a big shift in evaluation, Saj?
I think क्योंकि c4, b5, b4 पे आपको firstly आपको tempo मिल रहा है and secondly I think जो knight d1 पे जाएगा या कहीं भी जाएगा, it's just going to block other pieces. It's going to get in the way of other pieces. So I mean, you can do another exercise here, Tiku bhai. Like you can remove the knight from c3 and f6 and I think still white is much better.
Wow,
Same
I
thing.
would love to see that happen. Can
Same.
we try that?
Yeah, definitely.
Because that would almost mean that the problem child or the problem piece for Wei Yi is the knight on c3 then. That'll just decode the position that black is better, not only because of the flexibility of queen side, but a very misplaced knight that Wei Yi has.
Yep.
I think my prediction is like +1 minimum hona chahiye us position
I think if you remove the knights, it's plus point. वो similar है, plus 0.3 plus ऐसी कुछ है version.
Plus 0.3, really?
Yeah, it's again better for white. I think you're forgetting if black to play, so that also creates an impact here. So I think agar white to play hota, then maybe it would be even plus 0.5, plus
Bishop g4, c3 looks so nice to play this. I mean, it feels like, I have everything I need in this position. Oh, he just goes bishop. Okay, he has already played that, yeah.
So chat, एक पीस आपकी पोजीशन खराब कर सकती है और एक लाइक और बंदों को यहाँ बुला सकता है. जल्दी से लाइक कर दो. Let's get to 1000 likes जल्दी से and get it more people. And जो watching दिख रही है fake है भाई. हम 10x actually watching, but we want even more people to join in and support Pragg, Divya and Vaishali for the event. Let's go.
Let's go. And guys, you need to go check out the 26% off right now. It's running through our candidates 2026. You can go premium, use chess.com to its full potential. In fact, you have got your puzzle rush, your analysis, upgrade your game, upgrade your membership, play as much as you want, analyze as much as you want. Go see all the games. You can open opening books. बहुत सारे features hai, and it's a 26% off. So definitely check that out. Speaking of checking out, I think it's a good time to check in with Divya and Vaishali. there have been some changes in that game as well, where I do notice that Divya has gone for a different plan. The bishops still staring at each other. And let's start from here. We saw G6 happen, Vaishali setting up bishop F5. Divya, meanwhile, jumped with the knight, taking control of some dark squares. A trade offered. Divya jumps in with the knight, attacking the b pawn. The queen fell back, defending it. And we see white continuing to improve pieces. Sahaj, again, to me, just looks like not much has happened, but white is slightly better here. A3, b4, b5, always a long-term plan.
Fully agree, I think, on the on how you broke down the position, but I feel like वो advantage जो white का पहले था, notice it was 0.3 and now it's 0.1, and जितना game ये develop होगा उतना I think black better होता जाएगा, because I think for white you just have one plan, या A3 B4. एक बार black का knight E7 से या F6 से उठ के D6 पे बैठ गया, then there is no A3 B4 anymore. And then what happens is white gets confused. Like there are, you have this linear plan which doesn't work anymore. And then you just start, shuffling your pieces around, and black can still improve the position. So that's all we need. We just need to take that bishop on D3, put the knight on D6 and just wait. And you will see that black is perfectly fine, if not better.
Yep, and Tanya, you mentioned this, no? कि bishop exchange होगा तो draw के chances बहुत high, and I think black managed that somehow. Time पे भी कोई pressure नहीं है. So would you kind of say कि draw very, very likely, and we should be happy with the draw, ना? दोनों Indians, दोनों के chances maintain रहेंगे. I think that's perfectly ideal for us.
I'm the hoping and rooting for that result, if anything else, from the start of this day, that I hope this ends peacefully. And yes, we spoke about this. I still feel that bishops will come off the board. I do generally like to play these Carlsbad structure with white. I've played them with black as well. And fully agree with Sahaj that once it's a pure knight endgame, the knights can bounce to those light squares like e4, c4. There are makings of ideas. I think draw is the most likely, but I do like this a3, b4, b5 plan. This is going to be a long game. Sahil, both players have enough time. I think we're going to easily cross the 40 move mark in this. Eventually, if I had to make a prediction right now, I think, yes, you're totally right. The draw is the most likely outcome in this balanced middle game.
Draw se yaad aaya.
Tanya, when you mentioned this plan of c4 and e4 squares, एक बढ़िया सा idea आया दिमाग में. If you go bishop takes f5, knight takes f5, I just feel like Tanya just said the word and I missed it. But okay, I'm just gonna move past that. But bishop takes f5, knight takes f5. And if you play a3, chat जरा वो word check करना एक बार. A3, and then black plays knight d6. And if you play b4 here, this is the main plan of black to answer b4 with b5. मैं आपको c5 का square दे रहा हूँ, no problems. But when my knight jumps to c4, your a3 pawn is attacked. And then it's a big problem for maybe something tactical is happening right now. Maybe that's why it's not working. But this is the strategic sort of idea for black here. और वो word क्या था, by the way?
It doesn't matter what the word was, chat, because the competition of the day has already been won.
That's how I know. That's how I know that I just caught you.
Vessel. Let me just tell you, if there were more points to be won, just because of that, you'd lose them, Sahaj. I'd have an even bigger lead.
By the way, words से ज़्यादा game पे अगर हम एक से ले आए, because Pragg ने कुछ move खेली है.
भाई तुम्हारी गेम थी, ठीक है? अब हम पे मत डालो.
मुझे पता है. But we have the winner now. And by the way, Tanya, just for information, Sahaj को अगला word मिल चुका है.
Okay, but the competition for the day is over. Now I'll use my head.
हाँ, but he's used it. He's used it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore.
Twice.
It doesn't matter because I wasn't tuned in.
You said you would leave the thing to Sahil.
Yeah.
You said leave it to Sahil. So
okay,
Sahil
you win the competition, but he has go for that. I said one day के series में 2 match जीत चुके हो. You have the series, but he's fighting for respect.
आप जानते हो ना, chess.com पे वो players होते हैं जो जाते हैं, गेम खेलते हैं, फिर वो जीत जाते हैं, फिर उनका opponent उनको rematch offer करता है, और फिर वो कहते हैं चा. And then they just
so you are the type कि जो rematch accept नहीं करता.
In fact, sometimes they don't sign off also. Sometimes they play a match with somebody else. Like, भाई तुझसे नहीं खेलूंगा. So today I am channeling that energy.
भाई कम से कम नाम तो बता दो यार, word तो बता दो.
It's going to torture you a little bit more.
Okay, torture से याद आया. Hopefully Pragg Wei को भी करेंगे थोड़ा बहुत इस गेम में. And Rook A7 खेला उन्होंने. So he's keeping it a bit flexible. king side पे भी influence है, could double up rooks on the queen side later. And white is also keeping flexible. Bishop f3. No committal decisions just yet. And abhi bhi c4 is the way to move forward. But Pragg thoda hesitate कर रहे हैं. Any reason why, Sahaj?
I think usko c4, maybe he just hasn't seen c4 in this position, or maybe he has calculated, but he hasn't evaluated c4 correctly. And that's a sign of worry. Yeah? अगर आप c4 नहीं खेलते, at some point you have to play c4. अगर white को, if white has regrouped his pieces, like white का knight c3 से, let's say knight d2, knight d1, knight f2, knight d3 ऐसे करके कहीं बैठ जाता है, where it can target the e5 square, that is already a sign of worry for Pragg. So he has to act fast. That's why c4, b5, b4 has to be played instantly in this position.
I have a different take on that. I think Pragg will definitely go for this idea, but he's going to make Wei Yi lose some more time on the clock before he does it. He wants to keep the center flexible, keep these options, because as long as these options are open, Wei Yi will always be forced to think a little bit. Does he take pawn takes pawn? Is Pragg going to grab pawn takes pawn? Will Pragg go c4? It's the dilemma of the hanging sword, right? He c4 kab aayega? So I have a feeling that Pragg will go for it in the next couple of moves, but he wants to try to delay it maybe for as long as possible. We might even see it being played right now. But if he can, he wants to keep the tension. और जब Wei वो 30 minute के around होएगा, थोड़ा कम time होएगा, then he'll go on the queen side. I also want to say this move rook a7 is so smart. At a deeper level, you understand that bishop, the light squared bishop, the problem piece in Pragg's position is actually best placed there. You shouldn't put it on b7 because then e6 becomes weak. Sometimes in chess, a bad bishop is also a good bishop as long as it's defending something. So Pragg wants the rook f7 idea, maybe the rook c7 idea. The bishop on c8, he doesn't want to touch it at all. And I think that is a great understanding of where pieces belong in this position. I really like rook a7.
Yeah, I think his idea of rook f7 feels very, very nice. Yeah, Sahil.
But also, you mentioned it, I think his advantage lies on the queen side, kuch had tak. Yes. So maybe I'm just wondering if rook f7 kind of just gives white time, as Sahaj mentioned, to do this maneuver. If this happens, then suddenly aapka sara play khatam ho gaya. So I'm not sure if he has enough time to do this.
आप 3 move का plan बता रहे हो, मेरे पास एक move में c4 खेल दूंगी मैं. आप knight f2 आओगे, मैं c4 खेल दूंगी.
So what do you play as black? Let's go for the variation.
I like c4, and I'm guessing it is also one of the top moves is c4 because it can't be a bad move. c4, b5 feels like a natural way. But let's see what happens if you go rook f7. How much of an advantage does black lose here?
I'm going to maybe can I go here already, or is it is there some tactical issue there?
Wow, that's actually rook f1 was not the best move. I see that. And now let's go c4. Let's go c4, b5.
Okay, c3 maybe first before doing this.
But why c4? Knight d1 तो already हो गया ना.
Okay, so do you want to just attack f4 then instead?
तो कुछ knight e4, knight d something, some cd4, कुछ f4 के pawn पे I feel like something is happening.
I like knight e4 also, yeah.
Okay,
I like knight e4.
Takes.
By the way, rook f7 on the board. One of the most human moves. And I really want to point out, that sometimes we get so influenced by the evaluation bar that we forget that there are humans with heartbeats playing, and it's not the engine playing. And it's easy to forget how complex chess can be and how it's actually a game of different approaches. I genuinely think that Pragg in his mind wants to keep the tension in the center for as long as possible. And that is one of the hardest things in chess to do, is keep the tension.
Speaking of keeping the tension, don't I have a way to... Can I not play f5 here? Doesn't that just completely simplify the position?
Okay, if f5 is working, that changes everything then.
Wait, did he just miss this?
Yeah, he definitely... I mean, if f5 works, he missed it for sure.
It is working.
Because ef5, there's dc5 and the d5 pawn is falling, and then the position is... Okay, at least it's equal, yeah? I mean, Wei is not worse anymore.
No, this starts looking actually tricky for black because the rook and the king are lined up. Okay, f5, 1000% I think was missed by Pragg. Okay, 1000%.
Yeah, maybe ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि Pragg didn't assess the position as better for him, and he's okay with, with the simplification.
Maybe that's why c4 was necessary, because c4 not only expands on the queen side, it actually kills the idea of f5. Let's just go back one move. So let's go back one move and c4, and now suddenly after f5 you just win the pawn, because now you don't have a way to open up the d line. And I think that is why timing was critical here. Not to stop knight d3 coming, or not specifically for b5, b4, but it was actually a prophylactic move. You had to stop Wei Yi's counterplay.
It makes sense, yeah. F5 बहुत rarely would you kind of exchange this weak pawn. मतलब you want to attack it heavily. So it's a move which you can easily miss with the black pieces. And now F5, or first DC5 and then F5, it's completely equalizing, I think. And Pragg not at the board right now. I think he's missed a trick here, and now the game is equal.
Yeah, sorry, I think I got disconnected for a second there, but yeah, f5 looks logical. Yeah, I think it's also an instant move for Wei Yi.
Yeah.
The thing is, once you see f5, you can't unsee it. But it has to come into Wei Yi's radar. And I actually think f5 completely changes the dynamics of the position. Sahil, can you check if f5 is the only move that Wei Yi has, and is black fine otherwise? Because we did see the bar change.
I'm also thinking pawn takes pawn and f5 also is the same, basically.
Same idea.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. This also works exactly the same. And now f5. In fact, this is even better, apparently. Because in this line, directly f5, there is knight e4, which somehow equalizes.
Like, equalizes for who? That's the question.
For black, bhai, for black. I think black is kind of under stress here a bit.
Only move, yeah, knight e4. और कोई चाल नहीं है
there's
black के
tension
पास.
on the f file. The
I mean,
pin
there's
rook on
still
f1.
c4. There's still c4. You can play on with c4, I think. But not many choices, actually.
Maybe Wei is thinking कि DC5 मारने के बाद f5 खेलना है या फिर f5 सीधा खेलना है. Like, I think,
Do you think
if I want to
f5
completely simplify, then pawn takes pawn and f5 makes more sense.
But do you think he spotted the concept of f5? Because that is the key.
I would be I would genuinely be surprised if he doesn't see f5 here. I mean, it's so natural, I think, here. Because bishop f3, bishop e3, knight c3, everything is set up perfectly for f5.
Okay, so his last move was bishop f3. His last move was bishop f3. So maybe it was already an idea in his head. Eyeing that d5 pawn, it's something that he was playing for.
Yeah, and he's still using a lot of time, because अगर यहाँ 20 minutes सोचा और f5 नहीं खेला, that's when he could be under trouble. So I would say f5 निकालना पड़ेगा, I think, to completely simplify matters. Let's say he doesn't find f5. Is Pragg again back? So let's say अगर यहाँ पे हमने a3, h3, I don't know what's a random move that doesn't spoil his position. G3, yeah?
Yeah. No, guys, his last two moves were the bishop from d3 to f3. It was bishop e2, bishop f3. He literally opened up the queen to x-ray that d pawn and transferred his bishop to do the same. I would be very shocked if he had anything else in mind. The question is whether he goes pawn takes pawn first or goes f5 first. But I think Sahil, even asking what else can be on his mind, I don't think that question will have any potential to play out here. I would be very surprised, because everything he's done in the last couple of moves has aimed itself towards this.
And suddenly, ये knight भी stupid नहीं है. It's a decent placed piece. You're putting pressure on the d5 square. It's like a dream scenario for white. And if somehow
थोड़ा सा detail में जाते हैं ना, तो pawn takes pawn.
So let's say f5 के बाद.
नहीं, पहले pawn take. I just want to look at the most direct possible, जहाँ पे कुछ और नहीं कर सकते आप. f5. अब आपको pawn takes pawn forced है, right?
Maybe not. Is it forced? Because if you take, I take with the bishop, no?
I mean, like, you don't have any useful moves. Like, you can't play e5. Like, what do you play if not ef5?
I don't know.
Queen move करोगे तो pawn takes pawn and knight takes pawn मर रहा है.
Because this pin is so irritating, yeah? Oh, okay, let's assume f5 for now. And now
okay, so knight d5, yeah? I'm guessing knight e4.
Only move, by the way.
Now takes, and rook takes. And okay, something like c4. That's very logical here. Ye position, I don't think it's equal. Like, okay, Wei is playing here.
Yeah, Completely agree with that. Better pawn structure, a beautiful knight on d5, e4 a massive weakness.
Chat.
The two bishops are not doing anything.
Tanya and Saj, white to play best move. One of the best moves.
Can't be bishop takes pawn.
भाई bishop takes pawn नहीं है.
No, can't be bishop.
Bishop takes
भाई
pawn is
वो
one of the
मैं-
best
क्या
moves.
बात कर रही हो?
हाँ.
Actually makes sense because
See,
takes,
when Sahil asks the question, I my board पे नहीं मैं Sahil पे देखता हूँ. Then I
Also,
know.
Sahil like set it up, right? He played 8-6.
हाँ.
Like, अब बताओ.
जब वेई बिशप e2 बिशप सी खेल के यहाँ अटैक कर रहा है तो हम भी h6 खेल रहे हैं तो वही मारना
Like,
होगा.
yeah, you know, it's so interesting how, in retrospect, so many things make sense of why actually c4 was critical for Pragg in that position. Because he's
Agreed.
giving this golden opportunity to Wei Yi now. Chad, do you guys think Wei Yi will capitalize on it? Will he go for this idea of pawn takes pawn f5 or f5 first? I have a feeling he does it. Can we have a poll? Let's see what chat's intuition is.
Yeah.
I think
By the
no
way,
chance he doesn't play f5.
Does Wei Yi find it? Yes or no, kar do.
there was a poll before Wei versus
Oh.
Pragg ka 72% people said Wei will win. Sorry, Prague will win. My bad. भूल गया
Oh,
था,
I
मैं
was-
chess 24 India हूँ.
I was
And,
like, wrong stream.
हाँ, Wei 10% win and draw 18%. So Prague के लिए black pieces से भी पूरी ही उम्मीद थी जितनी कल थी. And now I think many people are saying yes, but they're saying he's going to take a bunch of time. I'm going to add that poll quickly.
Yeah, let's add that poll, chat. With everything that we've seen happen in this game so far, आपको लगता है कि this concept of breaking with f5, regardless of whether he captures first or not, do you think that is what we'll see happen in this game? And I will say that it looks like Pragg might have to be on the defense if that happens.
Tanya and Sahaj, as we wait for this crucial moment, I don't know if you want to switch games, but I have another question for you. फिर से opening वाला कल की तरह, if you're ready for it.
Oh yes, let's do it.
Are you ready, Tanya?
Sahaj is just basically like really dying to win something today.
हाँ भाई
He's
बहुत
like-
अभी तक
वो गूगल करके आया है भाई
मुझे
सारी
बुरा
openings.
लग रहा है।
मैं
रात में वो
भाई
सारी
कुछ तो जीतने
openings.
दो यार.
वो बहुत sad है अभी तो।
हाँ.
चलो. Are you ready, Tanya, then?
Okay, so you're gonna do 3 truths and 1 lie again. Is that how we do it?
It's going to be 4 truths and 1 lie this time. So
Okay,
5
so
opening के
5
नाम, 4 actually opening है and 1 is fake. Chat, you can also do it with us. So the opening names are...
But wait, 1 second before you start. Sahaj, you can't look at chat and answer, huh? You have to do it yourself.
I'm not looking at chat anyways.
You
Chat
had
होती
all
क्या
the
है?
words from chat only, so I don't know.
भाई मैं तो chat मतलब I don't even know how to navigate to the chat,
Oh,
so
of
I
course,
don't
yeah,
do
sorry.
that.
My bad, Sahaj.
भाई
No
मैं chess
idea
पे
what's
focus कर
right.
रहा हूँ. What is this यार?
So chat, simple challenge, 5 opening names. One of them is actually not an opening, and that's what Tanya and Sahaj have to figure out. So the names are... आपके कंप्यूटर स्क्रीन पे नहीं है, मेरे मुंह से सुन लो. Mad
Sahaj
Dog
obviously अभी
Attack.
chat नहीं देख रहा है, वो बिल्कुल भी chat नहीं देख रहा है. वो तो कभी देखता ही नहीं है.
भाई imposter ये mod कैसे बनाया आपने? What is नहीं हटाना मत please.
So first is Mad Dog Attack. ठीक है.
Okay.
Second is Rat Defense. Third is Lizard Defense. Fourth is Lion's Claw Gambit. And fifth is Tiger Gambit. So in पांचों में से एक फेक है, 4 सही है. Come on, Tanya. Tanya is like, अरे भाई lizard का नाम क्यों ले लिया यार?
I think it's between lion and tiger, the lie.
Okay.
That's my gut feeling. Sahaj, what's your gut feeling?
Tiger.
Chat तो lizard बोल रही है यार.
Tiger?
Yeah.
Lizard.
You know,
lizard बोल रही
देखा
है chat.
मैंने बोला lion और tiger, फिर उसमें से वो 50-50 करके एक आंसर ले लिया उसने.
ओ भाई क्या करो अपनी intuition change कर दो. Like genuinely I thought because he said tiger very quickly. Like you know like इससे हटना है ये तो
Wow.
normal है you know.
Mafia player है भाई Sahaj. इतना
Yes.
detail.
Yes actually.
Can you repeat the options, Sahil?
हाँ रुको मैं रिपीट करता हूँ. So 5 ऑप्शन है. Mad Dog Attack, Rat Defense, Lizard Defense, Lion's Claw Gambit, and Tiger Gambit.
I'll go with lion's claw gambit.
Okay. And Sahaj bhai? Any guesses?
I'll go with Tiger. नहीं यार मैं फिर से हार जाऊंगा यार. रुको यार मैं फिर से हार जाऊंगा यार रुको.
Said, what happened to believing in your intuition? What happened to
Okay.
that, huh?
I will trust my intuition.
You
It
did
is Lizard's
trust it.
defense. Let's go.
Oh,
Lizard
what?
defense.
Yes.
Okay.
Lizard attack जो भी था.
Chat spam कर दो अपने answers. 5 सेकंड दूंगा. So first of all, Mad Dog attack is a real opening. Rat defense is a real opening.
Oh God.
Lizard defense is a real opening.
Yes, yes. Okay, wait. Before you say it, I just want to say that I said that is between the last two. So 50% at least I was right.
हाँ, but वो order है, so I could have said it in the other order also. Tanya.
Wait.
No, you said last two
Before
were
you
always
reveal
Lion
it,
and Tiger.
Wait. Before you reveal it, I have a question for Tanya. Tanya, knowing that the last 3 options were wrong, would you like to change your answer? Yes or no?
Maths question. Sahaj
So
bhai,
I
smart.
always knew it was between Lion and Tiger. Okay.
But I'm
Those were the
asking you
last
now.
two.
Now you know for a fact, yeah.
Why
Like,
would
would you
I?
like to change your answer? Yes or no?
Tanya, so maths dictates you should always switch. By the way.
Yes.
It does.
हाँ.
It does. But I am a
But-
woman of my word. I will
So
stick.
क्या बोला था आपने?
Lion.
हाँ. Lion's Claw Gambit
Oh God, is the wrong
is an
answer.
opening.
अरे
Tiger's
यार टाइगर
Gambit
बोलना चाहिए था मुझे. I just knew it.
is not an opening. So correct answer is Tiger Gambit. Yeah.
अरे यार.
Well played.
See, Tan, I gave you the option, yeah, to switch. Come on.
You did, but I wanted to stick with my decision and then live with it.
Fair. Just like Hikaru. Sorry, I mean Sindarov. Yeah. Yesterday.
What?
जो स्वैप मारा था यार लास्ट में कल अपनी सेकंड चॉइस के लिए फ्रॉम हिकारू टू सिंदारो.
Oh, वो तो chat. Dude, that was not me
हाँ,
speaking.
chat.
I'm the
हाँ,
voice
हाँ.
of people. You have to
हाँ,
understand.
Vessel, bhai, vessel.
Vessel,
What is
yeah,
this?
yeah.
I'm a vessel. I can only echo.
Oh,
the
by the way,
sentiments
look at
of-
Oh, he
this.
played.
Oh God,
F5 on the board.
Yes, of course. Had
But
to
he
happen.
didn't take on c5. He didn't take on c5. So this is not the best version at least.
Why
And now
cloning? Like, it
You
still
have the
looks
option
very
of
good.
c4. You can just block this out.
Why C4 Bishop G5? Like I'm very surprised how this is equal.
Wait. Let's try to work this out before we see what's the best move. Let's try to work this out. So E6 is hanging. Chat, you can send your suggestions as well.
I'm guessing Bishop B4 only move, yeah?
Yeah, this was my feeling as well. You also defend E6.
ठीक है अभी कुछ Bishop F6 नहीं कुछ let's go Rook E5. Let's double down. Okay, that's not the best, but
I want to
let's
go
see.
knight E4 at some point. Can
Black-
I go
oh.
now?
Wow. Best move. And now, okay, you have to take, yeah? I don't see
Yeah,
anything
Bishop
else.
B4 D4. I'm just thinking F pawn का क्या करना है? F6 was my instinct, but
Exactly.
it's just I can't.
I think I will take it, Sahaj.
Yeah, exactly. I
Bhai-
can't find a mate there.
By the way, F6 is the only move in the best move in the position.
Arey, wow. So F6
Actually,
G6. What's the?
No, maybe I don't need to rush. Do I need to rush after F6? It is pinned, but I don't know if I have a beneficial move here to make, an improving move. Okay, let's go with pawn takes pawn. Let's see the most direct line, if that works or not.
Bishop at 6, yeah?
What?
Attacking the rook.
Okay,
That's
but
the best move,
rook
by
is
the way.
hanging. Wait. Pawn takes rook, queen g5, queen e5. Is that a draw? No, it's a win.
That's a
What's
win,
the
actually.
move?
Wow.
Where's the checkmate? Guys, I'm trying to find the checkmate.
Oh, Rook F4. Beautiful. That is so nice. Beautiful.
Damn. And the point is after rook takes rook, queen g5 check, queen into... Oh, queen g7, sorry. I thought the point is queen g5 takes the rook. That is a bad move. Queen g7 is the point. You're right.
But okay, a crazy variation. And
Beautiful.
going back,
And rook
So-
g4 was the threat, huh?
but आसान नहीं है देखना है सब कुछ with 33 minutes on the clock, like to see all of this, because ये सब only moves है. Like once you reach knight e4, all of this was like only moves for white. Maybe
But
it's not
notice
that
how
easy.
Prague's full body language has changed. The whole game, he was sitting leaned back, arms folded, up on the clock, playing fast, looking at Wei Yi. This is the first time in the game he's come forward on the board, it's head in hands, and he's thinking through. And that really tells us that f5 ka concept was missed by Prague. It's when he played
Wow.
rook f7, he just thought he had all the time to go for c4 later. He wants to keep the tension because he was playing for a win. He wants to keep as much pressure on. And
It's a
he
huge miss, yeah?
completely missed Wei Yi's entire plan with bishop e2, bishop f3, f5.
Maybe like it also feels like कि वो bishop e2 bishop f3 खेलने के बाद knight को reroute करेगा. You know, he will play knight d1, knight f2. He will keep it slow, and yeah, I think the more I think about it, the more what you said makes sense. But it's too late now, I think, for Pragg. He has to try and simplify the position as quickly as possible because it could be a problem for Pragg as well.
But I don't think giving d5 is an option, right? Because once you give d5, to uske baad to white is just dominating. We saw that variation, right? So c4 should be a good choice, right? Because आप automatically isko cement कर रहे हो. It cannot be attacked anymore. It's much tougher, and we can enter this force variation. I don't see anything else.
Let's
you know,
show
I
that
think
line.
I just wouldn't go into c4 like in the game because I'm looking at pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn, and bishop like sorry. So black plays c4.
Okay.
Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn. Like I'm just giving a second variation, and there here I see Bar is saying 0.4, but okay, if I look at something like bishop f4 or bishop g5 maybe, bishop f4 there's 94. I wouldn't evaluate this as better for black because with d5 ka pawn I'll always be thinking okay, it's weak, and I don't know practically just I'm uncomfortable here as black. Tanya, what do you think about it? Do you agree or do you think black is fine?
I think you only go for this if you spot bishop b4. I'm not sure if it's the only move in the position or even if it's the best move, but if you see bishop b4, defends the bishop, pins that knight on c3, keeps d5 under control, you might go for it. If you don't believe in bishop b4, you feel like your position's falling apart. Because you play anything, like if you defend it with the rook, let's just show that. A move like rook e8 or rook e7, there are tactics, right? You'll give up the bishop, you'll give up your rook, you'll take that knight, and you'll take on d5.
Rook e6
So let's say
means,
you
yeah.
take,
Yeah.
rook takes bishop, and then
Rook
you
f
take on
takes maar
d5.
do, yeah.
Haan,
Kuch
let's
bhi
say,
maar
haan.
do. And bishop takes
Bishop
pawn.
d5.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I would have probably started with rook takes knight and then taken the knight on f6 to make it maybe cleaner in some variations. I don't know how it works exactly, but you see this and you realize that your position's just falling apart. But if
But you know,
not,
like-
let's go back. Let's go back to the live board. The problem
But I
is
think-
that
Yeah, Tanya,
you
continue,
don't have an alternative.
But somehow I think this is the critical moment. Yeah, Pragg knows it. So I would expect like a 20-30 minute thing from Pragg. Because if
Very
he miss
possible.
this,
Very possible.
if he miss this, then it's going to be even longer. And chat, यहाँ पे 1500 लोग देख रहे हैं. Do like this stream जल्दी से and get more people in, because मुझे लग रहा है कि this could be the game changing move. यहाँ पे if Pragg can somehow, stop White's initiative on this d5 e6 complex, then Pragg could have a great chance. But if he makes a mistake, this could go south very easily. यहाँ पे बहुत सारे chances है गलत जाने के. So let's like the stream भाई लोग. Let's go.
What is the top move here?
It is c4 actually.
Yeah. And is there a lot of difference between the best and the second best move?
Not much actually. For example, ef5 second best is plus 0.1.
Yeah, I want to look at this. Pawn takes pawn?
Yeah. Pawn takes pawn, knight
Maro.
takes
Sab maar
d5.
do.
Yeah.
Knight e4, yeah.
Takes,
And
and
c4.
c4.
ये तो I think Pragg will discard. Like I don't want to play this as black. ये equal कहाँ से है भाई?
Maybe bishop कुछ, if he takes
Like
here,
okay, but Wei Yi is pushing, yeah. I mean, Pragg has to defend here for sure because pawns are broken. Like I think Tanya also broke down this position a bit earlier. But yeah, the pawns are broken. Knight d5 पे इतना strong है. Pragg is defending this, so maybe c4. What we discussed earlier. वहाँ पे at least 3 results possible हैं.
Fair. And फिलहाल के लिए Pragg is still thinking. He's been thinking for a while. कितने मिनट हो गए Pragg को सोचते हुए? Checking. Oh, it's been like 8 minutes, yeah? So it's already a decent
It's going to be
thing
longer.
for Pragg.
I think it'll at least be 15 to 20 minutes. He's going to give this position that much time.
And by the way, while Pragg is thinking, we should quickly look at Divya versus Vaishali as well. Not because something crazy is happening, but because the bar is going even below now. Like it's 0-0. I feel like with each move, like Black is gonna get more and more comfortable. Of course, it's come मतलब ये नहीं कि Vaishali has good chances to win, but it's just that I'm not sure how Divya should continue. Like Tanya, you cannot play A3 B4 in this position anymore. Black ने already FI खेल दिया और plan बचा ही क्या है?
But look at this, no? A5 के बाद knight A4, knight C5, and then वापस knight A4 back. That's already a step in the wrong direction, no?
Just one second. Can you just replay that? Yeah.
Yeah. So this was the position. She went knight A4. Now knight C5. Then queen drops back, saving the pawn. Rook FC1. Knight offers a trade, and she simply drops back. So this is like a draw for, I agree, yeah? Knight F6, knight C5.
And Vaishali doesn't go for it.
What did she play? She
played Rook F8.
Maybe she agrees with Sahaj that, this position, slowly Black can start putting pressure. Because you've equalized, that's step number one. And then you're looking at all these light squares. The thing is, you want to trade the bishop so that your knights can arrive on these light squares. And Vaishali is about to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, she's going for a move. I think A3 is what she's looking at, maybe.
She has
But so
to
Black
go
ka plan
A3.
is simple, yeah? Takes, knight F5, knight D6. Very simple.
So the thing is, right, you can't go A3, B4 with a knight on A4 because of the tactics that exist when the file opens up.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, okay, not the ideal position that Divya wanted, I think. Happened in both games, actually. Even yesterday, I think she had the better position. Yeah, there was knight D5 she missed. Jahan pe knight takes D5 aa raha tha, she went for the simplifications. So maybe some nerves also from Divya's end showing in both games.
Yeah, could be. But also, I mean, even if this match ends in a draw, of course, we want that, दोनों के chances run everything. But Divya के perspective से अगर आज draw होता, तो I don't think she will be happy because she had double white.
Yeah.
So when you have two whites in a row and both of them are draws, I think that's not the best feeling. I think you want at least one win to start the tournament off.
Agreed. And also,
But
on the rankings,
I would
at
say
least.
to that, I mean, playing against Anna Muzychuk, then playing against Vaishali, two draws is not an absolute disaster. I think it's a pretty decent start. It's a solid start to a long marathon event. Chances will come. It's better than doing something crazy and finding yourself in some ridiculous place. I think full marks to Divya that yesterday, when she lost control of the position, she immediately found the most forcing way to draw the position. That was so professionally done by her. So it's very important to not lose control because of these things. If the position demands it, I think two draws is not a bad start at all. I mean, it's the kind of start that Hikaru will pounce on both hands with. Anish would pounce on both hands with.
Yeah. Chat करिए huge if true. Sahaj bhai, ये क्या है?
अरे, missed that.
What is huge if true? Tell me. What are these jokes, Sahaj, that I don't know?
Dan, I think you are the creator of this, like if I remember correctly.
No,
Like
actually,
you started
huge
this
if
in World
true.
Cup and then I...
Yes, but huge if true, originally, essay started with Mr. Dodgy. I think that's how I read it. Like years ago, he was using huge if true on like Twitter a lot. And then it just caught on by everyone. But what is chat saying huge if true? What is huge if true?
Chat tiny if false bhi keh rahi hai, so I wouldn't go too much on the chat.
Chat true if huge bhi bol rahi hai, so...
Okay, tiny if false is hilarious.
अब किसी ने लिखा if brackets में huge. Like...
Honestly, tiny if
by the
false is
way.
hilarious. It reminds me of, there was this, did you guys see this thing? Sorry, what happened? Did something big happen?
Yeah, huge simplifications actually in the Anish game.
Huge if true.
Yeah, huge if true, and it is true because knight b5 directly he went, takes, सब कुछ trade हो गया, queens भी trade हो गई, अब rooks भी trade हो गए, and this feels like a draw.
नहीं, Anish push करेगा. I'm just trying to see if he has enough. Bishop c6 पे बैठेगा, rook a7 पे बैठेगा, and then he has to push the pawns. White का
सहज
रुक
भाई
A7 पे होना चाहिए.
कान ला रहे हो क्या?
नहीं, I'm thinking. Bye. Bishop
गलत
हो
काम
सकता है
है
भाई.
something. वो होता है ना blink if held hostage. सहज का कुछ कान हिलाने से है कुछ क्या?
So
Are you
so
remember,
Tanya,
no? Last time in
हाँ.
candidates we
Oh
did that with Gukesh.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
the ear
yes.
gambit.
He was winning every game.
So yeah, Bishop C6 I think is very natural. It's an outpost, and you're also defending your pawn on B5. The bishop is also defended, and then somehow I want to transfer my rook from D4 to A7 because because there is nothing that can target me on the A file. So rook D2, rook A2 makes sense. And then uske baad like slow improvements somehow. Rook A2.
I
Yeah.
don't see the improvement. That's the point. Because I want to point out that knight on c5 beautifully controls a6 and b7. So one good thing for black is that b6 pawn cannot be attacked. So okay, let's make a move with the. Can I move my rook or is rook a8,
Maybe
rook b8?
F5.
Okay,
But
f5. Let's start with f5.
But actually, wait a second.
हाँ.
F5. I'll play King G2.
Okay, let's go king f6.
F6.
You see, this is the point. Rook A6 is possible now.
अरे बाप रे.
क्योंकि अब आपको रुक B8 जाना पड़ेगा. This is the
But show
pressure.
knight
अब ये
takes rook.
it's not working.
Can
Is there B5
No.
क्या? Oh, I missed
हाँ,
B5.
B5 actually.
Okay,
My
but
bad.
that's unlucky. Oh, that's possible.
Beautiful,
That's
by the way.
unlucky,
Finish
bhai.
that line. A7,
Yeah.
B4,
B4.
A8
Queens.
takes
Takes.
B3, and now notice how because of E6,
Wow.
F5, the white bishop has no way home to defend B1.
Wow. Bishop
Crazy,
no way
actually.
home. Crazy.
I
By the
love
way,
So
rook
I'm
B6.
sure both of these players are thinking about this idea, yeah, this Rook A6 plan, and maybe that
They are thinking out about bhai who's going to offer a draw first or dinner mein kya khana. I mean, this one, I don't think Anish wins over Fabi. Fabi is not going to lose this position.
Tanya, do you think any way black could win this?
No
Also
chance.
not. No.
No,
If
no.
I think
anyone,
that's
I
why
think
Anish will play. कि आप हार नहीं सकते so.
no, he will also play because till move 41 you can't offer a draw. There's no question. He will play this out, but what happened? Something happened, Sahil.
नहीं, by the way, first result. अरे कैसे पता लगा कुछ हुआ?
आपका चेहरा ऐसे हो जाता है
अच्छा.
जैसे पता नहीं क्या ही हो गया है कुछ तो
अच्छा.
announcement आ गई है.
Sorry, yeah. Announcement है, but not a crazy one. So we have the first result, and that's a draw between Anna Muzychuk and Tan Zhongyi. So it was a
मुझे लगा
repetition.
साहिल का चेहरा देखो तो ऐसा लगता है हर सेकंड कोई कैंडिडेट जीत गया है.
भाई इंडियन है तो चलेगा, हर सेकंड में जीतने को रेडी है हम लोग. But okay, going back, I think to the Anish game, Pragg has still not played. Rook d6 on the
You
board.
haven't done a Tikku test today, by the way.
Oh,
But
actually,
winning
it's a
position
good
चाहिए ना.
time.
Winning position चाहिए तानिया उसके लिए. Until it's
हाँ,
winning,
I'm
then
just reminding him. I'm
हाँ,
saying इस
हाँ.
पोजीशन में नहीं, ये तो पोजीशन में टिक्कू टेस्ट क्या ही लोगे आप. पर और कोई में तो you have to do a
सहज
टिक्कू
भाई,
टेस्ट.
your word,
टिक्कू
yeah. I
टेस्ट
think
डिफेंस पे भी तो हो सकता है. Would you be able to hold this with black? You think?
But वो साहस टेस्ट होना चाहिए ना, right? I think that would make more sense.
सहज को क्यों डिफेंड करना है?
भाई क्योंकि सहज
That's
stronger
ये तो
है ना.
गलत हुआ ना भाई.
Sahil, would you rather? Okay, I shouldn't start a question like that. But
Nice.
would you prefer?
So the word is rather.
Oh God, Saj. No, you totally missed it. But would you rather a defense Tikku test or a attack Tikku test?
Attack because
Hey
I'm
chat,
winning.
मेरे
No.
को थोड़ा explain करो यार क्या हो रहा है? What is
Sahej bhai, how
going
can you
on?
not know this?
Yeah,
How
Saj,
can
we
you
can't
not know
talk.
this?
Yeah, he
How
knows.
can you
I
not
think
know
he's
this?
acting. Yeah. इसके लिए तुम्हें
Even
-100 मिल जाएगा वरना.
भाई इंडियन कोर्ट्स को भी पता है ये. Come on, Sahej. But anyways, jokes apart.
Tell me,
I
would you
still don't
prefer
know.
a defense Tikku test or a attack Tikku test?
Attack वाला. Attack में मजा आता है.
Okay,
Defense is यार life में
Sahaj,
defense ही खेल रहे हैं
please
बचपन से.
keep-
तो I think attack would be more fun.
Done it.
चलो ठीक है.
सहज अभी
we'll
सोच रहा
create
है.
one. मैं अभी भी सोच रहा हूँ भाई क्या मिस किया मैंने.
सहज बेचारे का दिमाग उस वर्ड पे ही फंसा हुआ है.
Would
I
you
think आप उसको
rather? Would you rather? Was the clue chat? Would you rather?
बस कर सहज.
बस भाई.
बस कर.
We are this close to getting cancelled, Sahej bhai. This close, by the way.
Guys, let's just
But-
get our bird's eye view up and zoom out of this beautiful endgame, which I agree Anish will play for a while. But I do not see Fabi in any universe losing that endgame. And here we are with our 8 board view right now. And the most stressed, I think, the most stressful position actually, the most tensed position, even though the bar says it's level, to my eyes, Sahil and Sahaj is actually top left in the open Wei Yi versus Prague. Because it's the kind of equality that doesn't make any sense.
Agreed. And I think also it's most important to us and also time pressure building up for Wei Yi. I also see one more game in the women's section, jahan black is slightly better, but as we can see, F5 hai, and it's very complicated. So let's head back to Prague for a couple of minutes, maybe at least just to see the body language for Prague. He's been thinking for a long time. 8 मिनट तब हो गए थे, कितना टाइम हो गया अब? I think 19 मिनट होने वाले हैं Prague को सोचते हुए. You know, shit is serious right now because itna time, I don't think he's thought for any move so far in the entire game.
No, but it makes a lot of sense. This is what we were discussing, that we can expect a long thing because the whole concept, Sahil, if you just make the last 4 moves by Wei Yi, starting from that, from here. No. From bishop e2.
Yeah.
Like, notice
Bishop
from here,
E2.
bishop e2, rook a7, bishop comes to f3. Prague continues with his plan like nothing is happening. Rook ko upar laya, side mein laya, and completely overlooking the idea. And f5 arrives on the board. It's the kind of move that if you've calculated, you will play something quickly. But 20 minutes, totally a blind spot on Wei Yi's plan. And now Prague has to figure this out the first time in the candidates when Prague is under pressure.
Agreed. Okay, so question chat, Sahaj and Tanya. Do you think Prague finds the best move c4 here? Yes or no? Because I think we asked the same question for Wei Yi. He did find it. Now the pressure is on Prague because c4 would at least stamp down on the authority white is trying to build here. Thoda pressure release hoga. d5 pawn stable ho jayega. Kya lag raha hai chat? Yes or no? Tanya, Sahaj.
I think c4, like just by process of elimination, c4 makes the most sense क्योंकि उससे pawn takes pawn and वो knight takes pawn वाला जो plan हम देख रहे थे, it's not possible anymore, and it's the only sort of try where d takes c5 is not possible. So if Prague wants to continue the game, that's what he has to play. But yeah, I think Tanya, you were right in saying that he has missed f5. I didn't believe it at first, but he has indeed missed f5. The 20 minute is too much, to be thinking about this position.
Also said, I mean, you just look at Prague. It's a completely different Prague from what we've seen in the Anish game, in the start of the Wei Yi game, till this move happened on the board. To answer Sahil's question, I do believe that he will calculate his way through. He's very good at adapting. When something goes wrong, they readjust. Yes, he realizes he's missed it, but he's not thinking, "Arey bhai, ye kya ho gaya? Ye kaise kar diya maine? Ab kya hoga?" He's working his way through, and I have no doubts he'll find his way forward. I'm just wondering, apart from c4, what else? I genuinely don't like that pawn takes pawn position that we saw with the knight on d5 at the end for Wei Yi. It just looked like a game for 2 results. So maybe Prague will go for it and I'll be proven wrong, but I think that looks shaky. I do see that our chat is mentioning a move knight e4. Is that something that strikes you as a potential candidate here?
Okay, so the point is if I take with the bishop, then pawn takes, and वो rook f1 पे pinned है, so you cannot go pawn takes pawn.
Yes.
Okay, so far we are correct. I'm still thinking about the move f6 or pawn takes pawn as well.
Actually, this is quite pretty. I'm glad you mentioned that move, Sahaj, because after dc5, I have a question for chat. What do you think is the best move for black here? Which is very interesting to me.
That's crazy.
Very, very
I was just
interesting
going to
move.
be like, bishop takes pawn has to be the
No.
move here. But the fact that you asked that question.
Can I guess?
Guess after 10 seconds. 10 seconds बाद Sahaj bhai. Chat for time. Chat, come on. Come on, chat. दिखा दो अपने अंदर का Karpov निकाल दो आज. What do you think is the move?
Karpov या फिर Alekhine?
Karpov also, no?
Yeah, I guess. Fisher maybe also, yeah.
सबके नाम ले लो.
मैं भी यही सोच रहा था जब आप अपना वो वर्ड कर रहे थे, सारे ही वर्ड्स बोल रहे हो आप.
Don't hate the player, hate the game, Sahaj.
Guess kar lo Sajai, what do you think is the move now?
That's
I
how
think-
Durandar 2 begins, by the way. No spoilers. The move is bishop b8, I think.
No, Sajai, not bishop b8
Wow.
actually.
Bishop b8, Port. What was your idea if
Queen
BC,
c7.
sorry, CB6?
Just ef5.
That's actually working pretty well, but bishop b8 के बाद your move f6 is strong apparently. पता
अरे
नहीं
भाई.
कैसे. I mean, that's insane.
Because then you'll
But-
take on b6 maybe after that.
Yeah. But the best move actually is bishop e5. Try explaining that now, Sahaj bhai. Sahaj bhai, क्या लग रहा है?
भाई ये तो कार्पोवी है तो फिशर क्यों बोला आपने फिशर मुझे
ये
लगा
क्या
डबल
लग-
बिशप्स
I
यू
mean,
नो
Because I
Alekhine's
don't
gun
even know.
also
Because,
makes sense.
see, I don't even know if this is a positional
I
idea,
will explain
tactical
it.
idea.
Let me
हाँ,
help. Let
हाँ,
me help
हाँ,
you boys.
हाँ.
The point is that after bishop e5, f6 is useless because after f6, you will capture it with the bishop, make the move. Again, I just hope the bar doesn't go crazy and I'm proven wrong immediately. But bishop takes pawn. And now if pawn takes pawn, bishop takes knight wins the game
Ooh. Rook F5
because
is
of the
late.
rook on f1.
Hmm.
And the difference here is, let's back up. Bishop
Hmm.
e5 pe rakho. f6. If you take it with anything else, then pawn takes pawn is better for white. But bishop takes pawn is an option, which is why when you went bishop b8,
Hmm.
now f6 was the key idea and not, yes, f6 is the key idea because if you take pawn takes pawn pehle, as Sahaj said, pawn, no, f5, instead of f6, if you take cb6, cb6, then ef5, and black is super happy. So bishop e5 stops f6, and that is why it is the best move in the position.
So like a follow-up question on that, what is f6 even threatening? So अगर मैं bishop को ले गया b8 पे,
It's
आपने
threatening
खेल
the
दिया
fact it's not
f6.
threatening anything. It's
Plus
against
bc5.
ef5. No, it's against
bc5.
I think this just structurally is much better for black is
Ah,
my
okay,
for
okay, okay.
white for white is my point. But what f6 does is it takes away e takes f5. That's all that it does.
That's a
Is
great
what
point,
I
actually.
understand from what the computer analysis you guys are showing. So
That's a
bishop
great
e5
point. Yeah.
is crazy.
But okay, after bishop e5, the first question was, why cb6 क्यों नहीं? Because this
ef5
pawn is
now
still pinned.
you can just take
ef5.
ef5.
Apparently, there's queen d5, and that's okay, better
Oh.
for white. Even.
So do you take on c3 and then go ef5 or what is it? No, can't take on c3. That I don't like.
This apparently only one move again. So that why ये बहुत tricky है.
Rook. Oh, chess is hard. I
Chess
thought
is
it's
hard.
just ef5.
Well, but tricky, I think ज़्यादा ये position I think I would prefer Pragg for sure. Yeah, double bishops and so many attacking possibilities in the position with e5, f4 and all of that.
Yeah.
But what
Okay,
is
the move is
move
rook
here?
d7. Rook d7.
Rook d7.
You move the queen away, and now you take
And
on
now
f5
go
apparently.
Because you don't have queen
And-
d5. Makes sense. Sahaj, you stop queen d5 and then you take on f5. You know, when computer shows something, it feels like everything makes sense.
Of course.
And that's like one can understand that acha aapne bola ki ef5 nahi aa raha because of queen d5 to chalo make this unnatural move, put your rook in front of the bishop and simply take pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, no, you're
But
right,
the-
you're right, you're right.
It's like
But the
Durandar
thing
2,
is-
yeah? Last में
अरे
समझ में
यार,
आती है कई
बस करो
चीजें.
यार,
Last में
बस
समझ आती है कई
करो.
चीजें. क्यों साज भाई?
Such a great movie, Durandar bhai. What a movie. Let's go.
Yeah, chat, I haven't seen the second part of it, and these guys are just irritating me because they just keep giving spoilers. हमारे group chat पे भी कुछ ना कुछ चलता रहता है. It's just very irritating, यार.
By the way, you know, इतना कुछ हमने analyze कर लिया. We went to lines जो कभी जिंदगी में नहीं होनी. Pragg is still thinking, by the way.
Yeah.
27 minutes. That's insane. That's a long thing.
And a sign of worry, yeah, because I mean, ideally speaking, abhi kuch find a way to equalize the position and just it's okay.
Let's bring up our bird's eye view and take a look at all the boards that are happening because मुझे लग रहा है कि Pragg is going to be thinking for another 5 to 7 minutes at least before he makes his decision. And guys,
And
there
looking
we
at the
have it.
games, सारे के सारे बार बिल्कुल मिडिल में था ना. जो वाइट की हल्की सी एज थी ना पहले, I see it disappearing in a couple of games. Sindarov की गेम, Giri की Sindarov maybe slightly still exists, but black is fighting back essentially.
Sindarov, I think okay, it's some chances still double bishops advantage, but okay, I think Position is simple enough for Bluebaum, I think, to hold without much problems. Anish, again, he can put pressure here somehow. Like, वो rook b8 पे बैठा रहेगा, and oh wait, has he just sacked a pawn? Can Anish take on b6 right now?
Rook
Oh, there's
takes
check in 94. There's
pawn.
92, yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, that's
That's
clever
actually a
actually.
beautiful line because the bishop just gets lost.
Oh, then it's a draw, na Tanya? Because bishop f3 अगर आपने खेला तो rook d6, rook c7, rook d7, and that's just a repetition.
I think
If
he
we
might be
can,
just predicting the future actually. Should we go? Should we check it
Yeah.
out? This line that
Yeah.
we are seeing, and then we'll come back to this bird's eye view. Let's go into Anish versus Fabi. And Anish's last, Fabi even, his last move, rook d8, sets up a nice idea. Rook takes pawn.
Yeah.
Sahaj, what was your move here?
bishop f1 and knight e4 I was thinking with the idea of knight d2.
Hmm.
And I'm surprised this is not lost already. कैसे बच रहा है bishop आपका?
Because you just keep checking, no? And the rook will come to d7 at some point. So let's say you go rook b7.
King
f6?
Six.
Can I go? So
Think
I'm thinking
b6 ही
if I
खेल
need
दो.
king g2. King g2 or b6?
King g2 तो आपको खैर खेलना ही पड़ेगा I
खेलना
think
ही
at some
पड़ेगा,
point.
हाँ.
हाँ,
So
king
let's go
g2 ही
king
खेल.
g2.
Knight d2.
And my
now
point was
rook
to go
d7.
rook d7
Uh,
and just
Okay, now rook
defend like
f1
that.
and rook b1 and it's a draw, yeah, but
That's how you defend this position.
yeah. And handshakes, yeah? Pretty soon.
Yes. But I don't think he'll walk into this. I don't think white will allow this. So go back. And what Sahaj is predicting here is that if you move the bishop so that you can move your king in case there's a check, let's say bishop f3, black will go rook d6. I don't think white should trade because black's king is very close to the b5 pawn. And if, yeah, it gives a huge winning chance here, you just lose probably descending. And rook c7, rook d7, c6, d6, c7, d7.
Yeah.
peak detailing.
That.
Why do I feel like this is a Dhurandhar reference that you keep bringing up? I'll find out later. Do not answer that question. It's not a question. It's a rhetoric question. You don't have to answer it.
By the way, no moves by Pragg still. Time थोड़ा बराबर होने को हो रहा है. And one look at the Hikaru game maybe, because we've not looked at it too much today. This is the current position. And एक c5 weak pawn दिख रहा है मुझे फिलहाल के लिए, which can be pressured heavily. ऐसी position नहीं लग रही जो Hikaru जीत सकता है at least. What's your take, Saj?
No, too solid for Esipenko. He will put pressure for sure, but I think Hikaru can hold.
Yeah,
rook
draw looks very
c1 looks
likely.
logical, maybe. And kuch b3, rook c1 just to solidify that weakness on c5. And okay, you play rook c8, maybe. And oh, that's not a good move. e5? Is that the move?
e5, 95? But what after 95?
I move the queen somewhere. a3 perhaps. Okay. थोड़ा knight b4 का डर लग रहा है मुझे. कुछ knight d3 से कुछ plan आ सकता है आपका. But I think I just have knight c4 and I'm fine. Or knight e4, I don't know which one.
But not ideal for Hikaru, right? Because I mean, you're
Yeah.
kind of playing for two results, and which is not ideal for you. You fight karoge, draw ke liye in a worse position, and if you lose, you know you're out. So I think kahin na kahin pe tough situation to be in.
Yeah,
I
correct.
mean, Hikaru is counting on the B file counterplay against the C pawn, but it's just a better pawn structure, a nice C4 square for the knight. It's just a long-term advantage game that Esipenko can keep playing for. I don't know if it's going to be enough or not, but Hikaru has to defend this. I think if Hikaru loses 2 games in a row, he was one of the heavy favorites, and I think his odds just drop to almost nothing.
Agreed.
So double black as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, one look at Sindarov. Let's just do a complete roundup. Jahan pe f4 for him right now is the only move.
I like that. I really like it. Actually, you know, Sahaj, you were mentioning when we had this bird's eye view that here it should be equal, and I agree. But actually, f4, f5 is a problem that you have to watch out for because of that light square bishop. The bishop pair that exists, and g6, h5 can be something of a trouble. I mean, I don't know if he'll again play f5 immediately, but I do see chances for white in this endgame.
So f4 के बाद can I go knight to g7 just to stop f5 completely? And okay, maybe you have to play g4 at the right moment, but वो I don't know. Maybe आपको कुछ queen side पे करना चाहिए, like bishop d3 c4 to create something. Here I think it's blocked. Like G4 is possible, but आप G4 recapture किस piece से करोगे?
Oh, he's reaching for the F pawn. I think he's going to play it, and I think knight G7 is a very key resource to stop F5.
Also, who does the rook trade kind of benefit here? अगर मान लो white just bishop g2 खेल exchange कर दे rooks, is that in black's favor or white's?
Black, I think. White को I think एक रुक तो रखना चाहिए. That's my feeling at least. तो bishop d2 rook e1 के बाद मैं bishop e1 मारूंगा इधर, just to keep the
Acha,
rooks.
got it. So bishop d2 takes, and you take with the bishop and keep one rook.
Yeah.
Or later. Yeah. So this is the live position. F4 only move right now. Matthias Bluebaum inching towards his 13.5 clean sweep. And F4 being the only roadblock in his path. Yeah, gets up in confidence as expected. So looking great here, and Sari games equal apart from one where Lagno is worse against Zhu Jiner. Sari games dead equal, and one of those dead equal games is the Pragg game. Still no moves. By Pragg, come on, we need a move here now.
He's just shocked, no? I mean, there is a feeling of ye kya ho gaya, but he's calculating his way through. But you know, this is important. It's important he spends his time here because he has to be precise. Otherwise, he could just be worse in the game. It's like that critical moment of the game. It's the absolute critical moment.
Right, but I feel like when you think about something for half an hour, I think you have already considered all the options. कुछ नया नहीं दिखेगा आपको necessarily, but yeah, I mean, but okay, it is a very critical moment, and he did have a lot of time before. But otherwise, it just feels like he's taking too much time here.
पहले 5 मिनट तो आप सोच रहे हो यार भाई प्रग मैंने C4 क्यों नहीं चला यार F5 क्यों अलाउ कर दिया मैंने
I hope
was
यही
right
सोच रहा
there.
होता है वो, because अगर ये सोच रहा है ना C4 क्यों नहीं चला तो अब चल देता हूँ. So that's a simple answer to his problems. I hope he's thinking the exact same thing you mentioned. फिर बड़ा आसान है, चिल है अपन लोग, फिर कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं.
पर वो देख नहीं रहा है C4 की तरफ. That's my worry. He's looking at the
I
king
can't
side.
see वो कहाँ देख रहा है. Can we get that angle where we can look through the pieces and see?
He's
Okay, it's
looking at E6
center of the
F5
board.
actually.
He's looking
E6
at knight e4 or e6 f5, something along those lines.
Yeah, it's the central lines, huh?
But knight e4 is okay, right? We saw this. I think knight e4 is not bad. Like he can go for this. It's not a bad option. What he shouldn't do is like just take on f5. So c4 best, knight e4 compromise, and ef5 never.
Yeah.
Pragg looks stressed, chat carrier. Yeah, he is. 30 plus minute think now for
भाई ये सही है.
Praggnanandhaa.
35 मिनट सोचने के बाद भी 10 मिनट ज्यादा है वही कैसे.
Good life. It's called the good life.
Why? And 35 is like 26 plus
Oh, he's
9.
making-
That's
he's making his
crazy. Oh, wow, he's
decision.
making, yeah?
He's about to make his move.
E4.
Come on.
Oh, he hesitates.
Come on.
You know,
Let's
the
go!
other- Oh,
Let's
C4
go.
played. Best move. And that was
Amazing.
a 36 minute and 9-second think by Pragg, but he found the correct solution.
And that's all that matters. He still has more time on the clock. It was a difficult moment, suddenly surprised by your opponent's counterplay. You have to calm yourself down, work out the calculations. And Pragg has done that. He's found his path forward, not allowing the opening up of the lines, and very well handled. Because ye chess mein hota hai, you know, that you just miss something and then you can't go into a rabbit hole and mess up the rest of the game. So it's so important to have that professional approach. And I think Pragg handled it really well.
Yep, and now I think the problem is with Wei Yi because he just has one move which we have discussed before, bishop g5. अगर आपने move order भी change किया, for example, if you go pawn takes pawn first and then bishop takes pawn and then bishop g5, then I think we saw this before. There is knight e4 and that rook on f1 is pinned. So that would be a problem for Wei Yi. So he has to go for bishop g5 immediately. Only move on the board.
But the problem is not just that. The thing is, Wei Yi has to find a response to bishop b4 because after bishop g5, Pragg has had to have thought of bishop b4 after a 36-minute think. You know, it's something that has to be on your idea कि मेरे पास ये resource है. जब bishop हटेगा, rook की file खुलेगी, e6 पे pressure आएगा, मैं knight को pin कर सकता हूँ, मेरा knight e4 पे आ रहा है. So for Wei Yi, he needs to figure out how does he want to proceed after this move.
Yeah, I think we were looking at some ideas like rook e5, but वहाँ पे बहुत complicated position आ रही थी. Some f6 idea I remember in the analysis. I believe it was rook e5, knight e4 के बाद takes f6, and कुछ perpetual था मेरे पास.
Yes.
Something
Yeah.
along those lines.
But
So can
this
I
is a
play
pin,
anything
no?
else?
ये पिन है ना, इससे हटना है मुझे. I just want to get out of this pin right now. Like मुझे चाहिए ही नहीं ये pin. So where can I move the queen? For
Queen
example?
f4?
Queen f4 looks tempting, but okay,
Oh, that's
बाहर मेरे
bad.
पास नहीं आ
Wow.
रहा. That's very wow. Okay.
Why is it bad?
Apparently there is knight to e8. Okay.
Ah,
वो तो
okay,
मैं
okay. That's simple.
देख लिया था मैंने.
f5 pawn.
देख लिया था actually. बोला नहीं बस. So yeah.
Of course.
So why don't you place it on e2 instead? Why are you putting it on a square where you're getting pinned on f4? What if you go queen e2, putting pressure on e6?
Is this scary for us, or are we okay with bishop c3? Like for
Let's say
white, for
bishop
example.
takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and just win the pawn. What is my idea here? Pawn takes
Bishop
pawn.
takes knight, pawn takes pawn is also possible, no?
That's
By the
what
way.
Oh
we
wow.
look.
नहीं सीधा
Wow.
आया.
What? Oh.
Wow. Now
Oh.
takes
अब भी
up.
c3 just. ये तो ठीक है ना?
Oh yeah, this makes sense.
Yeah, this looks stable.
Yeah, but that's a very critical detail because after pawn takes pawn, bishop takes rook, and pawn takes rook comes with a check if you just go back.
By the way, guys, huge update in coming in. Anish and Fabi have drawn their match officially with that repetition that we saw earlier.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Huge if true, guys. Huge if true, and it is true. Oh, it was
Sahaj,
actually
like
the exact same repetition that you had mentioned, Sahaj, with the yo-yo rook dance.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, Sahaj bhai, prediction mein to you are acing it. I have a question. Two questions actually. Number one is kya lag raha hai? Who's your candidate's pick now? Looking at the form so far, that's the first question. And second is, how many times do you think you'll be able to say the second word on stream without getting caught? So, dono sawal hai, and if you can answer both.
But I think the answer of that question is you already know how many times I've said it.
How many times till the
कितना
end?
बोलूं?
You'll think you'll manage to do
I
so.
am honestly not playing this game. Oh, it's only the two of you who are playing this game. I am
मैं तो
not
game ही
even
नहीं खेल रही.
noticing anything. It's not even in my head because, like I said, I'm that person जो एक game जीत के कह रहा है rematch नहीं मिलने वाला है आज. Deal with it.
Tan, trust me, you noticed the word.
I am telling you, I did not notice the word
You
because
did.
it's not.
You have said the word yourself. और बोलो.
Okay, you're giving her a head ना, खुद ही फंसोगे.
No, I'm not
अब
getting
तो मैं
any
जीती.
because
अब तो मैं तो हार चुका हूँ ना, तो it's fine.
मैं तो खेल ही नहीं रही हूँ. भाई हारना और जीतना लिखा ही नहीं हुआ है इस गेम में because तुम्हारे पास opponent नहीं है सहज.
Oh.
Okay, Sahaj bhai. So on the prediction front, क्या लग रहा है भाई? कौन जीतेगा?
I think I said आज का दिन मुझे बहुत quiet लग रहा है. So I think 2 draws already have happened and all the other boards also look very drawish to me, except for Prague. I think and maybe Sindarov an outside chance. You know, like Sindarov का best skill लगता है मुझे. I think he just switches on at any moment and you just don't know when it is. And he does have a position where he can switch on at the right moment.
By
So
the
let's see.
way, Bishop G5 played. I think that was my internet. Yeah, I'm back. So if I do check if the board is back, but Bishop G5 played. If he can go full screen temporarily on the board, so Wei was prepared for this. Yeah, he was ready. And now Pragg needs to find Bishop B4, the only move in the position.
And Bishop B4 के बाद Rook E5. I still think Rook E5 is such a nice move to play. और Queen E2 and Queen E3 we were looking at. By the way, Bishop B4 के अलावा और कोई चाल है प्रग के पास? नहीं,
It's
right?
Rook E7, which is the
Was
second
your
best.
word
but
peak
it's-
detailing? Oh,
Nahin,
what?
it's one word.
Aha,
But
we
Tanya
have
is,
got.
but with
Please,
this,
she's
you are
think-
the opponent now. You are the
Now
opponent now,
I-
Tanya.
Tan,
No.
see
You
Tan,
can't
I'm
go
in your
back.
head. Let's go.
You are in my head now. Now you're in my head. So now you try using it and I will
आपने
catch on
खुद बोला है ये
instantly.
word.
Yeah,
और टिक्कू
because
ने भी बोला है word.
so
बहुत
no,
बार.
now okay, now we start because now I'm in the game. So now let's see how many times you use it because I promise you I wasn't paying attention, but now you have me. So
भाई
let's
ऐसे
go.
तो शुरुआत में भी I wasn't paying attention when you were saying the
No,
word.
no, but शुरू में तो both of us knew ना. अब मैंने तो बोला था मैं जीत गई हूँ, मेरे को नहीं खेलना, पर अब मेरे को
भाई
खेलना
मेरी
है.
10 सेकंड की कॉल हुई होगी साहिल के साथ. I don't even know if I understood like what was happening.
भाई मेरी तो कॉल भी नहीं हुई थी, उसने मुझे मैसेज भेजा था. ठीक है, तेरी कॉल तो हुई थी.
तो एटलीस्ट टेक्स्ट आप वापस पढ़ के आप समझ तो सकते हो. मेरे को तो समझ ही नहीं आया था भाई. मेरे को हाफ
किसी का
I
लगा
send
मैं
you the
सारा
text also,
टाइम ऐसे
Saj.
टिक्कू का
नहीं.
टेक्स्ट भेजती पढ़ती रहती हूँ.
टिक्कू का टेक्स्ट भाई टीटी बहुत सारे
तो
बने
ठीक
जा
है
रहे हैं,
भाई.
but anyways. But okay, Sahaj also got the message, so I think that's fair. I think
तो
you
ऐसा
both
करते हैं,
knew.
टिक्कू टेस्ट करते हैं बस, बाकी सब छोड़ो.
नहीं, टाइटल टू रखना पड़ेगा ना भाई. I think वो तो company policy. Meanwhile,
Nice.
Bishop G5 on the board. Pragg thinking. I would expect Bishop B4 quickly. I'm hoping he's not going to think for more than 5 minutes here, because that would be again a problem.
Yeah, and still 21 more moves to be made. And yeah, 46 minutes for Pragg is okay, but Wei Yi का time थोड़ा कम है, 28 minutes only. But we have seen him before, yeah, in those situations जहाँ पे he has like 1 second on the clock and he just plays the move so calmly each time World Cup में, back to back. That was crazy.
So after this, we saw, I think, Queen E2, हमने देखा, I think we saw FE6, we saw a couple of other rook E5 we saw, right? I think that was the move. Any other moves that, come to mind, Tanya? कुछ भी दिमाग में आ रहा हो?
Actually, I have one more move that comes to mind for Pragg. Okay, he goes for Bishop B4, which you said is the best move, so it doesn't matter. I'm just glad I saved myself the embarrassment of mentioning a bad move, potentially a bad move here.
What was
But
it?
I was wondering if Black can set up Bishop C7, Queen D6 here. Like I
okay.
defend E6 and
Nice.
maybe, but I don't know.
वो
if you
tactic
want-
है क्या
इवाल देखेंगे
FE6?
नहीं. इवाल देखेंगे नहीं उसका move का, I think. देखना है
देखो,
क्या?
हाँ.
कुछ तो होगा उसमें FE6. Actually, it's fine.
Oh,
Wait,
it's
what?
fine. Wow.
It's
Maybe
not fine,
Queen
guys.
E3 is a
Very
problem,
sweet of
but
you to
yeah.
say it's fine, but it's not fine.
No, I mean, it's fine. Yeah? I mean, the engine kind of went up and came down, so that's nice. But
Bishop
Pragg
B4 is the best move, and he's found it, and that's what matters.
yeah. Wait, why is chat screaming Esipenko Hikaru? Why dull draw चल रहा है वहाँ पे? Like the dullest draw, endgame. I don't see anything crazy happening here. Do you see something crazy?
No,
Sanj?
I don't think we need to shift just yet to that.
No, no,
I
nothing.
have that
Nothing.
position in front of me. There's nothing. And also an update on the Divya Vaishali board.
Hmm.
I think we can wait on it. It's similar dynamics. Okay, you've got the position up right now. B4 has been played. And look at that. Last move by Vaishali gets the first exclam. Good move. Bottom accuracy 97.7 versus 97.3. One
Wow.
good move by Vaishali so far. So it looks like a very evenly, closely contested battle. So Vaishali heading for the light squares.
Yeah.
I think I think Vaishali is taking this one.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. Like it looks like Divya doesn't she's not comfortable, or she's not sure about the plan. If you look at those ideas with the knight, for example, that knight A4, knight C5, and the knight came back to its original square. I feel like, yeah, white hasn't really made much progress in the last 10 moves or so, and yeah, Vaishali's position has improved by a lot, and black की position में ज़्यादा scope है improvement का in comparison.
Do you think it's Divya's last few moves that gives you the impression कि यहाँ पे chances है? Do you think it's the position itself? Do you think it's the player or the position?
I just think that this position is, at least from my experience, I feel it's easier to play as black. Just it's black को just 5-10 ideas पता होते हैं, and you just play. I mean, you can be very flexible. With white, you have to be more precise. You need to know when to push E4. You need to know when to go for this knight E5 for idea, or कब queen side attack करना है. So it can be a bit tricky, I think. So I think it's mostly the opening. And yeah, I didn't like Divya's choice today, I have to say.
I want to take this point forward by Sahaj. Can we go back directly to move 16? Just pull up your notation and go back to move 16 when Vaishali played knight E7. And now just play through and observe that all Divya did was jump around with that knight. Sahil, if you just play forward from here. 1, 2, 3, 4,
5.
Takes.
Wow.
And now, like another, just a side note, knight C5 पे था, right? वो knight
I was
C5 से
just gonna
D3 आ
finish.
सकता था.
That's exactly what I was trying to say here.
Wow.
That knight in one move could have gone there after trading the bishop, but the whole path taken. So that's a sign that something hasn't worked out for white.
Yeah.
नहीं भाई जब knight c5 पे पड़ा हुआ था ना when she played knight a4 in that moment she could take the bishop and put the knight on d3 and save like 3 moves or something.
That's exactly what my point is, Sahaj. That
Yeah.
she just danced around the whole board, and that is a sign that something's gone wrong here for white.
Yeah. It's lack of a plan, I think, and I agree. The momentum is shifting in Vaishali's favor. Time thoda kam hai though, 14 minutes hai, but definitely a chance. Also, we have one more result. That is Bibisara versus Goryachkina. Again, a draw. So women's section mein, we already have 2 draws. So aaj bhi kafi calm lag raha hai sab. And now jumping back to Pragg's board, Bishop b4 on the board. Wei Yi thinking 24 minutes. क्या लग रहा है यार क्या खेलेंगे वो यहाँ पे
I think he has to be very, very precise because one mistake from Wei Yi can be very costly. Also, he has to watch his time. 21 moves to be played in 24 minutes. That's not enough. No increment. Chat, remember that in the open section, there is no increment until move 40. For me, like rook e5 is screaming to be played. Like I would play this in a blitz match, like just because you want to attack the d5 pawn, you want to centralize your rook, and all of that. I'm sure he's considering that.
Definitely.
Also those 21 moves in 24 minutes in a very complex battle. If this was some sort of a simplified endgame, ऐसे pieces नहीं है board में, open lines है, piece trade हो रहा है, it doesn't matter if you have to make 21 or 25 moves. But in such a position where moves have a cost to them, every move, every decision will have some cost attached to it. I think time will be a massive factor in this one.
सहज भाई एक सवाल है चैट का यहाँ पर कोई काउंटर प्ले है क्या काउंटर प्ले इज इन कैप्स
Thanks, chat. Being the vessel.
Is that the word?
नहीं भाई
भाई I would have protested so hard. मुझे bamboozle दे रहे हो और उनको chess का term.
I think it's time for you guys to make a guess. मेरे को लग रहा है एक word दोनों के लिए.
Guess what?
Your like each of this word. Sahaj can make a guess and you can make a guess.
No, but I'll tell you what. Sahaj can make a guess from me, but I genuinely was not part of the game, so I wasn't even. ऐसे मेरा दिमाग नहीं था, and I think after I said I was, Sahaj hasn't used any word. Hasn't used the word. That's my.
No,
he could have actually. Guess. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny.
Sahaj, have you used it after I said it?
No, I haven't.
मत बोलना.
Why would you say that, Sahaj? You shouldn't. अरे भाई, you revealed a lot.
दिल का सच्चा है यार.
आपको कैसे पता?
एक बीवा मुंडा है. वो ऐसे सच वो झूठ नहीं बोलेगा ऐसे.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we will discuss whether we will be talking more about the word who will guess what. Bishop b4, well found by Praggnanandhaa in a difficult moment in the game. The first time in the candidates under pressure, he finds his path, but the game is far from over. And of course, his commentary is far from over. We'll be back with Wei Yi's decision. Chat, stay with us. And we're back, chat. And Wei Yi is still on the think. Wei Yi ne move nahi chali hai to a bishop b4 as a reply. Or maybe I'm wrong because I see it's Pragg's ticker that is on. So after bishop b4, Sahil, Wei Yi took a decision and he did play the move that we were looking at. No,
Yeah.
is that our
Not
analysis?
we, the move that Tanya said, actually, literally, Queen E2. It's that move. GG, Tanya.
Thank you.
I was actually thinking Queen E3 makes more sense, but okay, Queen E2, I think is a very strong move as well. And इसमें वो Bishop C3 के बाद FE6 था, right? That was the key.
That was the key. It was teamwork, I will say that, with Sahaj finding f takes e6. The moment you mention it, I see why you like Queen e3 also. Feels more controlled, feels like you're defending more things. The bishop, the pawn on c3 eventually. But Queen e2, and I see Queen e2 was not super accurate because it suddenly feels like Prague might have something to play for. So is bishop takes knight the path, or is there something better here for Prague?
Can I play knight e4? No, knight e4. Oh, now it makes sense why Queen e2, because knight e4 के बाद bishop takes, pawn takes, and then there is fe6 and the f1 rook is defended.
Honestly, that was my logic of playing Queen e2, that there's no back rank situation going on. So that helps.
Nice. Nice, very nice.
But by the way,
You just
interesting.
vanquished all of the chances black had in this position.
It's called peak detailing, you know, when you play Queen e2 to defend f1.
Break में black ने
Watch Durandar people.
By the way, f6 is the best move here though. Like that's even better here somehow.
Gf6, bishop
Gf6
h6
and bishop h6 apparently.
Oh, okay. Queen g4 is incoming in the next move.
Yeah.
But it's just a check. Oh, it's not just a check. Oh, I think Tiku test incoming.
this would be a possible move.
But for Tiku test, you can't look at the engine, Sahil.
How about what are you playing is black though? Black se kill.
You move the rook, okay? Just move the rook anyway. E8, D8. But don't start looking at the engine.
Okay, no? I'm not looking. But I did see the move Queen h5, so I'm gonna go for the second best move. I've already seen that earlier. I'm guessing that's still the best move. Queen g4 Sahaj ne bola.
I have another idea. White to play.
I know what Tiku will say. Queen h5 engine ki choice thi, so I'll go with the second best option. Queen g4 check and then Queen h5.
No. What I was thinking was, like, I want to get to f6. So my first instinct was, is this possible? But I'm guessing he's... That's...
Now I'm actually scared.
That's beautiful,
that my
no?
idea is...
Really?
Oh, wow.
Really?
Good. It looks very strong. But I had a different idea. I'll tell you that when I took the Tiku test. My thing was different.
Okay, Bar didn't like it that much. It's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not great also, yeah.
Sahil, what's your decision here? It's tactics. What is your Tiku test response?
94, I'll go. If not Queen h5, 94.
Okay, I'll tell you what my idea is. Again, I haven't checked the engine on this. I wanted to go Queen g4 and take on f6. This is what I wanted.
Oh, wow.
Bhai.
Wow,
Rook.
that's beautiful.
Rook.
Okay, and it works. Hi.
Oh, can you guess Black's best move here? Oh,
E5,
what a move.
yeah?
What
I
a
can
move.
guess the worst move here.
Best move, chat, come on. Black
E5?
to play best move. Yes, e5. So opening the attack towards the queen, but your queen is also hanging. Wow.
So then do you go Queen g7 here?
Queen g7, but rook g7.
Oh.
Takes
Queen
bishop
g7,
g7
bhai.
check.
Crazy. How is this not working?
Beauty prize, bhai. Beauty prize. Because
Wow,
pawn takes pawn, rook
look
on
at
e1
this.
is hanging. But
Bhai,
rook
rook
e4?
e4 के बाद dc3.
Rook f8. Oh, dc3.
Oh,
Bhai, rook e8 cb2 and वापस नहीं आ रहा rook. This is crazy. What a line.
This is a
actually.
study, yeah?
What a line.
This is the study.
Can you do an action replay of the whole
Yeah.
line? Because it's crazy.
This is a study. So Queen g4, Tanya's move. Insane idea of rook takes f6. If you take, this is checkmate. You can't take. So Black has to play the only move e5. Open up the attack towards the queen, but also attack the queen here. So Queen g7 sacking the queen. takes check. Takes the queen, but ed4 knight is pinned. And now if rook e4 sacks the rook, sacks everything, but
Wait.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful. Question. After ed4, can you go rook c4?
You mean here? Rook c4?
Yes.
Yes, it's possible, I think. Bishop c5 and game is equal, actually.
कहाँ से equal है भाई ये?
भाई
I
equal
don't
बार बता रहा भाई.
Rook e4? Rook e4?
Rook f8 maybe, yeah?
Rook f8.
Knight E2, Knight G1, D3.
Wait, Pragg just
yeah.
played? Bishop C3, FE6 on the board, guys.
Oh wow, let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Yeah, we got a little carried away. The chess players in us got a little carried away, but beautiful lines there. This is what has happened right now.
Yeah. Chat, by the way, break tha, jaldi stream like karo. Let's get those people back and more people into the game. The second half. In fact, I would say the तीन half में divide करेंगे तो maybe the third half of the match today. Very, very important moments. This is what will decide कौन जीतने वाला है. 18 minute है, by the way, for Wei Yi. और 19 moves करनी है. Tanya, do you think time pressure could be a real factor now? Because no increment.
I mean, I said this a while ago that I think that clock will play a massive role on this. I think Wei Yi was around 25 minutes when Sahaj mentioned 21 moves yet to be made. And we are still with about 19 moves on the clock remaining. Pawn takes pawn mara gaya. And the thing is, right, again, it's the nature of the position. It's so complicated that I have a feeling a lot of plot twists ahead. And we could potentially see some blunders in time scrambles. So you cannot miss the end of this one.
Yeah. Takes the knight back. Ab rook e6 aayega, very likely.
खेल दिया.
Only
Rook
move.
e7.
Only move. And now queen somewhere, yeah? Queen d2, I'm guessing, makes the most sense.
So he hasn't yet taken on C. Now he's taken on c3.
By the way, chat giving us a huge update. Hikaru is apparently worse now against Esipenko. Don't want to switch just yet. Maybe you look at it later. It's not a huge advantage, but it is an advantage for Esipenko. Hikaru, if he loses 2 games, bhai khatam candidates.
भाई उनकी वीडियो का क्या टाइटल होएगा आज फिर? क्रेजी होने वाला है कुछ तो.
Crazy, bhai.
Wow. Oh, there we
But you
see
know,
it, yeah?
can I say one thing? I genuinely want Hikaru to be in the race. I mean, one is that he is one of the absolute best in the world. He is such a strong player. You know, he's also super experienced. He's also considered as one of those players who truly deserves to play a world championship match. In his illustrious career, I think that's the one checkbox that is remaining for him. It's also just that I think the world loves to watch him play. So it would be amazing for the tournament, for all of us to have him in the race.
Cannot agree more, Tanya. I think Hikaru, of course, we've already talked about this. Agar koi bhi non-Indian jeetne wala hai, candidates. Let's assume कि Pragg was not there. Hikaru is the ideal, opponent because itna hyped up hoga wo match jo koi match nahi kar sakta. So I think Hikaru, we want him in contention. Queen d2 played by Wei Yi, by the way. But yeah, he's under pressure right now. Hold करना पड़ेगा किसी भी तरीके से उनको.
I feel the position is still very much in the savable territory for someone like Hikaru. Okay, you have 3 weaknesses essentially: a5, c5, e5. Okay, e5 not really a weakness, but it's definitely a pressure point for white. So something like queen c7 now, and okay, you just keep an eye on these 3 pawns, and I'm wondering how is white going to make progress in this position.
Can I try to get a3 b4 to take advantage of the pin?
I think whenever you play b4, मेरे पास c4 रहेगा.
So I also want to get that pawn attacked with bishop f1, but maybe it's e4.
Then e4 का pawn थोड़ा weak रहेगा. I think that's the culprit in the position, yeah, for Esipenko. अगर वो bishop g2 पे ना होता, maybe.
So I put my queen on c4 and go for that idea set. So I'll play queen c4 and then try to get a3 b4. We can't have arrows on this board, can we?
We can go to the full board though. We can check it out there very quickly. And I think what Tanya is saying is queen c4, right? And with the idea of a3
and
b4,
I want to get a3 b4.
Pin and win.
Is that annoying for you at all?
I don't think it's that much of a problem. I'm thinking, okay, a3 b4. I'm even happy giving you the pawn as long as I get some activity for it. I also know something like h5 just to open up the back rank. a3 you'll play?
Yes.
Knight e8 possible है क्या? हाँ, knight e8 possible है actually.
But
है. b4 पे knight d6.
It's like 2 plans, no? Then why play h5 though? If you.
But knight
just
e8,
to
then
open
at
up
least
the
I'll win
square.
a pawn, right? I'll win a pawn after knight e8.
नहीं, queen c5 पे queen b7 है मेरे पास. So b4 takes. Oh, it's losing. What?
Oh,
queen is also defended. Sorry, my bad.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that was not intended.
Happy
accident.
Maybe knight e8, queen d5, rook d. Yeah, maybe queen d5. But then at least you have knight f6. Rook d8,
is very
queen
strong.
c5. Oh,
Rook
Rook
D1
D1.
check.
Oh
Rook
God, Rook
D1.
D1.
And chat.
Tactics,
Tanya, I
tactics,
think
tactics.
this is the perfect moment for, puzzle rush. I think
I know.
chat
I
को भी
think I
करना
need
चाहिए.
26%. I think chat, we all need to do 26% off premium and go to Puzzle Rush because itne tactics are coming up today in all positions.
Yeah.
So still, I think holdable territory for Hikaru. But yeah, the fact that he's defending though, I mean, I'm not sure if he's happy about that.
सिर्फ नाराज लग रहा था हिकारू पता नहीं क्यों पोजीशन से ऐसा मुझे लगा बीच में. He is not happy at all. And Esipenko के लिए this is the golden opportunity. अगर जीत गए यहाँ पे he gets to equal score again. I mean, it would be huge.
By the way, I just want to point out that Hikaru is the only other player apart from Magnus currently in the world over 2800, rated over 2800.
Yeah.
At 2810, and world number 3 would be Fabi, who's very close at 2795, I believe. But 2800 and above is sort of considered this beautiful paradise, barely achievable, that super duper elite club of grandmasters. The 2800 club, as it's called.
I think only around what? I'm just checking. 16
I think
people.
16.
Yeah. I mean, Anish also you can kind of count. It was 2799.9 or something like
Anish
that.
actually crossed 2800
No, Anish
but
did.
in live rating.
Nepo, I mean, he was 2799.8.
Okay. Oh,
in live ratings.
But एक time पे बहुत लोग थे इस club में, right? At the same time, there was like a time जहाँ पे Magnus, Vichy, Kramnik, Caruana, like a bunch of people were over 2800 at the same time. But आजकल it's become quite rare. And H4 played, by the way, by Esipenko.
2800 beast sighting is very rare.
Yeah. By the way, a bunch of moves have happened, I think, in the Prague game. So pawn takes e6, rook e6 is what we saw, queen d2, knight e4, more simplifications, takes on f1 with check, rook f1, and now rook takes e4. And you know what? कल हमने एक opposite color bishop ending देखी थी, आज दोबारा आ सकती है. So what's your take on this, Sahaj and Tanya, ki evaluation-wise, who has the better chances?
I would say it's roughly balanced because black का advantage ये है कि white के pawns doubled है c3 c2 like in the long term c2 का pawn is a very big target for क्योंकि वो bishop c8 पे जो है वो c2 के pawn को हमेशा attack करेगा वो pawn move नहीं कर सकता. However, on the other hand, white's bishop can sit on e5 जहाँ पे black का rook बैठा हुआ है जहाँ पे black के bishop को बैठना चाहिए. तो it's like black has something and white has something. That's why I think it's more or less balanced. I think this could be a draw like very, very quickly.
But black के पास भी है ना वो e4 square में भी. Like,
but वो rook हटाओगे कैसे? I mean, it just takes a lot of time. For me, it's very simple: bishop f4, bishop e5.
I want to just say that the game that you were referring to, Fabi versus Hikaru, the opposite color complex, was totally different from this one. Hikaru's bishop was a dead piece in that one. He had that dark squared bishop, which was so bad. And basically, Fabi had a free hand with his minor piece. He was creating more weaknesses, putting pressure on Hikaru's king till the end, all the checks combined with queen, the attack. This is nothing like that. It's an opposite color bishop, but both bishops are active. I still like black a little bit more. I think the reason for that is the double pawns that you pointed out. A potential a2 can come under attack. And thinking of an idea of planting that bishop on e4, I love that, Sahil. One way I can see that making it work, you move your rook back, put your queen on g6, bring your big bishop on f5, and put it on e4, just to get it going, the plan that you mentioned. So to me, it feels like it's very close to equality. So yeah, let's say this, or bishop f4, bishop e5, and you would have continued with the same idea. c2 also a little bit tender like that.
g2 also.
g2 tender, c2 tender. So I think Prague's very comfortable in this position. It's equal, but slightly more equal for Prague than Wei
Yi.
Yeah, I think this queen g6, rook e8, bishop f5 looks a bit annoying as white. But if I want to make a draw, मैं rook e1 नहीं खेल सकता यहाँ पे just like what? Like that's
I
just
think there's
GG,
very
no?
much drawing territory. I don't think that draw is. I think draw is what is going to happen. There's no question about it. I don't think white is in trouble.
After rook e1 though, थोड़ा resemblance है कल की endgame का. It's not the same, of course.
Can you go bishop f5 directly, or what do you do?
And if you take, then at some point maybe you win this and then suddenly pawn up. But yeah, it's still a far cry from actually a real advantage. Oh, bishop f4 played, by the way. The plan of e5, the bishop's coming there, yeah? So clear plan for white. He doesn't want to draw just yet. And now Pragg has to calculate what's the best move here for him.
I think that's a really nice idea that you pointed out to put the bishop on e5, Sahaj, because that's where it belongs. And understanding that your bishop is misplaced, finding the best square for it and doing it immediately.
Yeah, I think nice move. But 13 minutes only for Wei Yi, so it's getting too close for comfort. Meanwhile, I think we should take a look at Divya versus Vaishali as well. Some updates have happened there. She has just played King G7. So let's just go through what we missed.
She took on a5 and doubled up on the b file. And basically, bas Alekind's gun, सीधा b7 pawn किया. But as you mentioned, Sahaj, yeah, d6 knight, क्या बढ़िया piece है. मतलब इकलौता 3 piece रोक के बैठा हुआ है. And now knight e5 trying to exchange one of the knights, king g7. And current position ये है. Although it does feel like Divya ने थोड़ा stabilize कर दिया यहाँ पे.
Like now it feels okay for Divya. Like it doesn't feel like I don't see how Vaishali can push. Knight f6 maybe could be like a possible plan, but feels difficult to make a move. Can I just take on d7 and play knight c5 or something? Sorry, Tanya. You were saying?
No, I was saying exactly that after knight f6, white gets this knight c5 jump anyway. So then you mentioned just take the knight, and I like that. Knight takes knight and queen takes knight. Knight c5.
You mean here after king g7?
Yes.
Knight. White, let's say, what is white playing though first?
Takes.
Knight c5.
Takes the knight.
Takes the knight. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just think this position is very equal. Black is defending the b7 pawn with 3 pieces. a4 is defended in return. Too few pieces for an attack on the king side. I think we're going to get the result that we all have been hoping for. I feel that draw is incoming in this one.
Yep. And 12 moves to go. 3-4 minutes.
Here there's increment. यहाँ पे increment है 30 seconds का. So
oh, by the way, only one result. Just a very, very brief look. It feels like Zhu Jiner is going to get the first victory in the women's section, because even though king center mein hai, she's just dominating the game. And this was the move. Knight takes f3 check was the brilliancy she played, followed by queen d4 check. And this has led to this position. A short take, Sahaj, Tanya, on this game.
She's just winning, yeah, completely winning. Double bishop. She has 2 pawns actually. She was already a pawn up when she played that move. Oh, 2 pawns, yeah. It's completely winning, I think. Should be GG soon. But time.
I want to say that Zhu Jiner, she is an absolute beast, I have to say. I mean, she's 23 years old. She's world number 2 at 25.78. Picked up so much rating in 2025. Had a fantastic year in the World Rapid and Blitz also. Just her performance throughout has qualified through the Grand Prix. And I want to point out, Zhu Jiner's story of getting into the candidates is insane, because she got through the Grand Prix spot. Okay, and she only got entry into the Grand Prix because Lei Tingzhe didn't get visa in time. So that's how Zhu Jiner entered, qualified to the candidates through the Grand Prix, and here she is looking at the first win of the women's candidates and becoming an early leader in the tournament.
That too with the black pieces, yeah. What a showcase of. By the way, bishop g5, not the best move again.
Even in the first round, she was, completely winning, like straight out of the opening as well. It's just she is showing dominance here for sure in the first 2 rounds.
You gave her the move of the day, right? In round 1 when she sacrificed the knight, that was your moment of the day.
Yes, exactly, and rightfully so. I think I completely back that. And by the way, I think Sindarov versus Bluebaum is about to finish as well. They are repeating moves.
Wow.
I think we're getting.
She's your choice, Sahaj bhai, I think, as the +1 for our favorites, right? In the women's section. You chose.
जैसे एक sentence start करते हो बहुत ही out of context अगर कोई clip
I mean, in our predictions for the winner, I think +1 हमने चुना था ना. अरे यार.
भाई एक काम करो, देखो भाई अब वो vanquish कर दो वो thoughts. Oh, there we have it.
Yeah, that's a draw. That's a draw. So a very, very comfortable draw at the end. I mean, it was a bit shaky. Sindarov was better, but Bluebaum fights on and just sweep up 13 points ki hone wali hai, but that's still going to win the candidates. So yeah, not a bad start for Bluebaum, yeah? Draw with the black pieces.
It's amazing,
absolutely not. What a performance, I think, so far by Bluebaum, have to say.
Fantastic start by him. I mean, draws the first game against Wei Yi. Second game against Sindarov with the black pieces, a player who just won yesterday. Super.
What?
What
By
happened?
Prague.
No. Bhai, Prague khatam game.
Prague, look at this.
What?
I told you वो rook straight कर लेगा. Like, and it's simple.
Bhai, this is where we left it, and you are wondering bishop e5 कुछ attack बनेगा, but rook e7, bishop g3, queen g6 and queen f4, threatening mate in 1.
And
So black
stopping
कहता है
bishop
भाई
f5.
मुझे mate नहीं होना है, rook f7. टक टक टकाटक खत्म.
टक टक घर चलो खटाखट.
Oh, by the way, guys, I think Divya and Vaishali are repeating.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think they're repeating.
भाई ये तो सारे गेम साथ में खत्म हो गए यार, पता ही नहीं लगा कहाँ से खत्म हो गई. जज्बात बदल दी सारे एक ही.
Crazy, actually. They're
It's
repeating.
happening now. I think this is where it ends because Divya's tried everything. Okay, she takes the knight.
No, she
Queen
takes.
takes
Oh, she's
knight.
playing on.
Oh, wow.
She's going to jump in with her knight, but this is, I'll be surprised if this goes on for much longer.
Okay, very interesting though. Divya repeats twice, but doesn't accept the draw. She still has hopes with this knight c5 move.
I also think that maybe the fact that she had double white and both of them are draws, I think that's playing a part here. I mean, it would play a part to, I think, most players. Like, अगर आप double white, अगर आप किसी भी tournament से start करते हो, you want at least one win.
2 minutes 40 seconds for Divya. She decided to play on here. She's going to jump in with her knight forward to hit the queen. Is the move that's the most human move in the position.
Can we have both games? Because I think वो Prague की game भी खत्म होने वाली है. Would love to check out
Yes.
both. By the way,
अभी तो दोनों
you
same
will
है.
not
Can we have one
believe
of the
this.
boards?
Zhu Jiner has blundered the game in one move.
No, okay, but
Commentators goes by.
By move of the day if she finds it.
Look at this. Knight to b5 is the move.
Okay, wait. We need to understand what is this.
Bishop b5, rook c1.
Rook c1. That I got. Knight
Queen
b5.
b5. Rook
e6 कुछ क्या? Rook e6.
Rook e6 is crazy.
Why, this is a golden opportunity, but impossible to find, I think.
No, I think it's possible to find for sure.
Really?
Yeah, it's not so. You know what? It's the kind of move when someone taps you on your shoulder and says there's something, you'll find it. But you're in a position you don't know that it's a blunder. It's not even in your radar that there's something like this. I don't think it's that easy to find. Saj, if you're taking this on and you think Lagno finds it, I think she misses this one. For me, this is not easy at all. With 1.5 minutes, I don't think she finds it. I think it's just not in her thought process, but I could be very wrong here.
I just think she's Lagno is one of the best like blitz players in the world, and like
3 times
because it's like less time, I feel like this is her territory here.
1 minute.
So what do you think? Does she do it or not, Sahaj? Does she
I
find
think so.
knight b5?
Oh no, she doesn't.
No chance. I mean, 1 minute में नहीं. Oh, that was completely gone off the queen g4.
No, but it's understandable. I'm telling you, knight b5. If somebody says कि इस position में कुछ है, puzzle rush, you will find it. But without that, it's not on your radar. To even look for anything like that.
By the way, 18 seconds.
Likely to win.
By 12 seconds. She has to make 12 moves.
2 moves.
This is not winning right now for Zhu Jiner.
Only 2 moves, by the way.
5 seconds. Okay, no, we've got the
By
clock
3
in front of us.
seconds.
6.
By 12 moves. Blunder again.
Mistake again.
Rook takes e6 now. This she will find. Yeah, come on.
This it's possible. Rook takes pawn is something because that is always in your horizon of thoughts.
It's an
But queen g4. Why is queen g4 working? Can I not just play queen f6? What's your plan?
Can you? Is castling legal? Is castling legal? Is
castling possible? Oh, I didn't even think about
that.
Castling.
Has to be the. That's why I asked if it's legal, because if it is, then castle and you're 2 pawns up and you're a happy camper.
Yeah, so that's crazy, by the way. But now rook e6 is very easy, no? Like, it's not even difficult. You can see it in a couple of seconds, I think. Not too tough for Lagno here.
She has only a couple of seconds to figure this out. Rook takes pawn, pawn takes rook. You give a check with your queen. And black's king just has no good square. King f8,
By queen g6,
queen
yeah.
f6.
But queen ko game mein nahi rana hai. That's
No,
the only
Tiku
question,
test.
Right?
Do you find this, Tiku? Will you find? Oh,
she does it. She does it. She finds it. What a find by Lagno.
Wow.
And it gets a brilliancy.
So Zhu Jiner spoils 2 games in a row, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, she's got 17
she could
seconds.
lose. Can she lose this? Because
I mean,
h8 का रुक भी मर रहा है.
भाई मारना है रुक. Only move, by the way. She has no other move. मारो. Okay, takes.
Yeah, it's going to be a repetition. Queen check, king f8, queen f6 check. And then the queen just bounces and gives checks everywhere.
Bhai, it's not simple, I think.
No, not king e7. You have to go king f8, I think. King f8 has to
Then
be
queen
the only
f6?
move.
Queen f6?
King g8?
Then queen takes e6 check? And king g7 for only move, क्योंकि king f8 पे f5 मरेगा check के साथ. Actually, it's happening on the board right now.
It has to be because it's the only move. King e8, your rook was hanging. So she doesn't have a choice. And now takes.
And now the worst part is Lagno can actually repeat once and then choose queen e6. Like पहले queen g6 check देके time थोड़ा बढ़ाओ and then queen e6 मारो. Then you can think.
So Lagno has the draw in hand right now if she wants it. But does she want more is the question.
Bhai, this is why king safety is so important. Time pressure में king safe now. You could lose a +4 advantage in one move. Castle करो भाई लोग. Very important.
Because the question is, if you go queen takes pawn, you need to be sure that once the king steps up, you have a perpetual. And it might confuse you a little bit. You have to be really sure about this. Yeah. So will Lagno just pull the brakes and go queen g6 here? Or will she be ambitious?
I think one check on g6 just to gain some time and then go queen takes e6. But I think there's not enough in the position. One check, एक check तो बनती है भाई.
Okay, she's looking at the
Divya
clock,
Vaishali,
yeah?
by the way, still playing. That's the update that the game is still on. So we haven't missed anything there. And she does go for queen g6 check. And Pragg, Wei Yi also wanting to reach the 41 move mark so that they can offer the draw. Yeah, and there we see a repetition happening.
Wow, we have all the 4 games in front of us right now.
Nice angle, actually. Love it. Okay, Pragg के board पे तो there is nothing, yeah.
I just look at the time on the clocks though, yeah. I mean, majority of them, like time pressure is real. But we could have all 8 draws today. Genuine possibility, eh?
And I think Sahaj had made that prediction that yesterday was such a whitewash with all the 3 white wins and a bit of a decisive day that today might be quieter.
यार ये जो words वाले होते हैं ना ये मेरे को समझ नहीं आते. मेरे को chess की prediction करनी चाहिए लगता है. The words में तो मैं हार ही जाता हूँ. By the way, Tan, did you figure out my word yet?
He still cannot deal with what has happened today. It's still hurting him.
Exactly. My ego is vanquished.
It's left him bamboozled absolutely that how could he?
But still, bhai, bamboozled is not a fair word, I think. ये क्या word है भाई?
But that's the fun, no? Like अगर उस word को अगर आप छुपा wait, what happened?
Whoa!
Vaishali blundered. What?
Yeah. That's a pawn, right? What's going on here?
Wait,
A4
what?
is hanging. Knight
Can we
takes
go full
knight.
screen? Can we go
Wait,
full screen?
What?
Okay, so let's just break this down. 1 second. You can't take on e4 twice because a4 is hanging. Rook takes pawn is the move. What? Rook takes pawn, knight takes knight, rook takes rook?
That's huge. I think she
F7
missed queen f7 is hanging. That's a huge miss by Vaishali, I think. But why play knight e4 in the first place? Like, I don't understand.
Oh.
Let's keep the position as it is.
What Vaishali calculated was after knight e4, rook takes pawn, she will take the rook.
Knight takes e4, you mean?
No, she'll take the rook. Rook takes rook. And she missed that after rook into rook. The idea that f7, you don't have time to take on c5. With the knight or the rook, you're getting checkmated.
Yeah. But it's...
But still, like, it feels strange that she played knight e4 in the first place. Like, queen c7, queen d8 would have been good. I mean, I still think Divya has a great position now. I think she has only she can improve, but knight e4 was just a weird move.
Very weird. Unnecessary. Okay, so knight takes pawn, runs into rook into pawn. Let's just have arrows. Let's not make moves. Knight takes pawn, would lose the a4 pawn.
Yes.
Knight takes e4 doesn't work. If Divya finds rook takes pawn, she has a winning advantage in this game.
She has 1 minute. Tiku test. Tiku, do you find rook b7 here?
Hey, of course, rook b7. You repeat the position a couple of times, give your opponents a false sense of security, and then you play on. That's what she did. And it's working, but she has 40 seconds, 40 seconds में move निकालनी है. She should be able to find it.
She has to find it. I mean, and Saj, I don't think it's that hard to spot this queen f7 point after rook takes pawn. So rook takes pawn.
Vaishali has spotted it. I
Chat.
mean, I can look at her. I
Yeah.
think she realized it. You can
Chat,
see.
does she find it? Yes or no? Spam kar. Jaldi se spam kar do. We have no time. 20 seconds on the clock.
seconds for Divya. If she would have found it, she would have played it by now. It's a move you
No,
spot
she's
and you
found
play instantly.
Nikal diya usse Tanya. I think she's just
15
trying to
seconds,
use
come on.
I don't
every
think
second
she. I
possible.
don't think she has. She would have played
I
it by
think
now.
she
She's gonna
has.
play something else.
6
Come on,
seconds.
Divya. You cannot miss this
5
opportunity. in the
seconds. Come on,
candidates.
just make a
Four.
move.
No, it's 7
And
seconds.
she
It's
took
8
it.
o'clock.
She took it.
Oh, she's found it.
Wow.
She plays it with
wow.
5 seconds on the clock, and Divya's winning against Vaishali.
Huge. Is
And
it a
with
winning
this,
advantage though? This is a winning advantage. Yeah, it's a winning advantage.
she's going to be leading the women's candidates after round 2, right? Because nobody else has won.
Because Zhu Jiner just messed up her position in one move. Lagno should be holding that at least with the perpetual if she hasn't. And that's ended in a draw, by the way. Lagno versus Jiner is over.
Wow.
So that has ended in a draw. And this is what we were talking about. Now you can't take the knight on c5. f7, checkmate in 2 coming in.
And if knight g5, what's our
You
plan?
just move the queen away.
Because rook
Queen
c5
E-
aa raha hai na?
Oh, Queen G4 is an only move apparently.
Oh.
Maybe this is what she missed. Knight g5 on the board. Maybe this is what she missed, and
Yeah.
Sahil.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Chad, because rook c5 with queen b7 incoming, and she missed queen g4, forces the queen trade essentially. That's over. That's basically over.
And this is what probably Divya was taking her time to calculate before she took the pawn. But she has to find queen g4. Everything else is lost, right? Any other queen
Yes.
move.
And this a pawn, this a pass pawn. Look at the knight far away from the pawn. Rook kind of stuck. I think this is completely winning queen g4 ke baad. 15 seconds.
Ooh.
Oh my god, no!
I cannot believe it. What?
Rook b8, rook c1. There's a check on c1. Rook takes knight. Rook b8 is what Divya wants, but rook c1 check.
Guys, go through the move. Look at that move. That's move of the day. If Vaishali finds it, go through that line. Rook c5.
Sahil,
look at it.
show it.
c5.
And
Huh?
rook
Queen
b8
e5.
or
Rook
rook
b8.
c7. It does. And check. Check is the problem.
No. It's Queen e5 check. Just wait. A rook
Queen
takes
e5
c5.
here.
Queen e5 check. King
Huh?
h7.
King h7.
Huh?
Rook
Rook
b8.
b8.
Rook
Okay.
c1.
Huh?
King h2. Queen takes h3 check.
No way! No way! No way!
Only
Queen
move.
h3.
And it's
Whoa,
happening.
hey,
This is happening on the
This is
board.
happening.
Wait, she's
This
gone for queen
happening.
e5 check. And it was forced because if you went rook b8 pehle, there was rook c1 check and you simply move the queen away. So Divya found queen e5 check, which would threaten mate on h8.
Chat
After rook
stream
b8.
like karo. Jaldi se, come on. This is the crunch moment. Let's get as many people as possible. What a moment. Now, Vaishali has to find that queen sacrifice. Sahaj, can she find it with 2 minutes on the clock?
I think they
I
both
think very,
spotted
very
it.
good chance. By
I
the
think
way,
Divya
big
spotted it.
update. Big update. Prague and Wei Yi have officially drawn their match, so that match is over. And
As
just 2
expected.
matches remaining now.
Yeah, but this is
Wow.
where it's all eyes at. This is where the action is right now. Firstly, Divya has to play rook b8. It has to be the only move, right?
Yeah. I mean, otherwise you lose the rook.
She does it, and now it's on Vaishali. She will give a check because that
Wow.
has to be played. She will definitely spot the check. There's no question about that in my mind.
Oh, she finds queen
will-
h3, I think. No chance she doesn't see it.
Really?
Yeah, because
No
it's the only
chance, come
move.
on.
Everything
It's
else
Vaishali.
loses on the spot. And it's
Oh, she
Vaishali.
finds
I
it.
agree with Sahaj.
Oh, okay. If
Ek second
gives
mein
a
Divya
check.
has
Okay,
Divya
guys,
seen
this
it?
is
No.
the moment.
Has Divya seen it? Because
Yes,
her
yes, I
special
think
tell
Divya
us.
has seen it as well. I think Divya messed it up because of the time. Otherwise, of course, she would have found the correct way to play. It's just time pressure and just nerves.
Vaishali finds
Wow.
queen takes pawn. There is no question about it. It's the only move. You're getting checkmated or you're going to lose your queen. Everything else loses. Vaishali will find queen takes pawn.
What a game,
Vaishali
man.
doesn't miss this.
What a game. The twists and turns. Just like a movie I watched recently. Crazy game, I would say.
She's reaching for the queen and she does
Wow.
it. Queen takes pawn. A stunning sacrifice by Vaishali. A check will be given. The queen will be regained.
Oh, bhai.
Material balance has been restored. And finally navigating towards a draw. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
By the way, that's move of the day for me. Queen takes h3. Like, it's so beautiful, yeah?
Hmm.
What do you guys think? Do you think there is a better move than this one?
I agree,
Tan?
man. I think it's hard to disagree with a
Thinking.
queen sacrifice, yeah?
Also, just
Yeah.
finding rooks. Also, there
No,
is
I think
that like that surprise element, yeah. That with Queen H3 with such little time on the clock as well.
And I want to ask
What a
Tanya,
mistake.
do you think this is going to haunt Divya now? Because Queen G4 was winning. She's going to go back and see, Arey bhai, bas Queen ek kadam aage chal diya hota, I would have won this game. Do you think this is going to haunt her now? Like, and
no,
it'll be
it's not.
tough to recover from?
I think this happens. These misses, and it
Hmm.
wasn't the easiest spot with seconds on the clock. It's already such a tricky position. I think Divya just played Queen G3 because she thought it's completely winning. Divya missed Queen
Hmm.
H3, and it is completely winning if not for this
Hmm.
Queen sacrifice. Sehaj, 1000%. This has to be a move of the day, the moment of the day. The whole sequence is insane. And I'll tell you what the crazy part. I think in my head, I feel that a lot of this was figured out when the position appeared on the board. For example,
Hmm.
the concept of queen takes pawn, I don't think Vaishali saw it at the start when queen g3 was played. Coming into this position when rook b8 is played, then it hits you. Thank God I have this resource.
Wow. There was a luck factor here as well, yeah. For
Yeah.
I think for Vaishali for sure because
Yes.
Queen H3 just happened to be there.
Yeah.
Everything else loses. Otherwise,
Yeah.
Vaishali would have never. What's interesting for me is to think that when Vaishali played knight e4, how much had she seen? Had she spotted rook takes pawn was possible? Did she see after knight g5 there is queen g3, queen e5? Was queen g4 in a, I don't know how much did she actually calculate here.
I mean, it's good that she played knight g5 really quickly to get Divya in some time pressure. Like 0.1 seconds दिख रहा है मुझे. Of course, उससे ज़्यादा ही होगा, but still very very quickly she played, and Divya just didn't have enough time to calculate, and calm herself because of the time. And I don't think Vaishali saw everything. I'm guessing
No.
उसको लग रहा होगा rook takes c5 possible है, so let's just try to play fast. I missed this move, and we just have to keep moving. But yeah, this queen h3 is crazy.
It's beautiful. My guess would be that Vaishali spotted till knight g5, went for knight e4. I don't think she missed rook into pawn. I think she spotted knight g5 and she missed this idea. Queen g4 was not on her radar. She missed the idea of queen coming to e5. And look at Divya. She now realizes that the whole
Yeah.
sequence hasn't worked out.
Yeah, it's going to be painful, of course. And
Yeah.
recover karna padega isse. Not only later on, but even right now, because the game is not over. Do you see any potential drama, or this is just a complete dead draw now? Because weekend game aane wali hai.
Like dead draw, I think. But Tan, I think you can. What do you think is going to happen?
I
Is
wouldn't
it a
call
dead
it
draw?
a complete dead draw. I think draw will happen. But I do feel with the A passer. So let's say that the A pawn is exchanged for the C pawn. I think
Hmm.
white can still put some pressure on the D5 pawn. So I would say yes, it's equal, but I would want to be white in this endgame. I think again it's more equal for white than for black. Because I can imagine A and the C6 pawn being traded off and some pressure on D5. That's my logic.
Yeah. And okay, I think also ये भी depend करता है कि A और C pawn trade होने के बाद is the D5 pawn gonna fall? Because then Divya can press, I think. But उसका time
Exactly.
मिल नहीं रहा है.
But I think rook a1 maybe, no? And already like...
You want to go D4, you mean, after everything?
Yeah, by the way, Rakesh informing us, Hikaru के पास 12 moves के लिए सिर्फ 4 minute है. So maybe we wanna switch to that game. What's your take, Tanya Saj?
Yes, I think so. I think this one, the dust has settled
Hmm.
and things have calmed down. I don't know if you want to show this moment one more time because it was just a
Yeah.
very beautiful sequence starting from 94 and then we
Yeah.
just rushed to Hikaru's board. A
Yeah.
blunder, this one.
Yeah, a big blunder actually would have ended the game potentially because after this pawn hangs, knight g5, defends f7, attacks the queen, and you had to play queen g4 here, and that would
Beautiful
have
move.
won the game, yeah, for
Forcing the
Divya.
queen trade. Basically, you're disconnecting the black queen from the rook.
Yes. And now after this mistake, queen g3, she thought it was all the same. Rook c5, if you take the rook is hanging. So check, king h7, rook b8. Or lag raha hai ho gayi mate, ek kadam dur. But check and wow, the move of the
Beautiful.
day, yeah? Queen takes h3. What a move. Wow. So that's the game, most likely a draw, but jumping to Hikaru's game very quickly, who has 4 minutes to play 12 moves and is still slightly worse. Bishop यहाँ पे c4 की तरफ आने वाला है. Saj bhai, how would you agree it's plus 0.3? Would you think that it's even worse, or maybe it's close to equal? What's your take?
I think it's close to equal for me now. Maybe bishop f1, bishop c4. White has some pressure here for sure, but nothing too crazy. Like black की moves भी थोड़ी simple लग रही है. Yes, I mean 4.5 minutes for what, 12 moves? Hikaru के लिए, but it's Hikaru, yeah. For Hikaru, it's normal. ठीक है भाई, चलेगा. So I think ये भी draw, and I think actually then my prediction is correct. Yeah, all 8 games would be a draw.
वाओ, लग नहीं रहा था ऐसा होगा, बट हुआ.
भाई
एंड
मैंने तो 3 विमेन में प्रेडिक्शंस करी थी कि 3 डिसाइसिव रिजल्ट होंगे, वो तो बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ.
देखो 3 chances तो थे जीतने के ओवरऑल.
तो कल से फिर से तानिया वेसल बन जाएगी. आई एम गेसिंग नाउ आफ्टर द
I'm telling you, I like results and all predicting is just not my forte, and I think I have to stay away from it because I just set myself up for it. जो मैं बोलती हूँ उसका opposite हो जाता है when I predict a result.
तो आप वो बोलो ना जो आपको नहीं, जो आप
हाँ.
ऑलरेडी ऑपोजिट बोलो, तो जो आप चाहते हो वही होगा.
Oh, I'll try that strategy next time.
पीक डिटेलिंग.
By the way, I remember this एक book थी. I don't know if it was the analytical manual वो दुरेत्स्की वाली. I'm sure Saj bhai and Tanya have like looked at it, and उसमें ये endgame है. I think the first position ऐसी कुछ है ना pawn e3 पे. I think I don't remember. There was like 25-35 pages of analysis, and उसके बाद मैं समझ गया था कि भाई chess पे बनना मुश्किल है on this particular position. Okay,
मैं
पहले
तब
match
से
for
I'm just thinking h6 का pawn क्यों नहीं मार सकता मैं, by the way? It's just some like, has Hikaru just calculated everything here? I'm sure he hasn't missed it, but why is it not hanging?
C4 is this looks like it has to be C4 to try to create some counterplay. Is that the point?
bc4 queen की
I'm
check, I
guessing.
guess, or no, rook c4. Okay, okay,
But
ठीक है, तो e4 का pawn तो मर ही जाएगा ना.
Yeah, and just looks like a lot of activity for black's pieces, no? The B and the C file.
और वो h pawn भी मतलब कुछ खास नहीं है. Maybe that's his plan. I mean, besides queen h6, there's nothing else here, I guess. Bishop f3 or bishop. I mean,
I like
maybe
the
don't
idea
allow
bishop
black to play
f1.
c4.
I do like the rerouting of the bishop, but what I don't understand is how am I reacting if you put pressure on e4? Like, let's say bishop f1, and then you go queen somewhere, b7 or c6.
but
भाई
ये hanging
खेला
है ना,
उसने
I
bishop
think
f1.
this is
खेला
hanging.
bishop
Yeah,
So
f1.
now
So what does he
king.
want if you attack e4? Because I never like making moves like f3. I find them making it all very loose.
Bhai, okay, someone needs to, like, clip that.
Clip it and chip it.
Why?
You just said f3 is a. I don't like making moves like f3. Bhai, come on, golden pawn, chat. Let's go.
I'm agreeing with Sahaj. So king to g7 has been played, defending
Defending the
h6.
pawn. Okay, now bishop c4.
You know, one idea that I would always have in mind as white is this, because I see the e4 pawn is actually maneuvering my rook. No, I don't know where. Sorry,
Why,
ignore
why
that.
not bishop c4? Just like, is there an issue? Like,
So bishop c4, what do you do for queen b7, for example?
f3 खेलना पड़ेगा
Oh
शायद.
wow,
bhai.
queen b7 is really not good.
But why?
Maybe because you cannot
it's-
capture on e4. Like, if you capture with the knight, I have bishop d5, and if you capture with the queen, then there's rook d7 at the end.
Very nice.
ठीक है, तो a4 something. Let's improve.
I like this because pawn takes pawn, there's queen b1 check potentially.
Oh, I meant black to play. Sorry, for white to play for in that position. Is a4 working here for
the
black?
queen b7. Queen b7. Okay, got it.
I really like a4 for black.
भाई साल भाई side effects बहुत बढ़िया लग रहे हैं आज. a4 best move for black, by the way.
It's like happy accidents are
Crazy.
Yeah.
By the way, he has just played a4.
the name of the game. Oh wow.
By the way, only move now for Hikaru.
Wow. Only move. Oh, he finds it, of course.
भाई 1 second के अंदर Hikaru है भाई. The question is, can Hikaru win this? Because title Tuesday में तो मतलब this is possible. Hikaru winning
Rook
this.
c6. I think what Hikaru wants to potentially do is try to trade off, put his rook on d6 next, and then plant it on d4 if you don't trade. So he stops rook d6.
No, rook d6 anyways, no?
C5 you don't care about because of E4? What's a queen C5?
Queen c5, queen b3 I have, I think.
Take on
Think.
D6.
Takes. I mean, no, queen knight ka combination, I just like it more.
We can have a look, like queen c5 यहाँ पे, right?
Ah, it's working. Okay, nice.
Queen c5, queen b3, queen d6, queen c2, queen e5, and queen f4, yeah?
Yeah, because
Pretty
queen
much.
E4 you lose A5 and then you still keep the balance in the position.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
rook D6 would
Mhm.
activate.
Oh, wait, what? He
What
played
happened?
c4, by the way.
Interesting. Whoa, very interesting. So he's saying if you take my queen, E4 is undefended. So I'm happy with that. And if you don't take my queen and take the pawn on C4, I take your queen and take the pawn on E4.
So queen b6, rook b6 के बाद मुझे किस से कैप्चर करना चाहिए? बिशप से या pawn से? Pawn is also interesting, no?
And then C5 or what?
हाँ, knight c5 पे तो नहीं बैठना चाहिए. Knight e4 के बाद like
Exactly. After knight E4, but C5 you lose that pawn, right? Like,
Yeah, rook
okay, you
bishop
can't
g2
because
है ना?
bishop G2, bishop G2, rook C5, bishop E4 defends the rook on C2. Wow.
Yeah. But f5, no? And it's like, do you want to take? But king aa raha hai, I think.
C4 is such a direct way to try to solve the problems in the position. Meanwhile, Divya and Vaishali, can we go to Divya's board and just see what's happening there? And Divya and Vaishali, look, yeah. You know, I think Divya, what I would guess here is that it is in her mind and she kind of somewhere realizes she's worked out Queen G4 in her head. I think she could feel that there's something in that position and there's this feeling of a huge missed opportunity because of lack of time. One move away from basically winning the game.
Yeah, this is where I think the experience comes in, right? Because people say कि experience बहुत ज़रूरी है candidates के लिए, and that's why Fabi is the favorite and so on. But this is where Divya needs a strong team of seconds to help her out, and of course her own mindset. And if she can move on from this anyway, I think she does know that it was still equal. She did repeat the position twice, and maybe you kind of look at it that way. Okay, I was happy with the draw almost, and even practically Vaishali might have been better there, right? एक time पे तो ऐसा लग रहा था. So yeah.
ये तो सीधा ड्रॉ है भाई. अब तो कोई चांस नहीं लग रहा. Actually, maybe Vaishali can also play like rook a4, rook e4, rook e5 सीधा मर रहा है. Unless you play rook a8 now. वो भी ठीक नहीं लग रहा लेकिन देख. Like
Yeah,
if I play
maybe.
rook c8 now, then it's Vaishali who's playing, right? Because rook a4, rook e4 is an extra pawn, I think. Still a draw, of
Oh, rook
course.
c7, rook e7, no?
Ah, okay, nice. King f8, king g7,
G7.
rook e7, king f8.
I think you lose a pawn, but maybe it's just this 4 versus 3 is a theoretical draw. But the thing is, if Vaishali wins a pawn, she'll play this on forever.
Yeah.
Even if it's a theoretical draw, you basically play and make your opponent sweat. But is there a cleaner way? Rook a8, one where we don't have to give a pawn if you're white. So rook a8.
Yeah, this is, I think, the cleanest.
C5? C5, now you can go probably rook a5.
Rook a5.
Yeah.
But maybe g5, king g6, king f5, like trying to bring the king in.
So do you push the a pawn now, a5?
No, rook a6, rook a6. Don't allow king g6.
Okay.
And if c5?
Then rook a5.
वो तो चल रहा था ना, तो अच्छा है. या rook
c1.
Rook b5, can I go?
Rook b5 is nice.
Changing. Can we go full screen?
What happened?
Oh, अपना cam switch कर रहा है. Yep, that's the current position.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, she did play rook. So oh no, that's not the current board. Yeah.
Rook a1 is the live position.
Yeah.
So this is where we're at. Okay, but this should end in a draw. And I think Vaishali will find her way forward. Sorry, Divya will find her way forward. What is the easiest path?
Yeah, this should
But
be a
she's
draw. ये तो dead
disappointed.
draw.
She's definitely disappointed with the way things have turned out in this one. Because the thing is, right, I think she repeated not because of anything. She wanted time on her clock and she wanted to press.
Hmm.
And then she gets this huge opportunity, rushes with queen g3 because she doesn't have enough time. And in that moment, just one square difference is one square की कीमत तुम क्या जानो. It's the difference between a point and
bye
and
bye.
half a
अरे
point.
चैट जानती है यार, वो एक स्क्वायर पे उनको ताने दे गोना गेट योर साइंड बोर्ड. सो उस एक स्क्वायर की कीमत चैट बिल्कुल जानती है.
And एक square की
By the
कीमत
way,
है
Hikaru on 2
36% off.
minutes. Hikaru
Okay,
has
so
2
let's
minutes, by the way.
Okay,
let's
let's
go
Wait,
back.
Hikaru के पास 2 minutes and there are 6 more moves to be played, and that is 26% off for the sale.
Wow.
Bhai, that's peak detailing right there.
Yes. Chat 26% off on premium membership only through the Candidates 2026. So make the most of that offer. You know, not only up your own game, but support everything that chess.com does, what chess.com India does. So go and upgrade and enjoy playing
by the
chess.
way-
Meanwhile, all the 3 good moves in the game have come by Hikaru. All of them. Andrey Esipenko ke no brilliancies, no good moves, no bad moves. And 98% accuracy, bhai.
Am I going to be a pawn up in this rook endgame now?
But this is a theoretical draw.
Yeah, but at least I can push, no? Like, is
But
there
do you
potential
know?
to push?
Actually, no. Esipenko cannot push much here, and I'll tell you why. It's because it's because his golden pawn is pushed. If that pawn
Why?
was on f2, he could press this forever.
जिस तरह हिकारू ने वो बिशप उठाया ना वहां से, इतनी जोर से मारा, ऐसा होता ना 200 साल से तुम वेट कर रहे हो तो किसी पीस को बोर्ड से उठाने के लिए, दे धनाधन मार दिया उस बिशप को उठा के. ओके, नाउ रुक b4, रुक a5, रुक c4.
He's confident.
Yeah.
He's confident of holding this. And I think the reason is that he's going to put his rook on the second rank. So you have to go king f2 as soon as you can.
Yeah.
And then there'll
very
be a
important.
bunch of checks. Or even just put your rook on c3 and a3. I want to get the rook on a3. So rook c2 will have to be played.
Yeah,
I just want to
think-
play rook c2. That's the whole point of the whole
By the
golden.
way-
If the pawn was on f2, that could play king g2
Rook
always.
c2 is a mistake.
King e3, right?
Yeah, and white is close to winning.
Yes.
He's
because-
winning.
Yes. Because rook c2 and your king is just marching forward.
Wow.
But instead of playing, I think rook
He's
c2,
gone
you
with
should
a
go rook
bishop.
c3 there, just to not allow the king to pass.
By the way, he played check, king f6. Of course, black को भी back rank पे नहीं जाना है, so king f6 only move. Okay, some drama there still. Hikaru has to play one more move, by the way.
How confident is Hikaru of holding this one is the question. You know, rook pawn endings, when you're sitting from the outside, it feels like all of them are theoretical draws. But the amount of times I have seen elite grandmaster, elite level chess being decided in theoretical drawn positions, it's not over till it's over this one. Hikaru still has to show technique to hold this.
Does anybody remember that Carlsen against Hikaru game? It was I think it was 4 versus 4, but Carlsen ka pawn yahan pe tha. I don't know what it was. He had a passed pawn and he just converted this easily against Hikaru. Like
Rook endgame, you mean?
Rook endgame, yeah. He converted this easily. Like it was not even a competition. बहुत साल पुरानी बात है. I don't know which game this is, but it's happened before. I agree. And थोड़ा ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा यहाँ पे.
Like, I would agree with you had the pawn been on f2. Because the pawn is on f3, like rook c2 के बाद आपका king बाहर ही नहीं निकल रहा है.
Okay, but it's not
But I'll
that
play king
easy,
f2,
right?
no?
Okay, let's say I give a check here. I give a check and drive your king back because g6 is hanging. I come forward with my king f2.
Yes.
What do you play?
Anything.
What is
Like
anything?
literally
here?
like rook b4, rook c3, rook c2, and anything should be.
I want to
not
fight against rook
c3.
c3. Rook
Oh, by the
c3.
way,
Okay.
he's
Okay.
And
played
then I want to
a5.
go h5. I've set up the idea of h5 in that position. I don't think it's that trivial, by the way.
Oh, h5 is nice.
That's why I gave the
ठीक है,
check
king
as well.
g7 चले जाओ. Wait, has he
King
played?
f2.
No,
He actually
yes,
did
he
not.
has. He's
He
gone
didn't
for
find the best
a5.
move though. Yeah, now it's I think closer to a draw. But why would you play this? Because now rook a4 comes directly, no? That's just somehow easier maybe? Or no?
No, I agree with you. I'm kind of slightly surprised with a5. I don't see the need to have rushed through it, but Esipenko knows what he's doing. So what is he setting up here?
Chat asking Magnus as white here, will he win this? I think
Great
doubtful
question.
here. Doubtful, but I'm not sure. But
Do you think you'll hold this against Magnus with black?
भाई ये तो सहज टेस्ट हो गया.
भाई ये टिक्कू टेस्ट में कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं है. This is not even part of the syllabus for the टिक्कू टेस्ट. तो तुम्हारा ही हो सकता है ये.
How much time do I have?
You
This time.
have you
Like
what,
same
how much?
अगर आधा घंटा है because they get a half an hour increment now.
Yes. Yes.
Half an hour में I think I should.
You're confident of saving a pawn down, rook pawn ending.
I'm not confident. Believe me, I'm not confident. That's not what I said, but I
Then
think
will
I
you,
should.
yes or no? No, it's a yes or no. Will you save it?
I really hope I should be able to, but can't really answer until it happens. But yeah, Magnus का pawn मुझे F3 पे चाहिए. F2 पे होगा तो I'm not that confident.
He's
By the
gone for your
way,
idea of rook c3 attacking that f pawn.
tomorrow is round 3 and कल का जो star clash up होगा, it's gonna be Pragg against Sindarov. By the way,
And we
that's
do
a
have
draw.
a result as Divya Vaishali. It's handshakes here. What a topsy-turvy game this was. Divya missing a huge opportunity to grab the whole point. For Vaishali finding the move of the day, bhai. Queen takes pawn. Queen sacrifice to save the game. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Move of the day
Yeah,
for
I think-
sure.
Yeah. Divya won't be happy, but I think game looked like a draw for a long time. And puzzle rush bhai बहुत जरूरी है. It's very, very important. And now we rush to the only remaining game of the day. आज थोड़ी जल्दी गेम्स खत्म हो गई एक्चुअली बिकॉज कल मुझे याद है 12 बजे तक हम उसके बाद हम कमेंट्री कर रहे थे. आज 10:15 ही है एंड ओनली वन गेम रिमेनिंग, वो भी रुक एंड गेम. So the action kind of ending early today, yeah?
First round, I guess, like everyone is fresh and आज लग रहा था मुझे थोड़ा calm day रहेगा. Let's see. By the way, here also repetition is very likely. If you go king f2, for example, I give a check. You go king e3, I give a check again. And chat, a question for you. In this position, white, what is the worst move for white? White
I
to play
love
and
this
lose.
question.
सिर्फ
Literally.
एक ही मूव है जो हार रही है, ठीक है?
Opposition ले लेते हैं. I think, Sahaj bhai, I think it's a good end game principle.
Chat is very sharp, by the way. Chat is saying they found the white to play and lose.
Yeah.
Nice.
It is.
जो लोग king
that was-
d4, king d2 कह रहे हैं, I mean, I'm not sure if maybe it's losing, but it's not clear. But king f4, Tiku bhai, please.
Yeah, do
Show
the
us.
honors, and that is pawn से checkmate करने का अलग ही मजा है साज भाई. नहीं प्यादे से, मतलब प्यादे से ही कर दिया. एंड किंग बेचारा, ये लोग नेटफ्लिक्स एंड चिल करते रह गए. यहाँ पे गेम खत्म. So rook c3 and
King f2 played.
yeah, king comes up the board.
Yeah, but I don't think it's check draw because rook c2, king e3, rook c3, king e2, rook c2. Then I will go king d3. And
Then rook
after
g3.
rook g2, I will say that you will be very far away. And hopefully, can we try that line?
I have a question for Saj before we go to that line, go into that line. Saj bhai, how many moves do you think यहाँ पे draw कर रही है? Because I want to understand कि practically कितना difficult है. So how many moves do you think here in this position draw for black?
I think a lot. I mean, as long as you control the pawn on a5,
So
that's
take
pretty
guess.
basic.
Take a guess. Wild number.
Rook a3, rook c5, rook c2 should draw.
Rook a3, rook c5,
Rook c5 and rook c2 should draw, yeah.
Okay. Any other moves?
Like अगर rook b7 दे दिया आपने मुझे, I'm not so confident, but I still think it should be a draw actually.
So in this position, rook c2 is the only drawing move.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
हाँ.
Wow.
That is
So it's
crazy.
plus 2.6 otherwise.
What? So you're saying that
Yes.
rook a3 and rook c5 lose?
Rook a3, you can see the bar jump up suddenly.
Wait, why is that the case though?
I think it's just a6 is my guess. And the king just walks up, ignores everything else. A6.
Okay.
Oh, because your king is bad, so you can't go where. Okay, let's say you go if g5, h5. So g5 is a bad move.
Huh.
Hmm.
So rook a2, yeah? Maybe you try to win the
No,
pawns.
rook
Let's say-
a2 gives away too much, not rook a2.
But what
Let's
do you do
go
then?
king e6.
King e6 पे rook 8 and then a7.
King e8, rook a8. I still am in time. No, king f6, king g7.
भाई वो lost है शायद maybe.
कैसे?
No.
No,
दो
no.
मूव वेस्ट हो गए ना तानिया. लाइक rook a8 मिल गया फ्री का एंड किंग के लिए आसान नहीं हो गया.
हाँ
थोड़ा
मेरे
सा
पास
आसान
h5 है ना तान्या.
King e6. I want to see that.
I have h5 at the right
Rook
moment I
a8.
think.
Huh.
This
King
is
King
lost.
F7. Yeah, I just want to see how. A7,
King
King
G7.
G7, and
Ah,
what's the
H5.
win?
No, not h5 now, but okay, at some moment,
No,
I
it's saying
think.
H5 now as well. But what's the winning
Yeah.
idea?
Because f5 marega na, Tanya.
But कैसे मरेगा?
f4 now, and then you bring the king. The rook
Oh,
is
and
tied down, the
then
king is tied down, and then you just bring the king to f5.
yeah, let's just break this down for chat. This winning plan that the king will march over, and if the f pawn falls, white will push his own f pawn, give a check to black's king, and then move his rook. I
Yeah.
don't know if there's a way for you to show this really quickly because it's
Yeah,
a
of
very
course.
instructive.
So black can only
technique.
stay here, right? If you
Correct.
come here, then I think there is rook h8, and that is the end of the game. Pawn
And that's
marne
what
pe.
you're
So we
trying
have
to
to stay
achieve.
here. Yeah. Black will just wait. हम आराम से chill करते हुए आएंगे. धिनक धिंधा कोई stress और रुक बन रहा है. थोड़ा stress है.
Tinaktinda.
King c3, King
Tinaktinda.
h7, King b4, रुक यहाँ पे. King c5.
Tinaktinda.
बड़ा लंबा यार दिखाना.
Tinaktinda.
पहुंच गए यहाँ तक. And this is some sort of zugzwang, right? So you will have
But
to
you have to
move the
go
rook.
on because the point is after king
Yeah.
takes pawn, now you will move the king away and give up that
Yeah.
f pawn.
And let's say
You
comes
don't
here
even
and
maybe
now
need to
f5.
give it. Yeah.
ये बहुत लंबी एंड गेम है बट बेसिकली द रूल इज चैट दैट अगर ये रुक और पॉन रहता है मतलब ऑन द कॉर्नर ऑफ द बोर्ड ऑन द 7th रैंक देन एच पॉन like imagine this is those are the only pieces on the board. If you have an h pawn as white, it's a draw. If you have a g pawn as a white it's a draw. F to c सारे जीतेंगे. F to c. No, b or a I'm not okay. That should be winning
Imagine
as well.
करो ये तीनों pawn गायब हैं and you only have this extra pawn, right? That's what you're saying, Saj bhai. Only one pawn for white. If it's
Yeah.
h and g pawn, it's a draw. If it's f or anything else, it's winning.
Actually g फाइल पे अगर आपने 6 पॉन भी लगा दिया तो भी ड्रॉ है वो. Like I've actually tried this. If you put the king on g7 and we played g6, g5, g4, g3, g2, still a draw.
Yeah. Yeah. So by the way,
Guys,
coming back to the live
speaking of
position.
all the draws, 7 out of 8 games today already draw ho chuki hai. This is the final remaining game, and I think day 2 of the candidates very likely ending with 0 decisive games.
और Hikaru gets knocked out, Tanya. Still possible. अभी भी बाहर निकल सकते हैं कैंडिडेट्स के
Because
कंटेंशन
actually
से.
only move ढूंढना है rook c2.
Only
Okay, and
move.
rook c2 for me is not so easy because rook c2, king e3,
Hmm.
and now let's say you give a check.
Rook c3, king.
I was thinking you can just go
E2.
king e2 and rook
Yeah.
c2, king d3.
Yes.
And
And
now
now-
what's the move here?
There's only one move in the position, chat. Chat, this is for
Okay.
you. Only one
about
move
to
in
do
the
it.
position. Yeah.
Yeah,
Take
he's
a
about
guess.
to go
Okay.
for the move.
It looked like he was going for rook c2. I don't know what the move here is, but if it's rook g2, rook g3, that's not an easy move to play or to find because you feel you're misplacing your rook.
Only move, Tanya. Rook g2.
I think
Only
this is
move in the
what's-
position.
So that's
Raj,
the
I think this was your idea as well.
Mhm.
But to me, it just felt like it's either draw or you're lost because your rook is too far away. And if you're saving it, it's miraculous.
Yeah. And oh,
Yeah.
he's about to play. Can we go full screen maybe?
Yeah, let's go
Because-
full screen, guys, because this is the difference between Hikaru winning and Hikaru drawing and keeping his chances alive. This moment.
Finds-
This moment. He's pulling his hand back. He's
Also,
hesitating.
just want to mention it for the chat.
Oh, he
After
does
king
it.
e3, okay, he's just repeating. Yeah, मतलब king e3 के बाद अब rook g2 नहीं आ सकते थे because वो king फिर भी f4 पे बाद में आ सकता है. You shouldn't play this right now. So rook a6 check first and then probably king f4.
Yeah, very important. वो दोबारा थोड़ा सा.
Okay, look at Hikaru. King moves. I'll move my rook.
Ceiling
Chat, I
ceiling
got
पे देख
this.
रहा है ना वो.
He's
Netflix.
calculating it. He's holding his mouse on the other hand, saying this logical. Rook goes here. Chat, I got
अरे
this.
पोज ही चेंज हो गया. ये क्या था?
As Esipenko walks back.
I feel this is a dead. If he has spotted rook g2, then this is a dead draw because you're losing a pawn by force or there is a repetition.
Yeah, also, or potentially, very often you win that pawn. Eventually, you'll sacrifice your rook for the a pawn. There are certain ways in which black will draw. When white का king बहुत पास जाएगा उस a pawn के rook देके अपने pawns advance करना. So I think that's why winning a pawn is a very key defensive idea if you're in time. But Hikaru
Yeah,
finding the only move in this position, huh?
Now crucial decision, yeah. So as we
King
discussed,
f4.
White की best move है King F4.
If you're a Hikaru fan, then तो 1000% best move है वो position में.
हाँ. हिकारू अंदर से मन में लड्डू तो फूटता है ना एक पर्सन के लिए, भाई खेल ले यार, King F4 खत्म कर गेम.
Oh, look at that nod. He just approved himself. Yeah, he just said, "Okay, bye. Okay, I know it's drawn now. Approved by Hikaru. Let's go."
एम्प्लॉय रिव्यू के बदले खुद का सेल्फ रिव्यू कर दिया भाई हिकारू ने, भाई एट द एंड ऑफ द ईयर चलो भाई 20% इंक्रीमेंट बनता है. यस यस मेक सेंस.
Very crucial draw for Hikaru to have held क्योंकि वो शुरू से pressure में था and then finding this rook pawn ending जहाँ पे तुम्हारा एक pawn down है and then critically finding rook c2 check.
Yeah. And you know, I love this camera angle because it's like हम हिकारू के सामने बैठ के खेल रहे हैं. And do you think if your opponent is shaking his head and, you know, nodding him at himself, like, is it going to affect your play and your evaluation of the position a little bit, Tanya, Sahaj?
It's
definitely Hikaru.
If it was Hikaru, then I mean, not sure, but sometimes it does, but generally no, actually. And मेरे साथ एक बार actually, I'll tell you, I think I've told you this, Sahil bhai, कि World Youth Championship में someone has actually literally danced while playing a match against me. Literally, Michael Jackson, he was dancing to beat it. Because I know, because he kept saying it during the match. You know?
He was you know, kind of motivating you, like to beat himself, like beat it, come on, like, you know, that way.
I think Hikaru can be very intimidating as a presence to sit across for a lot of players, for even grandmasters. But these top guys, these, you know, these absolute, well, let's say top 10, 15, 20 in the world, I would say, they have so much practice. They sort of know him. They understand these things and they themselves are so mentally strong that maybe the effect isn't that much on them. But in general, I would say for any 2,500, even 20, some of the 2,600 players, playing Hikaru and facing that presence is not easy. It's always sort of reminded me a lot of Garry Kasparov in that way.
That's a very good comparison, actually. You know, have you read this book, Calculate Like a GM it is, by Daniel Norbelli? I'm not sure. So he shares this story. I've told this to you, Sahaj, I think. He was kind of walking around Gary and watching him play a game. And Gary game khatam karte hain, he launches like a fierce attack, jeet jate game, and you know everybody's kind of clapping for Gary. It's a crazy game. And he walks up behind Gary and he puts his hand on his back and says, "Amazing game," you know, like something like that. And Gary ऐसे घूरते हैं उसको, भाई तू है कौन भाई? And he's like, मेरे को मन कर रहा था कि बस मेरे को जमीन उगल ले उस टाइम पे बस इस मोमेंट में. So I think you know, that personality that Gary had, it was very scary. And same, I think we sense some things in Hikaru as well.
Yeah,
Right.
I've felt that a lot whenever I watched Hikaru play. It's not easy to face that, and I think you have to be very strong and one of the absolute best in the world, and that's when it doesn't affect you. It's not easy otherwise, I would answer. He's very expressive, but he is like fans' dream. He is a commentator's dream because he gives us so much content with his presence.
Yeah, and he still yet to give us the reaction of the day. I'm waiting for it. Either after confirming the draw or after blundering the draw. But Rook C2 is the only move. एक ही चाल है फिर से, वो check देना बहुत जरूरी. अभी calculate कर रहे हैं Hikaru. He cannot go wrong, by the way. Everything else is very, very dangerous.
And again, I'll reiterate that after Rook C2, King moves up. Rook G2, it is pure calculation because it becomes a bit of a race. That what is actually happening if the A pawn advances, Rook goes to A8, do you have time to take on? For example, Rook takes pawn here. And now I'm just wondering, do you take time to go King E3 one move? Or do you go Rook 8?
Yes.
Let's Rook 8, Rook
But
into
Rook King
pawn
A3
comes
में
with
तो
a
just
check.
Rook G1 ना?
Yeah, but even if I go Rook 8 and there's Rook takes pawn, Rook A3. Okay, he's given a check,
Yeah, I
by
think
the way.
He's given
Yeah, sorry, what?
check.
I don't see a way for him to play on. I mean, the only way I see it is where he has to sack 2 pawns on the king side. And then आप ही ने mention किया था पहले कि if you give up too many pawns on the king side, then black will just sacrifice the rook for the pawn on the other side and just push the other pawns, and that's it. And many times, this is how such endgames end in a draw. Sometimes actually white loses as well like this.
Yeah.
Many
But you
times.
have to try, no? Like in the candidates, you just have to play king d3 and go for it. Like
Do you? Because, okay, so king d3, can we just see king d3?
yeah.
Rook g2, rook aya, a6, rook takes pawn. I agree that if rook a8, rook takes pawn check and rook behind the pawn, I don't see, I think it's going to take forever to even get a rook in this position, because
Yeah.
8-7, if you go a7, there's king g7. So it's not
Yeah.
even clear how you're winning that rook.
Yeah. Agreed.
So you might be forced to play king e3 in that position.
Yes.
And then rook g1.
Yeah, so rook g1 or rook g2, I don't know if there's a difference. And then rook where?
B7
Rook.
maybe?
So rook b7, rook a1, a7.
A7.
Rook b6 check though na, I think.
But I thought it's...
But king पीछे जाएगा ना उससे. King e5 नहीं आ सकता.
Okay.
King
आ
f7
सकता है
ये
actually.
आ सकता है. Rook g6 नहीं मर रहा है इधर.
Then
It's
he
still
just
a
wants to
draw
give a check
apparently.
and put the king on f4, I think.
Yeah.
Or maybe f4 check first then.
Very complicated.
But king d5 then.
ये थोड़ा complicated हो गया ना. I don't know. For me, king f7 is more logical after. But okay, you were saying a7. But a7 के बाद आपके पास कोई progress करने का तरीका नहीं है, right?
Path तो वही था king का, but I think black is too quick, yeah? G5 instantly.
This was the plan that I wanted to demonstrate also, that at the end of it, we'll try and get our king, but it's like king d4, maybe let's say mark a h5.
H5. Let's say king e5. It's already tough to even come here, right?
It's tough. The thing is, what Esipenko is thinking, what is the trickiest to hold? Which line will be trickiest? Because if he doesn't go king d3, that's an instant draw, right? He can only repeat otherwise. There's nothing to do. The only chance is king d3 to keep the game going.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think he will pull the brakes and say, you know, draw greed with the repetition? Or do you think he will go king d3, give up this pawn and take this chance?
I think it's 50-50, but I think he could take the draw as well. Because king d3, rook g2 के बाद कुछ, I mean, there is nothing concrete I can see जहाँ पे मैं खेल सकता हूँ. And yeah, maybe that rook b6 check वाली line जहाँ पर थोड़ा chance है, but I don't think he will go for it.
I think he plays on it. I think he has to somehow. I don't know why I feel that, but it's good for his psyche also to kind of push. Like if he comes out of the game thinking, okay, I was pushing against Hikaru, it just gives you some confidence. So I'm thinking he finding the, as you mentioned, yeah, find the trickiest line, king d3 kilo, and make the game, make sure Hikaru has to fight for it a bit.
All right, well, cliffhanger here. I think for Esipenko, if he wants to fight, he has to give up that pawn still within drawing territory, and it will be a grind, or he could decide to repeat as he takes a think and he has enough time to do that. I think Sahil said, hum break lete hain. We're going to go on a break, a quick one, and be right back with Esipenko's decision.
Yeah.
all rook pawn endings are draw. That is the biggest cliche in chess, and Hikaru Nakamura is showing why that's the case exactly. Bhai, best move pe best move kheli ja rahi hai. He's keeping his defense on top of his game right now in this endgame. Known as the best defender in the world for a reason.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, rook g2 was the key move which he found. And now that g3 pawn is going to be taken, that means there will, I mean, he won't have an extra pawn advantage, but he gives a check on a6. And now king f7 was also played, I believe.
Yeah, the
Is
only move
Esipenko
though,
going to repeat is the question.
because I think Tanya, we're discussing this, no? Like king g7 is lost, and you're wondering कि ऐसा क्यों है? Okay, it's not lost. Okay, so Indian is just
Sahil, आपने मुझे थोड़ा सा
fooling us.
डरा दिया था when you said king f7. भाई, only move Hikaru
भाई पर वो
ढूंढेगा
arrow
लेकिन
बना रहा
मैंने
है,
कहा
अभी
जल्दी
भी
से
बना
बना.
रहा है वो arrow, अभी भी बना रहा है वो arrow, still. Wow.
But guess what? Hikaru anyway says, bhai, I will still play the top move only. I will play the arrow move. Blue arrow is Hikaru Nakamura in this position. King f7 khela gaya hai. Sahil, the way he's playing, I think you were mentioning that you have a question for chat.
I have a question, really? I don't remember this, really. Oh, acha, okay, let me
Sahil,
think.
do you remember?
कुछ था क्या? Sahaj bhai?
I'm.
Because I feel like I'm connecting with the vessel universe. Like जो भी ये parallel dimension में जो vessel जो रखा हुआ है, I'm kind of feeling that connection now. At least
भाई
you know
ये
late
बहुत
midnight के पास.
ये टिक्कू टेस्ट नहीं है, टिक्कू और सहज टेस्ट है.
नहीं, because late,
this is like a commentator's test right here.
because late midnight है, अब थोड़ा सा you know calm हो गए, relax हो गए. So अब vessel के अंदर घुसने का, relax करने का मन कर रहा है. So Tanya, maybe you have a question.
Vessel से ही पूछते हैं ना question.
क्या ही आपने ball को pass किया है, like brilliantly done, but I am only the vessel which is the voice of the people. So I think we have to ask the chat.
So we are the people.
You are the voice of the people, so you let us know.
So first I have to ask
we are the
my
vessel.
people, right? First I need to ask the people, so you can be the vessel to the vessel. That's what you're saying.
Okay. So I'll take the bullet. I'll buy the bullets. So chat, very interesting rook endgame, as you can see. 0.0.
Crazy guy.
Do you want us to go till the end? Let us know. A very important endgame here. I think Hikaru is fighting it out. But also a draw. Kya lagta chat? Do you want to see the crazy analysis from GM Sahaj Grover? Let us know right now.
भाई ऐसे बोलोगे तो वो हाँ ही बोलेंगे.
हाँ, of course. भाई नहीं बोला तो फिर मेरे को बुरा लगेगा अब.
Because मैंने कहा GM Sahaj Grover.
आप एक पोल
I said
डालो.
GM.
आप एक देखो चैट, आई हैव अंडरस्टूड वन थिंग कि चेसकॉम इंडिया में तुम सब ऐसे फैमिली बन गए हो, ठीक है? तो आई थिंक वी हैव टू आस्क यू फॉर दिस. सो आई थिंक साहिल,
देखो तान्या, you said हम फैमिली है, राइट? है ना? And अगर हम सब फैमिली बन चुके हैं and आप अभी आए हो, you are our special guest, so you choose.
भाई मैं तो
अतिथि देवो भव.
अतिथि देवो भव, exactly.
Yes.
भाई
ये
कोई guest
argument
को
तो
इस
beat ही
spot
नहीं
में
कर सकते आप.
डालता. You know what? You are the worst hospitality ever then. अगर आप अपने गेस्ट के साथ ये कर रहे हो. ठीक
By the
है?
way, chat में सब लोग कह रहे हैं poll, so I'm going to put up a poll.
And I'll tell you
Chat
what
में
the
सब लोग
options of the
poll
poll
नहीं
are.
कह रहे हैं, by the way.
पोल करेंगे हम.
Poll नहीं कह रहे हैं, by the way.
पर हम करेंगे. Because हम मुझे I want to hear the voice of the people. See, everything comes down to voting. It's a democracy, Sahaj. We have to put a voting out. And the question will be, what is our plan, Sahil? So option 1 will be, it's a draw, can end the stream. Option 2 will be, please stay till the end of Hikaru's game. Option 3 will be, non-stop streaming till game 14.
Yeah, that's a crazy idea, by the way. I said it out loud as a casually, but I feel like in terms of just building that crazy stream, सीधा 14 घंटे की स्ट्रीम लाइव, 14 दिन की स्ट्रीम लाइव, सॉरी. क्या व्यूज होंगे उस पे ना?
आपने डाला ही नहीं थर्ड ऑप्शन, ये क्या हुआ?
तीसरा ऑप्शन क्या है?
यही भाई 24 आवर
लोग
लाइव
मजे के लिए वोट कर देंगे ना. लोग मजे के लिए उसको वोट करेंगे, then you won't get the real answer what chat wants. We know कि 14 दिन स्ट्रीम नहीं कर सकते.
भाई हम कह रहे हैं एंड तक यहाँ पे एसिपेंको ने रिपीट कर देना, रुके 7 रुके 6 करके. और ऑप्शन ही नहीं है उसके पास.
But chat, like you have to tell us what you'd like us to do.
So
I will say that I think this is ending in a draw, but it could take anything from 2 minutes to 1 hour.
I think they're skipping out 2 hours also. Like it could take maybe 1.5 hours, 2 hours. But chat has spoken.
Wait. Chat hasn't spoken. 100. We
Chat
have
has
to wait
spoken.
for No, we need like 200 votes. Oh, we need
207
200.
votes.
No, we need 225 votes.
It's 71%.
I think 1.4k people watching, कम से कम 500 वोट तो होने चाहिए ना.
Actually, I agree with Zahid. चल
Like
मैं
1/3
discount
तो
कर
होना
लेती
चाहिए
हूँ.
भाई.
मैं
नहीं तो ये
discount
कैसी
दे देती हूँ.
डेमोक्रेसी भाई.
Chat,
भाई लोग
देखो
कम आते हैं वोटिंग के लिए.
वोटिंग डेट तय होती है. यू कांट जस्ट एक्सटेंड द डेट कि लोग नहीं आए. वोटर टर्नआउट नहीं आया, इट्स नॉट द गवर्नमेंट प्रॉब्लम.
नहीं बट वोटिंग तो चल रही है ना अभी भी.
भाई
चल
वोटिंग
रही है
चल
क्या?
रही है और टर्नआउट बहुत जरूरी है. ठीक है, डेमोक्रेसी में ट्रू रिजल्ट जाने का. और टर्नआउट हमें मिनिमम चाहिए 400 लोगों का टर्नआउट. अब
तानिया
देखते हैं
वो
400
और वोट
400 में नहीं होगा भाई. 500 500 चाहिए.
क्या
500 चाहिए कम से कम.
1000 चाहिए. 1000 वोट.
सब जो देख रहे हैं वोट डालना ही पड़ेगा यहाँ पे. ये डेमोक्रेसी नहीं रही, ये डिक्टेटरशिप हो गई है अब.
साहिल भाई आपके जो अकाउंट्स है ना यूट्यूब वाले, उसमें से ही करो आप वोट.
You know what? I did try to help everyone. मैंने किया जानबूझ के no. Even though I was like, kind of balanced. But मुझसे भी help नहीं हो रहा यार.
साहिल, you said अच्छा you were going for no rook endgame है कि good night कर लेते हैं अभी, है ना?
नहीं, I am neutral. Like, I'm neutral.
You are not neutral. You are
I'm
not
completely
neutral.
I'm neutral. Like, मतलब, I would say completely neutral. मैं धुरंधर देख के आया हूँ, feeling extremely neutral right now. And King of Seven की बात तो I am so excited about the game. Yeah, मतलब
I
ये
can
game
testify
कहीं भी जा
about
सकता है
two
भाई.
things. I can testify about two things. Sahil has seen Durandar, and
हाँ.
secondly, like he's not neutral. I just want to point it out.
देखो, मेरी गाड़ी भी हमेशा न्यूट्रल में रहती है भाई. इतना न्यूट्रल में मैं, मतलब लिटरली गाड़ी चलाता ही नहीं हूँ मैं. एक्सट्रीमली न्यूट्रल. मतलब किंग G7, किंग E7 सेंटर में, किंग F7 ऑलवेज न्यूट्रल. समझ रहे हो?
भाई 398 वोट्स हो गए हैं. 500 से पहले हम रिजल्ट नहीं देखने वाले हैं. मेरी तो रिजल्ट दिख भी नहीं रहा है. मैं भी एक
हाँ, दिख
वोट
ही नहीं रहा
डाल
मुझे
दूं.
तो.
मेरा वोट कोई देख तो नहीं पाएगा मैंने क्या वोट किया, राइट? Can somebody see what I voted for?
No,
but
no, no,
still?
no.
नो, आई थिंक कल तानिया स्क्रीन शेयर करवाएंगे.
भाइयों और बहनों, मैंने अपना वोट डाल दिया है.
420 वोट हो चुके हैं.
चैट आपसे सवाल या आपसे सवाल.
420वां
What do you
वोट मेरा
think? So chat आपसे एक बड़ा सिंपल सा सवाल. What do you think Tanya voted? This
Very
option A या
surprised.
option B?
They have
हाँ
no idea.
मतलब
But they do know. They do. I think they know कि अंदर से मैं क्या चाहती हूँ. They know how much I love commentary.
सब लोग ये लिख रहे हैं
Remind
भाई.
me to never play mind games with you भाई ever
भाई,
again.
Chat is like Tanya doesn't want to go. Like she
Obviously,
wants.
I don't want to go. Chat doesn't
Oh,
know
then
me
तो fair
at
no.
all.
Tanya ऐसे
I've-
बोलने का था. I would also vote for then, not going. And crazy, like we stay till the end.
I can't, Chat. You don't know me at all if you're typing A.
मैं मजा तो तब आएगा एसिपेंको खुद ही आके वोट कर दे. वही कर सकता है वोट अब.
वो कर सकता है भाई. 15 मिनट पहले गेम खत्म होगी.
वो तो खुद ही आके बोल दे भाई लो हो गया.
भाई 478 वोट्स हो गए. मुझे लग रहा है कि हमें 700 पे गिरना चाहिए.
हाँ.
ऐसी करते करते गेम भी खत्म हो जाएगी. सब बढ़िया है. By the way, he's playing on.
He's playing on and he's playing aggressive.
And
भाई सब एक क्यों लिख रहे हैं? मेरे को रहना है, ठीक है? कोई मुझे यहाँ पे समझता है कि नहीं समझता. रुकपॉन एंडिंग से ज्यादा कोई रिच एंड गेम नहीं होती. चेस में so instructive, so beautiful. At 11 o'clock at night, where else would I want to be but watching this?
You could be watching Durandar.
2.
But you know what?
Sorry.
Rook pawn endings are all about the peak details. So I think I'm happy watching this instead.
Same for Durandar.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is
By
getting
the way-
fun now.
यार मेरे को रिवील करने का मन हो रहा है अब तो.
नहीं, please reveal मत करो. Because मैंने मूवी
the
नहीं
way-
देखी है यार. Okay, guys,
Crazy.
something is happening.
Rook F3 only move.
Yeah, but logical,
क्या हुआ?
no?
Of course भाई, और वही move होगी. और क्या होगा?
ऐसे क्या हंस रहे हो तुम खुल के फिर?
अरे और क्या हंसने में क्या है? हंसी के रीजन सुनने चाहिए तानिया. लाइक
नहीं मतलब मेरे को ऐसे लगा कि तुम ऐसे हंस रहे हो जैसे बहुत क्रेजी मूव है. रुक टेक्स पॉन तो वो खेलेगा भाई.
एग्जैक्टली माय पॉइंट. लाइक वही होगा.
अच्छा.
लाइक ऑब्वियसली कुछ बैकग्राउंड ड्रामा नहीं हो सकता यहाँ पे?
background drama ho sakta hai because king is coming on f6. I think this is honestly getting a bit fun.
King.
Getting? What do you mean getting? Like pehle?
Like it's getting even
Ah,
more
okay.
fun than
Oh,
what it
okay, okay, okay.
was.
Even more. Like पहले
Even
कम था.
more.
हाँ, पहले कम था,
It
right?
was always fun. This
जैसे
Rukpan
पहली
ending,
वाली धुरंधर was like okay, but the second one was like beautiful, like
dude,
that.
no. This Rukpan ending was so fun from the start, but now it's even more fun than so fun. So yeah, that's what I mean.
सहज भाई किसी को कुछ टेक्स्ट कर रहे हैं भाई. He's like.
भाई आप ही को कर रहा हूँ.
सहज test कर रहा है भाई.
But no, you
आप ही
didn't
कर
win.
रहा
No.
हूँ.
You lost the initial bet though. Like you didn't win. I get your point. Fair.
But come
You
on.
showed confidence, but you didn't win though.
What am I missing?
So basically, Sahaj ka jo word hai, he's mentioned it
wait.
so many times कि he's
Wait.
technically won, he's saying.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I
Dude,
mean,
no.
sure.
You haven't technically, practically, literally, mentally,
Practically, I have won
emotionally,
for sure.
You have not won at all.
Practically,
Every day
I have.
one
Pakka.
nothing. खुद ही
Pakka.
लगा के खुद ही कुछ भी
Pakka.
बोल रहे हो कुछ भी.
Okay, Tanya, so what do you think is the word?
Again, I'm so.
If you can guess this, then it's
You know
something,
what?
right?
Fine. Sahaj asked chat for help, right? He did. I'm gonna do
Yes.
the same. And again, this is just consolation prize, huh? For what happened. So, chat, what do you think was the word? What do you think was the word?
Chat मत करो यार. थोड़ा support करो यहाँ पे, you know.
नहीं chat.
आपकी family को, you know, support की जरूरत है अभी.
I think honestly, practically speaking, I feel that practically speaking.
अरे यश भाई ये गलत
यश
जगह
भाई
बोल.
क्या बोल रहे हैं रुको.
नहीं मत don't go there.
यश भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं?
मत
ये inside jokes है
can't
Tanya,
even-
I think ज़्यादा inside है
I
छोड़ दो.
can't see. So anyway,
So what's the word, Tanya? What do you think?
you mean what do I practically think?
Is that your answer?
Question?
Is that your
Is
final
that
answer,
your
Tanya?
answer?
Fine, I'm too tired. Yeah, practically speaking, I think practically is the word.
Can I
No,
tell you?
what was it? Yeah.
Durandar.
No, dude, you can't give Dhurandhar as a word. That is like ridiculous.
Why not? Why
Because
not?
you have to give an
Bamboozled.
English. You have to give an
Bamboozled
English
चलता है.
word. You have to give an English
English
word.
क्यों? English stream है. English stream है.
तुमने बोला था we'll give you an English word and then
मैंने
you have
कब
to use
कहा?
it.
There is no English mentioned there in that message.
Somehow I thought you said कि it'll be an English word and that has to be
Hindi.
used. And
Hindi.
Dhurandhar, though I would have guessed, yeah. There was no question about it. I would have guessed it a million times, but मेरे
You would
दिमाग
have
में था कि
guessed,
it will be
but you still haven't
100%.
watched.
Yeah. So let me just enjoy it when I do watch it. By the way, King E8 has been played. And what's the point here? So if white infiltrates with the king, does black want to just push the f pawn forward and create counterplay? Is it f4 after king f6?
Yes, I think king g6 के
Yeah.
बाद rook a3 and then you just push the f pawn down. That should
Can
be
I
a draw.
just play g5 or no?
Yeah, I think it should be fine also.
Takes.
Takes and just bring the king to d8 ना. h5 is too risky भाई. आप हार भी
Too
सकते
risky
हो.
क्या? हाँ.
I mean, unless the computer is finding a way for a human, allowing G and F is scary.
Yeah.
Otherwise 6 minutes for Esipenko.
And this is the
A6
fun
by
time
rook a3.
control as well. And both players losing their first game. So I think a draw, it's fine for both these players. They get up on the leaderboard. You know, it's not an absolute disaster of a start. It's a long tournament. So I think a draw would be a fair outcome in this game. Also, Esipenko was never completely better. He had a slight edge, but never a winning advantage.
Yeah. And while you're waiting for the game, maybe this is the right moment to check out the standings as well, briefly, if
Let's
we
do it.
have them.
Let's do it.
Because
Let's
I
do it,
think
chat.
not much has changed. I think everybody kind of skipped, got half a point extra now. And we'll see Hikaru and Esipenko on half a point. So Pragg, Sindarov, Caruana, abhi bhi 8 point pe hain, lead kar rahe hain. And of course, tomorrow, those guys will again have the white pieces. So very, very important match tomorrow, chat. Do not go anywhere because हम तो live stream कर रहे हैं 14 दिन direct.
Direct
Amazing.
on.
By the way, I think we should go back because Samay has just told us something.
क्या बोला
भाई
समय
लिखना
ने?
चाहिए आपको.
अच्छा नया वर्ड दिया क्या समय ने कुछ?
हाँ.
यार ये एक तो मेरे को ऑनेस्टली आई रियली डू फील लाइक अ गेस्ट ऑन दिस स्ट्रीम. पता नहीं क्या ही चलता रहता है तुम सबके बीच में. मुझे कुछ समझ आती चीजें तो समझ नहीं आती
नहीं
है.
वो 2 दिन लगेंगे बस तानिया. नाउ यू आर सेट. अब अगले
अब तो आप
stream
सेट
से
हो
it will be
भाई.
all chill. हाँ.
अब तो आपको पता है.
Done. ठीक है. Cool. Okay. One thing I want to add is that actually I want chat to look this up. Was there a single day in 2024 Toronto candidates जहाँ पे 8 के 8 games draw हुए थे?
Interesting.
Is that
I
a
think
fact? Can we find this out? Because in my memory there was always one day with a decisive one game that ended decisively. जहाँ तक
तो
मुझे याद है.
कैंडिडेट्स 2024 में फर्स्ट राउंड 4 ड्रॉज वुमेन्स में टैन जोंगी जीती थी शायद ली टिंगजी के साथ.
मुझे पता नहीं सहज 1 या 2 पर मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि हर दिन एक डिसाइसिव गेम तो हुआ ही था. जहाँ तक I can remember, but age catching up and all, so I could be wrong.
Okay. I'm actually going to take a quick look at the candidates 2024 to see what was if it happened in 2024. I don't think it did actually.
चैट को पूरा
chat बोल
डिरेल कर
रहे
दिया
हैं
तानिया ने.
कि tomorrow Prague versus Magnus होने वाला है.
What?
I
Okay.
actually would, if I had to make a guess, I would go with my gut feeling that I think we had one decisive game every day of the candidates in 2024, and I think this is the first day where potentially we'll have 8 draws.
Yeah. But okay, I think
Hikaru,
that the difference is कि कहीं ना कहीं पे बहुत results could have happened actually. Like Divya could have won. I think we saw I think who was
no,
Zhu Jiner was
Zhu
winning.
Jiner was winning.
Yeah. And even in the open section, I think there was some pressure for Sindarov, some pressure for Pragg in the middle, some pressure for
Well,
Anish.
checkmate in one, threaten ho gaya. I think there's going to be a check.
So
The king will come
think
back.
this is the ideal moment to follow chess endgame principles, chat. Pass pawns must be pushed. I think you can never really just. What do you think, Saj bhai? Say na?
Best move, yes, of course.
Best move in the position. And
Actually, Capablanca used to call it the cardinal principle. Now, this is an actual thing, yeah. Basically, he says that you should push the pawn that doesn't have an opponent always. So, अगर आपके पास A, B, C है और opponent के पास A और B है, then you should only push the C pawn. तो cardinal
हमारे पास क्या
principle
है?
being applied.
हमारे पास क्या है?
Cardinal. Sorry?
अच्छा कुछ बोला आपने. हमारे पास अगर कुछ है पता नहीं समझ नहीं.
A, B और C
अच्छा,
pawns
अच्छा,
हैं.
okay,
Black
okay,
के पास A और B है. तो yeah.
तो C push करके वो C pawn को free में दे दो.
हाँ.
क्योंकि B pawn खा
Yeah.
लेगा उस pawn को. Do not try this at home, chat. Right now, what he's trying to do is give a mate. I think there'll be a check that's going to follow. And forcing the white king, I would say to F6, and then he pushes F4.
Yeah.
By the way, I read somewhere in chat that somebody said Hikaru playing this endgame beautifully. And jokes aside, all this, this banter that we're doing aside, I actually agree with that 100%. उन्होंने इतनी only moves find ki hain, giving the checks at the right moment, going rook g2, picking up the pawns at the right moment, and confidently played by Hikaru. So really well done on holding this the way he has.
Oh, he
Yeah,
goes king
for
d8.
sure.
अच्छा, he's like
Logical.
okay. King से ही रोक दूंगा pawn को खत्म. It's gonna be a draw
H
very
pawn भी
soon
मर
now.
जाएगा ना. And now I think Esipenko is happy to take a draw, but okay. Maybe he plays H5 or something. H5 is a sign, yeah, कि ठीक है. Now it's equal. I mean, body language से भी पता लग रहा है players की they know it's over.
So h5, pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn, h4,
Then rook H7, I guess.
king g4, h3.
Rook H7. अच्छा नहीं हाँ.
A6 no.
Then king G4 ना.
It's still a draw, I agree.
सब कुछ ही
But
draw है
is
भाई.
king g4, h3 a draw? Yeah, it's still
Yes.
And Rook H7, no?
Rook H7. Probably the only move now.
Yeah. Chalo, Rook.
Do you think they're going to offer each other a draw, or will it be some sort of a king versus king and handshakes, or do you think we'll have a draw offer?
I think maybe they play till the end is my guess. Although मुझे याद है मेरे साथ एक IM ने ये गेम खेली थी King Rook versus King Rook.
और टिकू टेस्ट का क्या हुआ फिर? When the IM put you through a टिकू test.
I mean, I legit remember like last week or this title Tuesday or the one before, जहाँ पे निहाल जीता था. In the last round, he actually flagged someone with King Rook.
Who did?
Just now.
Nihal?
Nihal, yeah. I think he flagged Sina Movahed, I think it was. And he was having 9.5 out of 10 and Nihal had 9 out of 10. So he needed the win to win the tournament. King Rook में flag कर दिया उसको. So it was
भाई
crazy.
क्लासिकल में खेला भाई क्लासिकल में.
By the way, we do have a lot of votes in. So what is the result of our democracy? What do they want? जनता क्या चाहती है?
760 वोट के बाद जनता ने बोला है 62%, 62 होता है ना, 62% लोगों ने कहा है कि हम हिकारू गेम एंड तक देखना चाहते हैं. 63 लोगों ने और 37% लोगों ने कहा है कि नहीं भाई रुक एंड गेम एंड ड्रॉ है. सो 63% सेइंग कंटिन्यू टिल द वेरी एंड.
You said 62 लोगों ने. That's 62, right?
हाँ 63 हो गया अब. एक और बढ़ गया तुमसे.
Okay, 62 का उल्टा क्या होता है आप जानते हो ना?
Oh. टिकू come on, ये तो मुझे भी समझ आ गया.
Let's see अगर चैट को समझ आता है. Chat, where was this headed? Chat, what were we trying to do with the 62 का उल्टा situation? I don't think chat.
26 एक बंदा 29 लिखा है यार.
भाई जिसने 29 लिखा ना भाई.
अरे स्पॉन्सर नहीं है भाई, हम ही है. स्पॉन्सर नहीं है भाई, हम ही है वो चेसकॉम. 26% ऑफ है. चैट डायमंड मेंबरशिप 2018 से मेरे पास थी. मेरे पास टाइटल था. आई डिडंट नो एनएम टाइटल पे उस टाइम पे मेंबरशिप फ्री मिलती है. आई जस्ट डिडंट नो दिस. So I was buying a membership every month for years. And by the way, the game has ended. That is a draw.
What a hold. What a confident hold. Well played by Hikaru. Being under pressure from the start and really just never gave a chance. This was the last position, King F6. So actually, Esipenko offered a draw after playing King F6.
Yeah, pretty fair, I think. He understood कि भाई कुछ होने वाला है नहीं. This is just an easy draw. And save time and energy, right? Because it's a long event. We already know कि कितना important है यहाँ पे stamina का in this long event. So saving even half an hour, 15 minutes, resting for that time, maybe is better use of his time right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a good fight. But yeah, especially in the end game, Hikaru held pretty nicely.
इसका मतलब आज 8 ड्रॉ हुए हैं चैट. 8 मतलब सारी गेम्स ड्रॉ हुई. लेकिन I don't think that does justice to how interesting the games were. बीच में we were cheering for Pragg winning. Divya was literally winning for one move at least. And, Vaishali fought back with a queen sacrifice. And of course, there are other games as well जहाँ पे मौके थे. But yeah, at the end, results-wise, you can see half a point there for all the players today. And standings don't really change relatively. And Saj bhai, take us through the games.
Basically 8 draws, yeah, back to back. It doesn't. Okay, there was some, of course, a fight here and there. I think some chances here and there. I think Pragg had a chance in the opening for sure. Divya had a clear winning chance. Zhu Jiner had a clear winning chance. But I think overall, didn't feel like anyone was outright winning anywhere today. Felt like a pretty solid day overall.
Yeah, and the one difference in our standings is that we've got everyone who's got on the leaderboard, those who lost yesterday as well, scoring that much needed half a point. And here we are, though the standings don't change, everybody, Sahil, now is in the race.
And round 3 के बाद, I can guarantee, bhai, I can genuinely, अगर कल चारों draw हुए, I will give out 3 memberships from my own pocket because I'll tell you the pairings and you'll agree with me. ठीक है? कल की pairings में, it is first of all Bluebaum versus Esipenko. So if either of them want a chance, they have to win tomorrow. Then Pragg against Sindarov. What a match that is. Sindarov ने by the way खुद कहा था अपने मुंह से कि भाई Pragg के साथ मेरी rivalry तगड़ी है, so I have to kind of defeat Pragg. The matchup I'm looking forward to. Caruana versus Wei Yi and Hikaru versus Anish. So कल के matchups looking very, very exciting, Tanya.
Very juicy. And I think Pragg versus Sindarov, like you rightly pointed out, is going to be amazing to watch. You know, Javokhir, the World Cup winner, won game one in this. Pragg as well winning his first game yesterday against Anish, both playing against each other. Pragg will be playing with the white pieces. We are in for by a full fireworks of a game. इनका जो स्टाइल है एंड आई थिंक प्राग कोई क्रेजी ओपनिंग प्रेपरेशन दिखाने वाला है तो मजा आने वाला है इन दैट मैच बट नॉट जस्ट दैट in the women's section as well, so many marquee matchups. Now that Sahaj, the All India clash is out of the way. Divya and Vaishali have played each other. So it's full rooting for both these Indians now. Divya is playing the world rapid champion Goryachkina. Meanwhile, Vaishali against Anna Muzychuk.
Gonna be tough fight overall. I think for Divya, I think Goryachkina is a very, very difficult prediction there. Vaishali can be very difficult to say, but I think Vaishali has a slightly upper hand because Anna Muzychuk was a last minute sort of replacement in that sense. So, but still, like Sindarov versus Pragg, I just want to say one thing. I have a feeling that's not going to be a draw. That's where I want to like finish it. Yeah.
Agree. And also, let's not forget the Twitter drama जो कुछ महीने पहले में दिख रहा था between Hikaru and Anish. तो आज उसका conclusion कल निकलने वाला है. और ताने से कौन सा ड्रामा मेरे से मिस कैसे हो गया?
I want to know कौन सा ड्रामा, but I'm just saying ड्रामा था. मैं खुश हूँ because let it be decided on the board. जो भी ड्रामा था. What better way to decide it?
Absolutely agree. So chat, this is it. Day number 2, ending quite, at the end quite calmly. We're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. And it's going to be day number 3 with hopefully a few Indians winning. Take care and good night.